Hello everyone, this is Top Romance Stories. Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel. This will give me more motivation to create more high-quality videos. Thank you all very much and have a wonderful day. The sky poured with heavy rain. A girl lay dead on the brick floor, her soul staring blankly at her own body. That's me. The girl's name was Townie. Townie had been stabbed in the middle of her forehead with a hairpin, blood flowing from a wound. I'm dead. Townie sat beside her body, choked with resentment. Just because I was a maid who had signed an indenture contract so they could beat and kill me as they pleased? Townie frowned in indignation, looking up. They said I seduced the old master, a lecherous 50-year-old man old enough to be my grandfather. Ha ha. The sound of footsteps approached. Townie looked over and saw Lamb Tan standing there. Townie moved closer and reached out her hand. You are? Lamb Tan passed right through her soul. A girl walked up to Lamb Tan and said, I, the scholar Lamb Tan, encountered bandits on the road and wished to borrow the young lady's hairpin for use. Lamb Tan was confused. Borrow a hairpin? Lamb Tan bent down and pulled the hairpin from the forehead of Townie's corpse. Townie was startled and shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Lamb Tan looked resolutely at the hairpin. If you have been wronged, young lady, this scholar will definitely investigate thoroughly to clear your name. Townie was suspicious of Lamb Tan's kindness. He'll clear my name? Townie watched Lamb Tan's retreating back and smiled gratefully. Thank you. I will remember your face. Townie's soul gradually dissipated. If there is a next life, Townie's mother looked down at the floor, crying loudly, Boo-hoo! Townie, if you die, mother can't live either. Townie's father placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. What nonsense are you talking about? Townie's fever has broken. You should go to work or mother will scold you. Townie woke up and found she had returned to her childhood. Father, mother, didn't I already die? Could it be that our whole family has met in the underworld? Townie's mother joyfully hugged Townie. Townie, you're finally awake. You scare me so much. Townie's father was also happy. It's good that you're awake. It's good that you're awake. Russell. Townie frowned, stunned, as she looked at her arm full of bruises and scratches. This child, next time don't talk back to your grandmother. Talking back to elders is unfilial. Did that old witch do this? Grandmother's scolding voice echoed from outside. Damn it, hiding the house being lazy. Are you going to work or not? Hearing her grandmother's words, Townie's mother immediately stood up. I'm going to work right now. Townie's father picked up a hoe, ready to go out to work. Townie, you get some good rest. Townie's father closed the door and went out to work while she sat on the bed watching him. Townie spread her hands open. I've been reborn at the age of 7. In my past life, I was sold by my grandmother when I was 8. Has heaven now given me a chance to save everything? Townie suddenly realized something. Wait, at 7 years old, Townie turned her head. Then my sisters. Townie joyfully called her 2 sisters' names, Tu-Vu, Luong Tra. She hugged Tu-Vu and Luong Tra tightly. Don't worry, my dears. In this life, your big sister won't let those bastards sell you away. Grandmother kicked the door open. Townie was startled and looked at the door. Who is it? Grandmother angrily pointed her cane at her face and scolded. You useless jinx. Get up and go to work. She gritted her teeth, scowling as her grandmother appeared. It's her, the woman who sold me in my past life. Tu-Vu looked at her grandmother and became frightened. Tu-Vu burst into tears while the crying annoyed the grandmother. What are you crying for? Is someone in the family dead? Grandmother raised her cane, intending to hit Townie and her 2 sisters. She turned her back to shield Tu-Vu and Luong Tra. Tu-Vu, Luong Tra. Townie's mother fell to her knees, begging her grandmother to stop. Mother, Townie just woke up. Please don't hit her. Townie's mother hugged the 3 sisters to shield them from the grandmother's blows. The grandmother became even more furious. She opened her mouth to curse. You damn good-for-nothing, you hen that can't lay eggs. I gave you food and drink, and in return, you gave me a bunch of good-for-nothings. Hearing this, Townie left her mother's side and rushed out, spreading her arms to block her grandmother. Stop, you are not to hit my mother. The grandmother gritted her teeth. You still dare to talk back? The grandmother slapped her across the cheek. You ungrateful brat. Townie glared at her grandmother. The grandmother turned towards the door, then looked back before leaving. Just wait until Matchmakerly arrives. I'll sell all of you good-for-nothings in one go. Townie froze. Sell us? Do you think that just because I've been reborn, I'll let you bully me? In my past life, you tormented my parents. They toiled like cattle their whole lives, eventually dying from exhaustion. My little sisters were sold off at a young age. By the time I went to find them, not even their bones remained. Meanwhile, you blood-sucking demons lived a life of comfort. Townie clenched her fists. The weak will be bullied, and a gentle horse will be ridden. The tragedy of my past life will absolutely not be repeated. Townie turned to look at her mother and called out, "Mother!" Townie's mother hugged her tightly. "Townie, it's all because your mother is useless. If only I had given you a younger brother, things would be better." Townie frowned. "Mother, after all these years, you still don't understand? Even if you had a son, grandmother would never treat our family well." Townie thought, not having a son is just an excuse for her favoritism. Townie placed her hands on her mother's shoulders. "Mother, have you ever thought about us moving out and living on our own?" Townie smiled at her mother. "Mother, I'm saying we should move out." Townie's mother covered Townie's mouth. "Be quiet. Keep these words to yourself. If grandmother hears this, she'll beat you to death." But Townie ignored her mother's attempts to stop her. "Even if I'm not beaten to death, I'll starve to death. Besides, who knows if she'd actually beat me to death." Townie's mother changed the subject. "Townie, don't think about such things. You're hungry, right? I'll go get you some rice." She looked and asked, "Mother, the rice you're talking about, is it that bowl of kanji where you can count the grains of rice with the naked eye?" Townie grabbed her mother's arm. "How can that possibly stave off hunger?" She looked down at the floor and gritted her teeth. "It's obvious that mother and father are the ones who work the most in this house. But our family is the only one that never gets to eat our fill." Townie's father approached the door, having heard everything from before. Townie's mother sobbed and hugged her. "Townie, you've had to suffer with me." "Mother, I'm not afraid of suffering. But what do we get in return for this suffering? It won't be long before my sisters and I are all sold off." Grandmother shouted from outside the door again, "Luti, where the hell are you? Get out here and clear the table and wash the dishes." Luti let go of Townie, wiping away her tears. "Townie, look after your sisters. I'm going to work now." Townie called out, "Mother." Luti hurriedly went outside. "Mother, when will you learn to fight back?" Townie's father hid to one side and sighed. Before the sky was light, Luti was already at the bedside, shaking Townie awake. "Townie, wake up. It's time to get up." Townie's father placed a hand on Luti's shoulder. Let her sleep a little longer. Although Luti wanted to, she couldn't because grandmother would scold Townie. "I love her too, but if mother doesn't see Townie working later, she'll beat and scold her again." Townie sat up, rubbing her eyes and looking out the window. It was only the fourth watch. Luti went down to the kitchen to chop vegetables, fed the animals, then carried the laundry to wash. The clothes had to be washed and hung to dry before sunrise. Otherwise, if she wakes up, she'll start nagging again. Townie looked tiredly at the two basins overflowing with clothes from more than 10 people in the house. Townie picked up the laundry and deliberately said, loudly in an annoyed tone, "Mother, don't first aunt and second aunt have to wake up early too?" Luti quickly gestured for Townie to lower her voice. "Shh, be quiet, don't wake grandmother." Townie kicked some firewood, causing it to roll around and make noise. Luti was terrified that grandmother would wake up. "I want to make noise so she can't sleep." Grandmother opened the door and immediately started yelling. "Which damn thing is trying to cause trouble? Are you looking to die? You damn wicked spawn. Do you want to die?" Townie frowned angrily at her grandmother. "You call me a wicked spawn, so what does that make you, you old wicked spawn?" The grandmother flew into a rage and shouted, "What did you just say, you animal?" Luti, afraid of the grandmother, pulled her back. "Townie, what nonsense are you saying?" Townie, completely unafraid, stuck her tongue out at her. The grandmother immediately slapped Luti hard across the face. "You wretch, look at the good-for-nothing you've given birth to. You damn wicked spawn." Townie instantly flew into a rage when her grandmother slapped Luti. "Mother!" She grabbed the knife from the cutting board and pointed it at her. "If you dare hit my mother again." Luti gasped, covering her mouth. Townie looked at her with hatred. The grandmother was not at all intimidated by the knife in her hand. "Then what? You damn wolf in sheep's clothing. You dare strike me?" Townie looked at a nearby chicken. "I don't dare to strike you." Townie grabbed the chicken. "But I can kill all these chickens." Townie grabbed the chicken's neck, placed it on the cutting board, and swung the knife down. The chicken's blood spurted out. She held the chicken by its leg, ignoring the blood flowing from its severed neck. "Grandmother, you don't dare to kill a single chicken for the New Year festival, so why don't I kill one for you today? Consider it an early New Year celebration." The grandmother suddenly became worried. "You wicked spawn," she angrily warned. If you touch my mother again, I won't just kill these chickens, I'll kill the 2 pigs as well. Lu Ti peeked over curiously. What's going on? Deep Ti and Fuang Ti were also watching. Mother. The grandmother looked at the 3 of them. Lu Ti, Fuang Ti, and Deep Ti. You all come and see this wicked spawn who dares to raise a hand against me, and even killed our family's chicken. Fuang Ti frowned in surprise. What? That was a laying hen. Lu Ti angrily pointed at Lu Ti, sister-in-law. How do you raise your child? To be like this at such a young age. She needs to be taught a lesson. Lu Ti hugged her. Tao Ni said to her mother, Mother, get away, they're bullying you. Tao Ni still held the blood-stained chicken knife. My mother does all the housework, working herself to the bone with no end in sight. The grandmother yelled at the 3, Lu Ti, Deep Ti, and Fuang Ti, still standing there dumbfounded. Why don't you help me catch that brat? Huh? Deep Ti looked down at her belly. Mother, I'm pregnant. The grandmother looked at Lu Ti and Fuang Ti. What about you two? Are you pregnant too? Tao Ni moved closer, causing Fuang Ti to hug Lu Ti in fear. Mother, oh mother, that brat has a knife in her hand. Lu Ti pointed at her in fear. Tao Ni, weren't you ants going to teach me a lesson? You brat. Tao Ni swung the knife between Fuang Ti and Lu Ti, startling them both. Ah, a murder, boo-hoo. Fuang Ti pretended to be dead and lay on the ground. I'm dead. Lu Ti ran a distance away and called out, Tao Ni, mother, what's happening? Tao Ni burst out laughing. Playing dead? Let's see how long you can keep up the act. She looked innocently at Lu Ti. Mother, bring me the leftover rice water from yesterday. Just pour it over second aunt-in-law's head. Lu Ti hesitated. That wouldn't be right. Tao Ni explained, if second aunt-in-law doesn't wake up, wouldn't that mean I've killed someone? So she has to wake up. Ugh, this is so exhausting. Fuang Ti was annoyed, this little bitch. Lu Ti poured the previous day's rice water over Fuang Ti's head. Fuang Ti, you insolent thing, how dare you? Tao Ni, amused, held her nose and mocked. Second aunt-in-law really did wake up. I told you this method would work. Wow, it stinks so much. I'm going to be sick. Fuang Ti furiously shouted, you despicable brat. Grandfather shouted, such a ruckus. Are there no rules in this house? Hearing the noise, the neighbors came running. What's going on at the Xia family's house? Why is it so noisy? I don't know. Grandfather walked closer to holding back until now to show up. You're quite calm. Grandfather shouted at Lu Ti, third son's wife. Aren't you going to tell that girl to put the knife down? Tao Ni, with her hands on her hips, said to him, it's my fault for disturbing your reading, grandfather. But I have something to ask you today. Grandfather just looked at her and turned away to go call the third son back here. Tao Ni raised an eyebrow as her grandfather turned his back on her, ignoring her. Grandfather frowned slightly. If you can't teach your own child, then she will be dealt with according to the family rules. Tao Ni continued, what's wrong? You boast about being a well-read and profound scholar, yet you're afraid of being questioned. The crowd outside clutched their stomachs laughing. He's almost 60 and still couldn't pass the scholar exam. Yet he talks about profound knowledge. Being laughed at, grandfather gritted his teeth in anger. This Ya family girl is truly interesting. She pokes right where it hurts. Grandfather's face darkened as he looked at Tao Ni behind him. What is it you want to ask? Tao Ni observed his expression. Oh my, he's angry now. Tao Ni deliberately raised her voice. Grandfather, my mother endures hardship and humiliation in this house. But if she's not being beaten, she's being cursed. My mother is your daughter-in-law, not a servant of the Xia family. Grandmother, who was behind them, looked displeased and then snorted with laughter. Why isn't your mother a servant? She's a daughter-in-law raised from childhood that your old lady, traded a shoulder pole of rice for. So what if I beat her and curse her? Tao Ni was provoked. So a daughter-in-law raised from childhood is a servant. Grandmother's other daughters-in-law were displeased to hear her say that, as they were also daughters-in-law she had raised from childhood. Grandfather, annoyed, shouted at grandmother, you foolish woman, who told you that a daughter-in-law raised from childhood is a servant? Grandmother's face turned pale. Husband, she. Tao Ni silently watched her grandfather get angry with her grandmother and smiled. Luckily, the thing the Xia family scholar values most is his own future and reputation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to perform today's play. Tao Ni spoke up. If that's the case, then shouldn't my mother be the only one doing the housework? Hearing this, grandfather told grandmother, from now on, you and the daughters-in-law will do the housework together. Grandmother was surprised at then wouldn't that benefit Lu? Grandfather glanced at grandmother. Do my words no longer have any effect? Grandmother, frightened, didn't dare to speak up. It's all because of that brat. Grandmother glared at Tao Ni. Oomph. She looked at her speechless, angry grandmother. You think it's over just like that? Before grandfather could leave, Tao Ni called out again. Grandfather, I have one more question. Although grandfather felt angry, he still turned around. There's more? Fine, ask away. Tao Ni looked at the mountain of clothes behind her. Grandfather, you are her father-in-law, so it's natural for my mother to be filial. But first uncle, second uncle, and fourth uncle are her brothers-in-law. My mother is their sister-in-law, yet she has to wash clothes for first uncle, second uncle, and fourth uncle. The crowd whispered, huh, and he boasts about being a scholar, my goodness. The Xia family is that unreasonable? Bo, the daughter-in-law is fighting back. How shameless. That's so many people's clothes. No wonder their daughter doesn't want to do it anymore. Tao Ni smiled and waved at the onlookers. Hello, everyone. Therefore, shouldn't you all? The crowd behind her responded in unison with Tao Ni. Feel ashamed? Tao Ni looked towards Deep T, Fuang Ti, and Lu Ti. Deep T turned her face away, not daring to look. Fuang Ti bit her handkerchief to suppress her anger. Lu Ti crossed her arms, so angry she was about to cry. You damn brat, what are you talking about? Grandmother's voice rang out again. I'll tear your mouth apart. Tao Ni was not afraid of her threat. If the Xia family no longer cares about its reputation, then feel free to come and hit me. Grandmother shouted. You dare! Grandfather, furious, pointed his finger. Stop it, all of you. What's all this trouble? Tao Ni said angrily. Old witch. She charged forward in a rage. Stop. Grandfather pointed to stop her. Wait, stop. Just then, Tao Ni's father came home. Father, mother. Grandfather stopped and looked at Tao Ni's father at your back. Grandmother reached her hand towards Tao Ni, frightening her. Grandmother raised her hand, but then clenched it into a fist. You useless, unfilial wretch. I should have thrown you into a manure bucket to drown back then. She immediately said, if you dislike our family so much, then let us separate and live on our own. Grandfather was surprised. They want to separate the household. Tao Ni's father silently lowered his head. Separate the household. Deep T, Fuang Ti, and Lu Ti all looked at Tao Ni in surprise. In your dreams, I'm not dead yet, and you're already demanding to separate the household. You jinx. Grandfather shouted. That's enough. Grandfather looked at Tao Ni's father. The third son's family can separate, but don't regret it later. Third son, think it over carefully. Tao Ni's father was silent for a moment, then said, I don't agree. Grandmother spoke again, that if the third son's family separates, who will do the housework? Tao Ni's father looked at Tao Ni hugging Lu Ti. His lips were pressed tightly together. Grandfather turned to grandmother and said, the housework. Don't you know how to do it? Tao Ni glanced over. Escape this blood-sucking family? I couldn't be happier. Regret? Never. Hearing this, Fuang Ti thought, separating is a good thing. The third son's entire family are just mud-cake peasants. Fuang Ti looked towards Tao Ni's family. When my husband achieves a title, we'll be dragged down by them instead. Deep Ti, Fuang Ti, and Lu Ti let out sinister laughs. Fuang Ti went to grandmother and said, Mother, even if they separate, third brother and third sister-in-law are still your son and daughter-in-law of mother and father. Deep T, standing behind, chimed in with Fuang Ti. That's right. Deep T added, Mother, you are the mother-in-law. Even if they separate, if you tell your son and daughter-in-law to work, would they dare to refuse? Fuang Ti smiled, exactly. Deep T tilted her head and smiled. She was inwardly delighted that Tao Ni's family was separating. After all, if the third son's family left, first sister-in-law and second sister-in-law would still be there to handle things. She just needed to focus on her pregnancy. Unlike the delighted Fuang Ti and Deep Ti, Lu Ti crossed her arms and turned away with a displeased expression. And oh, if they separate, the housework will have to be divided. My life won't be as comfortable as it is now. Lu Ti said loudly, Third brother, third sister-in-law, you two should think this through carefully. Tao Ni looked at her, confused. Lu Ti continued, your eldest brother is the best scholar. If he passes the exam and you two separate, you won't get to share in the benefits. Hearing this, Fuang Ti immediately objected. First sister-in-law, how can you say that? Among the three brothers, my husband is clearly the best scholar. Lu Ti turned her head. Annoyed, huh? Deep T immediately jumped in to compete with them. Nonsense. My husband is the best. Scholar. Fuang Ti turned her back. Why husband is number one. No objections. Grandfather angrily shouted at the three of them. Stop arguing. How many more ridiculous and shameful scenes are you going to cause? All of you get back to your rooms. Later, everyone went inside. Grandfather and grandmother sat in the center. Beside them, Fuang Ti, Lu Ti, and Deep Ti fixed their gazes on Tao Ni's family. Third son, what do you think? Tao Ni's father remained silent. Lu Ti urged him from the side. Husband. Tao Ni also looked up. Father. Finally, Tao Ni's father spoke. Father, I don't want to separate the household. Both Tao Ni and her mother were shocked by her father's answer. What? Grandmother said smugly. Of course you don't want to separate. Your brothers are all scholars. When they achieve titles in the future, won't you get to benefit? You complain about being tired and miserable after doing a little work. What was the use of me raising you? Tao Ni's entire family fell silent. Grandfather remained quiet, not wanting to separate after causing such a huge scene. This house can no longer accommodate the third son's family. When they got back to their quarters, Tao Ni questioned him. Father, why didn't you? Tao Ni's father refused to explain. Tao Ni, go help your mother with dinner. This is adult business. Children shouldn't get involved. Tao Ni, very angry, flung her father's hand away. Tao Ni's father stood motionless at her behavior. Tao Ni ran out of the house. It's all because father is useless, making his children suffer. That evening, at the first son's house, the first son was reading by candlelight. Lu Ti sat beside him and said, Husband, the third son's family wants to separate. You should quickly tell father and mother to agree. The wife-fearing first son turned his head. But if they leave, who will do the housework? Lu Ti quickly replied, hire a maidservant. The first son laughed nervously. But hiring someone costs money. Lu Ti angrily raised her fist. Haha, dear wife, please hit me gently, haha. The first son covered his head. Lu Ti hit him on the head. It's not like you have to pay for it. It's not like you can get any money out of your mother's hands. Anyway, Lu Ti then cupped her cheeks happily. Just wait until you pass the scholar exam. By then, as a lord official, isn't it natural for the family to have servants? The first son was delighted to hear Lu Ti's words. Right. When I become a lord official, we'll have heaps of servants and herds of goats and cattle. At the fourth son's house, Deep T was also telling her husband, Husband, the third son's family said they want to separate today. What do you think? Can we also separate? The fourth son draped a shawl over Deep T that we're not the third son's family. Why would we need to separate? Madam, you replied, the money is all in mother's hands now. Once we move out, we can manage our own money. Fourth brother pondered, his heart swayed by Madam Ye's words to manage his own money. Fourth brother said, troubled, but eldest brother and second brother are both with mother. Madam Yi was displeased with fourth brother's answer. Can we compare ourselves to them? Eldest sister-in-law is mother's own niece, so mother has always been biased. Madam Yi continued. Besides, eldest brothers and second brothers' families have several more children than us. It's like we're always subsidizing them. Fourth brother turned his face away. About this, we're all one family. Why be so calculative? Madam Yi turned her head back and asked, You and third brother are also brothers, so what's there to calculate? Fourth brother retorted, Third brother is not a scholar. Madam Yi thought, speaking of studying reminds me, don't you find third brother to be very unlucky? Madam Yi continued cheerfully, that calamitous family. Who knows if third brother's family moves out? My husband, you might pass the scholar's exam. Fourth brother's eyes lit up. Pass the scholar's exam. Fourth brother took Madam Ye's hand. My dear wife, you are so right, haha. Tao Ni lay in bed, thinking about this morning's events. After causing such a scene today, their true colors have been exposed. Whether father and mother want to or not, this family will have to be separated for sure. Father, when will you finally stand up and be our support? For us? When she opened her eyes, there were no windows on any of the four sides. Tao Ni sat up in alarm. In the empty white room, there was nothing but four walls. Tao Ni's mind went blank. Where is this? Tao Ni looked down at her arm. Is this a dream? But pinching the wound still hurts. This. She frowned and looked up. This is real, not a dream. But where is this? Wasn't I reborn? I even had a big fight with those bloodsuckers. Where is this? Tao Ni shouted, let me out. Just then, a whooshing sound was heard, and Tao Ni was back on her familiar bed. I'm back. What's going on? Where's that place just now? She hugged her pillow. How did I get in there? Suddenly, Tao Ni returned to that room once more. Tao Ni looked at the pillow. My pillow is here too. I get it now. She spread her arms out, letting the pillow fall. Now let me out. As soon as she finished speaking, Tao Ni returned. I'm really back. Tao Ni was excited and happy. I have a magical room that can store things. Just then, Madame Lu approached her. Tao Ni, you're awake so early? Tao Ni smiled. Good morning, mother. Seeing her mother carrying a pile of clothes to wash, Tao Ni said, Mother, didn't grandfather say yesterday that the housework should be shared by everyone? Madame Lu looked down at Tao Ni. About that, your aunts are not awake yet. Your other aunt is still pregnant, so I'm doing it. Tao Ni was silent. Looks like I'll have to think of a new plan. The next morning, Tao Ni took a knife and a basket to gather vegetables. Mother, I'm going to get vegetables for the pigs. If anyone dares to hit you, let me know, and we'll have chicken for dinner tonight. Grandmother, Madame Fong, and Madame Lu all felt a pang of guilt. Grandmother glared angrily as Tao Ni left. You damn girl, just you wait for this old lady. Tao Ni walked away. When two children saw Tao Ni, they screamed. It's that fierce girl Hako Tao. She's holding a knife, run. The two children quickly ran away. Mommy, mommy. Tao Ni watched them go. Is this my bad reputation spreading far and wide? That's fine too. No one will dare to bully me in the future. With that said, she continued her work, and soon the basket was full. Tao Ni raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. This is enough for a few days. I'll keep some in the room. She clutched the basket tightly. Go inside. Tao Ni quickly moved to another spot. She busied herself gathering more and putting half of it away. Tao Ni looked into the basket. This should be fine. Then she put the basket on her back. Time to go out. On the way back, Tao Ni was happy to have such a useful room. It's so great to have this room. I can hide my things there from now on. I'm home. Madame Lu shouted angrily. Where is that damned girl? By the time she gets back with the pig feed, the pigs will have starved to death. It would be best if she just died on the mountain. Tao Ni pushed the door open. Grandmother grumbled. Why don't the wild beasts just eat that girl? Madame Lu looked at grandmother. Mother, calm down. Tao Ni's hand paused when grandmother said that. Die in the mountains. I've already died once. If that young scholar hadn't buried me, I'm afraid I would have been eaten by wild beasts until not a single bone was left. Lin Jean, the scholar from the Lin family village. Where are you? Tao Ni pushed the door and went in. That damn girl is truly a demon. Who knows what evil spirit she is? We must deal with her soon. Tao Ni spoke up. You want me to die that badly? But if I die, I wouldn't bear to leave you. Grandmother was infuriated by Tao Ni. Tao Ni walked away. Madame Lu went to grandmother's side. Mother, hurry up and let third brother's family separate. This girl might be a disaster. Tao Ni stopped. Coming home is so unpleasant. Grandmother immediately said, easier said than done. If third brother's family leaves, are you going to do all this work? In that case, we might as well hire a servant. Grandmother shouted, are you paying for it? Don't even dream of it. Grandmother continued, but if we can sell this girl, we could get 2 taels of silver. Madame Lu resigned herself, as long as mother is happy. At lunch, in the middle of the table was the chicken Hako Tao had killed. The whole family scrambled to get the chicken. By the time Tao Ni was about to take a piece, it was all gone. Grandmother looked at Tao Ni and frowned in annoyance. A good-for-nothing also wants to eat meat. Grandmother flicked her chopsticks towards her. Tao Ni quickly dodged. The chopstick smacked Madame Yi in the face. Puffed. Tao Ni rejoiced inwardly. Good thing I dodged in time. Grandmother and Tao Ni froze, while Madame Yi was still in shock after the chopstick flew straight into her cheek. Madame Yi cried out, holding her face. Seeing this, her husband hurriedly pulled her into his arms. He shouted loudly, Mother, why did you hit Yu Hong? She's pregnant. Grandfather also added angrily, you can't even let us eat a meal in peace. Faced with the criticism, grandmother pointed resentfully at Tao Ni. I was clearly hitting that rotten girl. On what grounds does she deserve to eat meat? At this, Madame Ye's husband turned to Tao Ni. Your grandmother was hitting you. Why did you dodge? Tao Ni frowned and chuckled lightly. Could it be that fourth uncle has studied so much he's become foolish? If I don't dodge, should I just wait to be hit? Hearing this, Yu Hong's husband's veins bulged in anger. You damn girl. Tao Ni cut in. This is between grandmother and fourth uncle. Why are you dragging me into it? I wasn't the one who hit fourth aunt's face, was I? At the same time, Madame Yi thought to herself, I can't let this go today, or they'll think I'm easy to bully. Thinking this, she pushed her husband's hands away. To be hit by my mother-in-law for no reason. I'm going back to my maternal home. Seeing this, her husband quickly tried to stop her. Yu Hong, don't go. He frowned and looked back. Mother, can't you just console Yuhong a little? Grandmother's eyes widened. Fourth brother's wife, what are you doing? Do you expect me, your mother-in-law, to apologize to you? Madam Yi ran off, sobbing. I have no face to go on living. Hearing this, her husband was extremely alarmed. Yu Hong. On the other side, Madame Fong and Madame Lu didn't care at all. They were eating while watching the show. Seeing this, Tao Ni was a little surprised. This is the He family. Selfish and self-serving, with cold family bonds. At that moment, Madame Yi nearly fainted, causing her husband to panic. Yu Hong. He slowly supported her and said in a low voice, Father, Mother, let's separate from the family. Hearing this, the old couple's faces turned pale. Tao Ni was no exception. Her jaw dropped in surprise. Fourth uncle's family wants to separate too. A moment later, grandmother clenched her teeth, and she slammed her hand on the table. Fourth brother, isn't this like you're stabbing a knife into my heart? Fourth brother repeated resolutely, Mother, let's separate. I will still be your son, and I will still be filial to you. He thought to himself, once we've separated and have money, I can take my wife to live in the county town. Whoever likes living in this village can stay. At this moment, Tao Ni guessed. Fourth aunt has a large dowry and the support of her maternal family. No wonder fourth uncle wants to separate. She smiled. This is good too. If fourth brother's family can separate, then my family can also separate smoothly. Just then, grandfather spoke up. Does anyone else want to separate? Seeing this, eldest brother and second brother quickly denied it. No. Hearing that, grandfather nodded slightly. All right, then let third brothers and fourth brothers' families separate. Grandmother's jaw dropped in surprise. Old man, why is even third brother getting to separate? At this, the corner of Tao Ni's lips curled into a slight smile. This is great. Grandfather continued. It's decided then. The next morning, grandfather brought out a ledger. The He family has a total of 20 mu of land, 10 mu of fertile land, and 10 mu of dry land. Madame Lu's dowry was 5 mu of fertile land and 5 mu of dry land. Eldest brother's wife, the younger Madame Lu, her dowry was 5 mu of fertile land and 2 mu of dry land. Second brother's wife, Madame Fong, her dowry was 5 mu of fertile land. Fourth brother's wife, Madame Yi, her dowry was 5 mu of fertile land. He continued, over the years, to support your education and marriage, the family has also spent a lot of money. Besides your wife's dowry of 5 mu of fertile land, you will be given 2 mu of fertile land, 3 mu of dry land, and 250 gene of grain. Madame Yi frowned, unwilling to accept. Father, 2 mu of fertile land is too little. When I married into this family, my maternal family gave a dowry of 20 taels. Hearing this, fourth brother chuckled to himself. MHM. But grandmother shouted loudly, don't you people need to eat and drink? Doesn't this old lady have to spend money to raise all of you? On the side, Tao Ni quietly eavesdropped from a corner. Once it involves money, she wouldn't spare a single coin, not even for her most beloved son. At this time, fourth brother spoke up. Father, Mother, without any silver, how can I take my wife to live outside? Grandfather glanced at grandmother. Give them the 20 taels from fourth brother's wife's dowry, and give them another 10 taels of silver for separating. Grandmother was shocked. What? She frowned sadly. Old man, you say it so lightly. The whole family only has 100 taels of silver. If we give away 30 taels, how are we supposed to live? Hearing this, fourth brother was extremely confused. How can our family only have 100 taels? Grandmother replied, fourth brother, what do you mean by that? Mother has always thought you were a filial son. Fourth brother impatiently interrupted, Mother, I am filial, but I can't starve to death either. Nakhong is pregnant with a child. Just then, grandfather said in a low voice, all of you, shut up. Give 30 taels to fourth brother. This matter is settled. As he said this, he glanced towards the corner of the room, AS for third brother's family. All of you move out. Tao Ni thought to herself, moving out is fine, of course, but I cannot agree to us being left to wander the streets. At this moment, grandfather picked up the ledger. I'll give you 2 mu of fertile fields and 10 taels of silver. Hearing this, grandmother's face turned pale with alarm. What? She shouted loudly. Third brother's family are all freeloaders. There's no need to give them that much. Lucier didn't even have a single coin for a dowry back then. Tao Ni replied, Grandmother, we aren't asking for much. Grandfather wants our family to move out. Without any silver, how are we supposed to survive? Grandmother frowned in annoyance. This old woman doesn't care about you. Tao Ni's face fell to S. Oh, you won't even give us a way to live. Saying this, she picked up a rope. In that case, I might as well hang myself at the gate of the Hoff family home. Seeing this, Lu Shi was extremely alarmed. Tao Ni, don't do anything foolish. Tao Ni calmly turned her head back. Mother, if we go out, we'll die anyway. It's better to die in the Hoff family home. We are members of the Hoff family. She frowned. Even in death, I must be a ghost of the Hoff family. With that, Tao Ni walked straight forward, making Lu Shi endlessly worried. Tao Ni, just then, grandfather spoke up, come back. Hearing this, Tao Ni smiled to herself. Grandfather slapped his hand hard on his thigh. Seeing this, Tao Ni frowned and turned her head back. With a fierce expression, grandfather said loudly, do as I said before. Give them 2 mu. Grandmother hurriedly ran over and interrupted. Old man, what if we give third brother's family to be raised by someone else? Tao Ni's jaw dropped in surprise. What? Her parents' eyes also widened. Give them to be raised. Grandmother chuckled softly. Uncle Koi Duong has done our family a favor. He has lived alone for so many years. Giving third brother's family to him to raise is the most suitable solution. Grandfather stroked his beard and replied, third brother's family is of the Hoff family's bloodline. How can they be given to the Lu family to raise? Hearing this, grandmother put on a disdainful expression. They're all a bunch of freeloaders. And Lu Shi can't even give birth to a son. Do you still hope for third brother's family to carry on our family line? At this, Lu Shi looked at her husband sorrowfully. On the other hand, grandfather seemed to agree. You have a point. Third brother has no son. Uncle Koi Duong might not necessarily agree. Grandmother continued. In any case, we have to try. She frowned slightly. Uncle Koi Duong has a house and land. If we can really give third brother's family to him to raise, they won't have to live miserably with us anymore. Grandmother smiled to herself. If third brother's family can be given away, then my silver won't have to be divided. At this, grandfather said with a serious expression, as for giving them to be raised, I will discuss it with Uncle Koi Duong first before we decide. A moment later, Lu Shi clung to her husband's shoulder and asked her father, do you also blame me for not being able to bear you a son? Hearing this, her husband turned his face away and no, I don't blame you. Lu Shi covered her face and burst into tears. It's because I'm useless. You should leave me. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Shi closed her eyes tightly. You should take another wife, have her bear you a son. Suddenly, Tao Ni interrupted. Father, mother, think about it. If we can't be given away to be raised, and we're kicked out of the Hoff family, what will we do? Then, hearing this, they both looked at her in silence. Tao Ni continued, to save some silver, grandfather and grandmother have already decided to kick us out. But as for being given away, I'm afraid granduncle over there won't agree. Her father continued seriously. Over the past few years, quite a few people have been eyeing granduncle's house and land, but the old man has dealt with all of them. Lu Shi spoke up sadly. When that time comes and we can't be given away, she stammered, father and mother will surely put the blame on us. Seeing this, Tao Ni stepped closer to them. Therefore, we must find a way to properly and formally split from the household. That night, grandfather stepped out of the dilapidated old hut. Come out here now. He was confused. Esteemed uncles, you are? The group of people said nothing. They just stared at him. After a moment, a white-haired old man spoke up. I heard your 2 sons are demanding to split from the household. Hearing this, grandfather was very surprised. This matter, seeing his hesitant manner, the old man frowned slightly. Your family's affair has caused a commotion throughout the village. We uncles couldn't sit still any longer, so we came over to see how your family is dividing the assets. Grandfather gestured with his hand. Please come inside. At the same time, in a corner far away, Tao Ni thought, the village chief is here. She smiled faintly. With so many people as witnesses, let's see how they can be biased. 2 hours later, written in black ink on the white paper of the ledger was, clearly, fourth brother's family, 2 mu of fertile fields, 3 mu of dry fields. In addition, Yi Shi's dowry of 5 mu of fertile fields and 20 taels of silver is to be returned in full. Third brother's family, 2 mu of fertile fields, 3 mu of dry fields, 250 caddies of grain. Lu Shi's dowry, none. Grandfather held the ledger and said with a stern face, although fourth brother's family is splitting off, they will still live in this house. He glanced at Lu Shi and her husband. Since third brother's family wants to build their own house, you will be given an additional 10 taels of silver. But you must move out immediately tomorrow. Hearing this, Townie pressed her lips together tightly. They really want to get rid of us as soon as possible. Her father, however, was a bit stunned. He grabbed grandfather's arm but was immediately shaken off. Father. Grandmother, at the side, also widened her eyes. You unfilial thing. She frowned and cursed. Hurry up and take your whole family of freeloaders and get lost. At this moment, Uncle Koi Duong spoke up. Let them stay at my place for now. Once their house is built, they can move out. Hearing this, Hakka hurriedly replied, Thank you, granduncle. Uncle Koi Duong did not reply, merely frowning slightly. As for grandmother, she pouted in disgust. A moment later, Townie returned to her room to pack her things. Little Lu Shi and Mother Fong sure stood outside the door, glancing at her. Townie didn't pay them much mind. She walked out carrying the child. We've finally managed to split from the household. Thinking of this, the corners of Townie's mouth lifted slightly. I end this life. I will definitely not repeat the same mistakes. From a distance, Lu Shi called out, Tao. Ni, Uncle Koi Duong, walking ahead, also spoke up. If you're done packing, let's go. 3 months later, their new house was finally completed. Townie ran and jumped around excitedly. The house is finally built. We have a new home. At this, Lu Shi looked at the house, deeply moved that think that in this life, I could live in such a spacious and bright house. Seeing this, Hakka walked over to comfort her. All right, the villagers helped us build a house. Let's pick an auspicious day and treat them to a meal. Lu Shi wiped her tears and agreed, but suddenly her expression fell. Hosting guests is a must, but the money for building the house is almost all spent. Townie's eyes crinkled into a smile. Father, let's go into the mountains to trap rabbits. She added, if we can make some wild game dishes, we can save money on buying meat. Hakka smiled and replied, all right. He affectionately patted her head. Why Townie is becoming more and more sensible. A while later, the two of them went into the forest together. Suddenly, a snorting sound came from behind a bush, quickly catching Townie's attention. She tensed up and turned her head back. Father, did you hear that sound? Townie's eyes widened. It sounds like a pig. Seeing this, Hakka's face became serious. You stand still and don't move. Let me go take a look. With that, he stepped forward lightly, breathing softly as he observed his surroundings. Moving closer, Hakka discovered that it was a wild boar, its bloodshot eyes looking very fierce, causing Hakka to jump back in alarm. This is bad. He shouted, Townie, run back and find the village chief. Tell him to bring people up the mountain. Hearing this, Townie started to run in a panic. Father, there's no time. Hakka hurriedly drew his bow. The arrow shot quickly towards the wild boar, causing it to let out a savage squeal. That it's a hit. Hakka frowned. Townie, run now. Right now. At the same time, the panicked wild boar charged straight into a nearby tree trunk, the force so strong that the tree immediately fell. Seeing this, Townie's face turned pale. Luckily, Hakka managed to push her aside just in time. Father, Townie. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Townie mouthed, that was too dangerous. Just then, the wild boar suddenly charged forward. Seeing this, Townie turned and ran for her life. Looking at the ferocious wild boar behind her, tears streamed down Townie's face. Help me. Suddenly, her expression became calm. Wait, I'm running faster than a wild boar? Could this be the effect of the space? Thinking of this, she stopped in her tracks. That's right, the space. Townie smiled faintly. Let me test your effect. The wild boar leaped to pounce on her, but Townie remained calm. At this very moment, she said loudly, go inside. As soon as she finished speaking, the wild boar in front of her quickly disappeared. Townie sighed in relief. That was terrifying. It really is the space. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the wild boar very close by. Townie trembled and broke out in a cold sweat, her eyes wide as she turned her head back. No way. She quickly started running. I don't want to get out. As soon as she finished speaking, her wish was granted. Townie collapsed to the ground in fear. That was so scary. Why did the wild boar follow me into the space? Just then, Hakka walked over. Townie. Hearing him, Townie's eyes filled with tears. Father. Hakka worriedly patted her head. Townie, are you all right? Townie frowned. Father, I'm fine. At this, Haka tensed up and glanced around at where's the wild boar. Townie broke out in a sweat that I don't know. I just kept running, and then it was gone. At this, Haka grabbed her wrist. Then let's go home quickly. It's too dangerous here. Yes. A while later, Uncle Koi Duong, who was weaving a basket, suddenly stopped. Yishur looked into the distance. Are they back? Townie, her clothes dirty, smiled with crinkled eyes. Granduncle Tai. Mother, seeing this, Uncle Koi Duong asked worriedly, looking at your disheveled state, did something happen? Haka recalled, breaking out in a sweat. We ran into a big wild boar. We almost lost our lives. Hearing this, Yishur became alarmed. What? She frantically ran over to ask, my dear, are you hurt? I'm fine. Hakui smiled. Luckily, our little Townie is quick-witted. At the same time, Townie had already scurried inside. She forced a smile. Granduncle. Her face was full of determination. I want to learn martial arts. Can you teach me? As she spoke, Townie looked at him with an expectant gaze. Seeing this, Granduncle Koi Duong's jaw dropped in surprise. You want to learn martial arts? Why? Townie looked up at him. I want to protect my parents, protect my younger sister. If I know martial arts, I could drive away bad people. Hearing this, her parents were deeply moved. Townie, but Granduncle Koi Duong remained silent. Looking at Townie's determined face, he chuckled softly. All right, come to my place at the 5th watch every day to learn martial arts with me. Hearing this, Townie's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. She hurriedly bowed her head. Thank you, Granduncle. That night, the bright moonlight shone on the sleeping Townie. She frowned, her whole body trembling. It hurts so much. Townie immediately sat up. She frowned. Why does my head hurt so much? Could it be the space? Thinking of this, Townie suddenly realized. Ah, that's right, that wild boar. She pressed her lips tightly, sweat beading on her forehead. But if I go into the space now, will I be attacked by the wild boar? Townie squinted and clutched her head. My head hurts so much. No, I have to go in and see what's happening. She whispered, go in. As soon as she spoke, the space around Townie changed. Her eyes widened in surprise. Townie couldn't help but be surprised looking at the wild boar in front of her. Daylight. She frowned slightly. Is this really my space? Why has it become like this? Then, Townie slowly bent down and touched the surface of the nearby water. Could it be that my space has leveled up? She immediately tasted the water, cool, sweet, and delicious. Townie spun around in delight. This is great. I can grow vegetables here in the future. Suddenly, the smile on Townie's lips vanished. I feel so uncomfortable. She worried. No, I have to see what's wrong. Suddenly, Townie realized, why have I become so dirty? She gently wiped the dirt off her hand. So dirty. At this, Townie quickly went outside. She immediately grabbed some clothes. I have to take a bath. Bathing in the space is the best. A moment later, Townie was soaking refreshingly. She smiled contentedly. So comfortable. It seems my skin has gotten better. The calluses are gone. Townie playfully splashed the water. Could this be magical water? Then I can let my parents and granduncle use it. After finishing her bath, she scooped up a basin of water. Just then, a snorting sound suddenly rang out. She tapped her face thoughtfully. The wild boar spirit is much more listless than yesterday. It's very likely the space is absorbing its energy. Townie looked at the unblinking wild boar. I have to get out. It's too dangerous to leave it here. Just as dawn was breaking, Townie went outside. After a while, she found the nearby trap. She smiled faintly and threw the wild boar into the trap that my father and I dug yesterday. I'll go into the space first. Inside the space, Townie struggled to pull the wild boar. She gritted her teeth. I want to go out. As soon as she spoke, the scenery around Townie changed. She used all her strength to push the wild boar. A loud thud echoed, and Townie couldn't help but feel satisfied as she looked down from above. Finally got it in. It's a really big one. She chuckled to herself. When father comes to check the trap tomorrow, we can carry it home. At this thought, Townie unconsciously looked up at the sky. It's getting late. Yesterday, I said I wanted to learn martial arts from Granduncle. Today is the first day. I can't be late. Then, she hurried down the mountain, skipping as she went. It seems that water really improves one's health. I've been walking on this mountain path for so long, but I don't feel tired. A moment later at home, Townie tiptoed to the water jar and opened it. She thought happily, I'll put some of the spring water into the water jar. That way my parents and granduncle can all use it. By now, the sky was fully bright. Granduncle Koi Duong said sternly, straighten your back, yes. Keep your hands balanced. No smiling. Townie followed his instructions with a straight face. Granduncle is so strict. At that moment, Lu Ti walked over. Time for breakfast. She had set the table with many eye-catching dishes. At the table, Townie secretly glanced at Ha Kui. As if understanding his daughter's thoughts, he smiled. The porridge seems tastier today, doesn't it? Townie replied. Maybe it's because you're in a good mood since we moved? Ha Kui's eyes crinkled with laughter. Is that so? A moment later, Ha Kui reached for his bow and arrows. He walked out happily. I'm going up the mountain to check things out. I wonder if the trap I set yesterday caught any rabbits or wild chickens. Hearing this, Townie thought to herself, I don't know about rabbits and wild chickens, but there's a wild boar. Thinking of this, she called out loudly, Father, I'm going with you. Ha Kui frowned. No, it's too dangerous. Yesterday, seeing Townie's pouting face, Ha Kui stopped what he was about to say. On the other side, Townie said smugly, If you don't take me, I'll go by myself. I know the way anyway. Ha Kui smiled. All right, I really can't do anything about you. He gently patted Townie's head, making her feel incredibly happy. A moment later, a familiar figure appeared in front of their house. It was the grandmother. She sighed, her face a mask of jealousy. Does Ha Kui's family deserve to live in such a good house? Thinking this, she kicked the fence down. At the same time, Lu Ti, who was inside, was startled by the noise. She tensed up, breaking into a sweat. Who is it? Lu Ti's eyes widened as the grandmother stormed in with a fierce expression. Mother. The moment she saw Lu Ti, she started yelling, What kind of sister-in-law are you? Today, the fourth brother is roofing his house. You didn't go to help. Do you need this old woman to come and invite you? The grandmother put her hands on her hips and glared at her with a terrifying look. You're getting too arrogant. Hearing this, Lu Ti became flustered. We didn't know the fourth brother was roofing his house. The grandmother cut her off. The fourth brother is roofing his house. As his sister-in-law, have you prepared a gift? Lu Ti mumbled in reply, I prepared some rice. At this, the grandmother's eyes bulged as she pointed at her. Who needs your rice? Where's the silver? Take out those 10 taels of silver. Seeing this, Lu Ti was terrified. Mother, we've used almost all the silver to build the house. The grandmother shouted, No silver? She angrily rolled up her sleeves. You've squandered all of my son's silver. At this, Lu Ti's face turned pale. Mother, the grandmother lunged at her. Shut up, you useless thing. Just then a voice rang out, Stop. Granduncle Koi Duong walked in, leaning on his cane. Seeing him, the grandmother became frightened. Uncle Koi, it's you. She immediately put on a cheerful face. Today, the fourth brother is roofing his house, and I wanted to invite you over. Granduncle Koi Duong looked disgusted. I'm not free. You should leave. The grandmother slowly approached. Uncle Koi, please don't be angry. I was just teaching my daughter-in-law a lesson. This Lu Ti is cunning. She was given 10 taels when she moved out, and now it's all gone. Granduncle Koi Duong frowned. They've already separated and are living on their own. So the money is theirs. What does it have to do with you if it's gone? He brandished his cane. Get out. At that, the grandmother's face turned ashen. She had no choice but to leave resentfully, but not before glaring at Lu Ti. You useless thing, just you wait. This made Lu Ti's eyes well up with tears of fear. The grandmother stormed out angrily. Meanwhile, up on the mountain, Ha Kui said softly, Townie, slow down. Townie gently pushed aside the bushes. She smiled. Father, the trap we set has been sprung. Looking from a distance, Ha Kui was extremely surprised. Townie, on the other hand, smiled with delight. Father, isn't this the wild boar that chased us yesterday? Her eyes crinkled with laughter. Look, it fell into the trap. Seeing this, Ha Kui ran over gleefully. Excellent. Such good luck for us to run into it. Then Townie wondered, Father, how are we going to carry it back? Ha Kui replied, I'll stand guard here. Townie, you go back and find the village chief, ask some villagers to come and carry it back. Elsewhere, Granduncle Koi Duong was sitting and weaving a basket. Suddenly, Townie came running excitedly from a distance. Granduncle. Mother. Hearing this, Granduncle Koi Duong was a bit curious. How are you back so quickly? Townie happily recounted. Granduncle, great news. The wild boar from yesterday fell into our trap. Father told me to come back and get people to help carry it. Hearing this, Lu Ti's mood immediately brightened. Really? You caught a wild boar? Tao Ni's eyes crinkled with laughter. Yes, mother. Granduncle Koi Duong also laughed. Good. It seems your Ha Kui family's luck has arrived. Suddenly, Tao Ni became worried. Granduncle, if my father brings the wild boar back, will grandmother take it away? Granduncle Koi Duong and Lu Ti fell silent. Granduncle Koi Duong frowned in annoyance. He patted his chest. Don't worry, Granduncle will arrange it for you. Elsewhere at the Ha residence, guests were whispering to each other. Have you heard? Ha Kui caught a wild boar, at least 250 caddies. Another person added. Of course, I saw 4 men carrying it when I passed the mountain on my way here. That wild boar is really not easy to catch. How much meat would that be? Hearing this, the grandmother's face contorted with anger, veins popping. Lu Ti, who was beside her, added fuel to the fire. Mother, the third brother's family is too distant. We're all one family, yet they didn't even tell us about catching such a big wild boar. The grandmother scowled. Eldest Ha, go find the third brother and tell him to bring the wild boar over here. Yes, at the third brother's house. The yard was full of people. It's so big. How did you catch it? Ha Kui said proudly. Tomorrow, our family is celebrating our new house. Everyone is invited to eat meat. By this time, Eldest Ha had also arrived. He coughed a few times before calling out. Third brother. Eldest Ha said with a disdainful look. Father and mother told you to come over. Oh, right. He chuckled. Bring the whole wild boar over. At that moment, the atmosphere became strangely quiet. Ha Kui pouted. Suddenly, Granduncle Koi Duong spoke up. Huh? What did you just say? He shouted angrily. This old man is deaf. Say it again. Eldest Ha replied, trembling. Nothing. At the same time, Tao Ni spoke up. Mother, you stay here and keep watch. Father and I will go to the old house to check things out. We'll keep the boar at Granduncle's house for now. Lu Ti replied gently. All right, you two go ahead. A moment later, the father and daughter were at the gate of the old house. Inside, eldest brother Xia was crying and complaining. Mother, third brother is bullying me. Hearing this, the grandmother immediately glared at Tao Ni and her father. Third son, where's the wild boar you hunted? Xia Gui stammered. Mother, I came to... The grandmother cut him off. What's this? Now that you've separated the households, you don't need to listen to your mother anymore. Xia Gui frowned. Eldest brother Xia interjected. That's right, younger brother. The wild boar you hunted belongs to the Xia family. How can you keep it at someone else's house? He shamelessly glared at Xia Gui. Look how you've angered mother. Tao Ni spoke up indignantly. Grandmother, you're aware that the households have been separated? She gave a challenging smile. If that wild boar is considered part of the Xia family, then does that mean everything in the Xia house can also be considered ours? The grandfather continued irritably. When adults are talking, is there a place for a child to interrupt? Third son, you'd better discipline her. Xiaoge broke out in a sweat. Father, mother, I'll butcher the pig tomorrow. If you want to eat, come to my place tomorrow. Hearing this, the grandmother shouted unhappily. What? We have to wait until tomorrow. She pointed at the fourth son's family. Today, your fourth brother is establishing his household. As the elder brother, you should give half to your fourth brother's family to treat guests, and then give another half to show filial piety to your parents. The grandmother pouted. At this moment, Tao Ni spoke logically. Grandmother, why don't you just say you want the whole pig as a sign of filial piety? Just now, in front of all the villagers, my father told everyone to come to our house for meat tomorrow. This is a big event for the whole village. Her face was full of confidence. If you want to stop it, go talk to the village chief. Seeing this, the grandmother was furious. You little beast. This is no place for you to speak. Tao Ni smiled faintly. Grandmother, if you want to eat meat that badly, kill yourself, or I can kill you for everyone. Xia Gui quickly cut her off. Tao Ni. Just then, a voice called out, Is Xia Gui there? Hearing this, Tao Ni said happily, Father, it's Madame Shui. Xia Gui was surprised. Huh, Madame Shui? Tao Ni replied gently, Madame Shui, my father is here. Madame Shui smiled kindly. Tao Ni is here too? At the appearance of Madame Shui, the grandmother was extremely displeased. Isn't this the scholar's wife? What are you doing at our Xia family home? Madame Shui smiled. She gently raised her handkerchief, her eyes sparkling as she said, My husband is looking for Xia Gui for a matter. The grandmother laughed scornfully. That sounds ridiculous. Your husband is a dignified scholar. What business could he have with our third son? Hearing this, Madame Shui chuckled. You think my husband only knows how to read and not work? The grandfather frowned and thought, one cannot pass the imperial exams while working and studying. At this time, Madame Shui said, Father of Gizi, my husband said that if you are free, you can also come to our house for a visit. You can discuss scholarly matters with him. The grandfather waved his hand. No, I still have to read. I won't go over. Third son, since Scholar Lu is looking for you, you should go. Hearing this, the grandmother's eyes welled up with tears. Then the wild boar. The grandfather shouted, Shut up. A moment later, Madame Shui praised, Gizi, you're really amazing. Such a big wild boar. Xia Gui scratched his head shyly. It was all thanks to luck this time. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Lin Jin, you can rest assured. Just come to study tomorrow. Hearing this, Tao Ni's eyes widened. Lin Jin. She quickly turned around. It's him. She suddenly realized. Tao Ni thought to herself, is it you? The scholar who buried me in my past life. Thinking of this, she unconsciously recalled the image of the young man from her previous life. This humble student is Lin Jin. The present-day Lin Jin introduced himself, a student from Lin family village. Watching from a distance, Tao Ni couldn't help but be surprised. Benefactor, it really is you. On the other side, Lin Jin had finished his salutations and turned to leave, but the pouch on his person unfortunately fell to the ground. Seeing this, Tao Ni stepped closer, bent down, and picked up the pouch. Tao Ni called out after him, Hey, you dropped your pouch. Hearing this, Lin Jin immediately stopped. He smiled and took it from Tao Ni's hand. It is my pouch. Thank you, little miss. Tao Ni replied softly, I'm not a little miss. My name is Tao Ni. Lin Jin gently patted her head. Little miss, you shouldn't casually tell strangers your personal name. Tao Ni quickly added, You're here to study with Scholar Lu, right? Scholar Lu is my granduncle. You are a student, so you don't count as a stranger. Lin Jin looked down, he frowned, and clasped his hands before his chest. In that case, many thanks, Miss Xia. At this time, Xia Gui had also noticed Tao Ni. He called softly, Girl, let's go home. Yes, father. On the way home, Tao Ni spoke up and asked, Father, where is Lin family village? Xia Gui replied, Lin family village? It's not far from us, just over 2 mountains. Tao Ni pondered, 2 mountains. I didn't expect a young boy like Lin Jin to cross 2 mountains all by himself to seek education in Heyuan village. It's not easy at all. Seeing this, Xia Gui patted her head. What are you thinking about, girl? Tao Ni smiled brightly at him. Father, what did granduncle want with you? Xia Gui tilted his head. He wanted me to help him hunt a porcupine. Hearing this, Tao Ni's jaw dropped in surprise. A porcupine? Although porcupines look ugly, they are the ginseng among meats, and their entire body can be used for medicine. She thought pensively. The quills on its body are as sharp as arrows and can shoot at people, which is very dangerous. Thinking of this, she frowned and spoke up. Father, hunting porcupines is very dangerous. Xia Gui chuckled. You've never even seen a porcupine. How do you know it's dangerous? Tao Ni said loudly. I've heard people in the village say it's too risky. She stammered, so please don't go. Hearing this, Xia Gui fell silent. He sighed and said in a low voice, You know that your granduncle's health hasn't been good these past few years. Eating porcupine can nourish his body. I've already taken the deposit. Your mother's body also needs nourishment. I must give it a try. Tao Ni glanced at Xia Gui. Father, if you go into the mountains to hunt the porcupine, take me with you. Xia Gui scratched his head. You can't go. Porcupines have quills. It's much more dangerous than hunting boars. Hearing this, Tao Ni became silent. Father is worried about me, but I have my space to protect my life. When father leaves, I must sneak out and follow him. Thinking of this, she spoke up and replied, All right then, I won't go. Let's hurry home. We still have to celebrate the housewarming tomorrow. Seeing this, Xia Gui smiled and patted her head. Good girl. The next day, the whole village had gathered. Everyone was lending a hand. Need a hand? At this time, Tao Ni looked around. She didn't see him. Suddenly, she noticed a figure nearby. It was Lu Miejia. He was gobbling down a pastry. Seeing this, Tao Ni slapped him hard on the back, which made Lu Miejia's face turn green with anger. Tao Ni, what are you doing? Are you trying to make me choke to death? Tao Ni calmly cracked her knuckles. She said, Eating in such a hurry, you'll stuff yourself to death sooner or later. Let me ask you, you all came, So why don't I see the Lin Jean from yesterday? Lu Miejia replied nonchalantly. How would I know? He already paid his respects to the master, but he didn't come today. Maybe something came up at home. Hearing this, Tao Ni's expression suddenly fell. He's already paid the tuition, but isn't attending class. Something must be holding him back. She glanced outside. There are so many people helping at home today. Tao Ni thought to herself, it should be fine if I go out for a little while, as long as I'm back before dark. With that thought, she secretly took 2 steamed buns, then turned and left. A while later, Tao Ni stood before the mountain, chuckling to herself with excitement. I hope I can meet Lin Jean. With that, she put in the effort to climb over, stopping before a stream, out of breath. Why haven't I arrived yet? If it weren't for the divine water, I would have been tired to death long ago. Just then, a fierce voice rang out, teach him a good lesson for me. Hearing this, Tao Ni was drawn in. Who's making that noise? She stared at the crowd behind. She couldn't help but be curious. Who's so pathetic? Getting bullied by a bunch of nobodies. Observing more closely, Tao Ni suddenly recognized a familiar face. Her jaw dropped in surprise. Lin Jean. Tao Ni frowned. I was wondering why he didn't go to class. Thinking of this, she shouted, all of you stop. Hearing this, Zhuzi turned his head back, annoyed. Who are you? Minding other people's business. Get out of the way. At this moment, Tao Ni bravely pointed at them to draw a sword and help when seeing injustice on the road. 3 of you ganging up on one person. What kind of heroes are you? Zhuzi's face darkened with anger. Little girl, you want to be a hero? Let's see if I don't beat you up. Seeing this, Lin Jean shouted, run. To everyone's astonishment, Tao Ni landed a painful punch on Zhuzi's face. At that moment, the others also stepped forward. Let's get her together. She's just a little girl. What are we afraid of? Tao Ni was silent. She bent down slightly and then did a somersault towards the leader, not forgetting to deal with the other one. Once done, Tao Ni lightly dusted off her hands. She looked smugly at the bullies on the ground, slowly lifting her foot towards one of them. Tao Ni said in a commanding tone, speak. Why were you hitting him? Meanwhile, the others stealthily tried to leave, but they were immediately called back by Tao Ni. Try and run? She gave a savage smile. Go on, run. Let's see if your legs are faster than my knife. Seeing this, the other 2 dropped to their knees. Tao Ni shouted, are you going to talk? If you don't, I'll shave your heads bald. Zhuzi trembled all over. You dare to kill someone? Tao Ni propped up her chin and replied nonchalantly, I don't dare, but what if I shave your heads bald and carve words on them? Or, she chuckled softly, what if I sever the tendons in your hands and feet? Hearing this, one of them cried out loudly, I'll talk. I'm Lin Zhuzi from Lin Family Village. They're the nephews of Lin Jin's stepmother. Lin Jean disobeyed his aunt, so we came here to teach him a lesson. Tao Ni's expression darkened. Who planned this? The cowardly Zhuzi immediately pointed at the one lying at her feet. Tao Ni gave a kind smile, while the other guy screamed in fear. You 2 sold me out. A moment later, he was neatly tied to a tree trunk. By Tao Ni, the remaining 2 forced a smile. We were both called here by Lin Datu. It has nothing to do with us. Can you let us go now? Tao Ni crossed her arms and replied, no. You 2 go gather firewood. Hearing this, the 2 guys were so scared they hugged each other and cried, that you're not going to burn Linda 2 to death, are you? Heroine, please don't. At that moment, Tao Ni punched each of them once. Get going. I intend to punish him properly. You just focus on your work and you'll be rewarded. Hearing this, the 2 guys quickly took to their heels and ran off. Yes. At that time, Lin Tan spoke up. We should probably let them go. Tao Ni smiled. It's fine. I'll handle it well. A moment later, the whole group, except for Linda 2, was sitting around the fire. True 2 drooled looking at the roasting chicken. Heroine, you're really skilled. You just managed to hunt a wild chicken. Tao Ni said smugly. Of course. You think this young lady's kung fu was practice for nothing. She laughed to herself. It was a chicken she raised in her space. At this point, Tao Ni tore the chicken with her hands. She offered it to True 2 for you to eat. Seeing this, he grinned happily, his eyes crinkling. The heroine is so kind. Tao Ni continued, of course, as long as you obediently listen to me from now on, I could be even better to you. Suddenly, Tao Ni's expression turned serious. Oh, tell me, why were you causing trouble for Lin Tan? She shouted, speak. True 2 frowned. We are nephews of the Lin family. Lin Tan's stepmother told us to come. Hearing this, Tao Ni was a little surprised. What? But Lin Tan remained silent, not making a sound. Tao Ni thought to herself, I get it. She's afraid Lin Tan has a promising future that will threaten her position. Thinking of this, Tao Ni stood up. True 2, take Lin Tan home. Lin Tan said sadly. Miss Ha, please don't kill them. Hearing this, Tao Ni and the others were extremely surprised, seeing Lin Tan's incredibly serious expression. Tao Ni forced a smile. That won't happen. This young lady has her own plans. You guys go ahead. Hearing this, Lin Tan left with True Tuesday. See you later. Tao Ni beamed. See you later. At this point, she glanced towards Linda T. Oh, you. I.S. your aunt good to you. Linda 2 pouted. What's it to you? Tao Ni continued. If you don't want to talk, fine. Just wait until dark. Tao Ni said in a threatening tone. Wild foxes will appear, you know. Hearing this, Linda 2 was terrified. Don't. His eyes welled up with tears. That's too scary. Our aunt is very good to us. At this, Tao Ni wondered. Then why doesn't she let you go to school? Linda 2 looked away. Our aunt doesn't have any money. Hearing that, Tao Ni said, Lin True 2 already confessed everything. Your aunt sends her own child to school, but tells you to be bandits. Is that what you call being good to you? At that moment, Linda 2 was a bit stunned. He lowered his head, not knowing what else to say. After a while, the atmosphere was still strangely quiet. Tao Ni spoke up again. I see you two aren't kids anymore, yet you have no education. She put her hands on her hips. If you keep stealing chickens and dogs, you won't even be able to find a wife. Linda 2 shed tears. I don't want to be a bandit. I want to get married. Tao Ni stared at him, then suddenly gave Lin the 2 a dazzling smile, which surprised Lin the 2 a little. She said seriously, Today, I'm teaching you a small lesson. When thugs run into someone stronger, there's only one way out, death. Tao Ni added a warning. You should think carefully about what you want to do in the future. Hearing this, the two guys fell silent. Tao Ni continued. There's still some meat over there. Eat it and go home early. And don't let me catch you bullying Lin Tan again. With that, she turned and left. I'm off. At this, Linda 2 watched her, lost in thought. A moment later, Tao Ni was skipping happily, smiling with satisfaction. I saved Lin Tan today. Those 3 kids must be scared now. Hopefully, he'll have less trouble in the future. Soon, she arrived home. Ha Kui saw her and asked, Tao Ni, you're back? Tao Ni quickly ran to him. Father, Ha Kui said gently, hurry, it's just in time for dinner. The next morning, Tao Ni's eyes widened in astonishment. Huh? She was confused. Why are you all gathered together? Lin Tan coughed lightly. They wanted to find you, so I took the liberty of bringing them here. At this moment, Linda 2 spoke up. He mustered all his courage and said, We want to acknowledge you as our master and learn martial arts. As he finished, all 3 of them bowed their heads to Tao Ni, leaving her somewhat bewildered. After a moment, they were all silent. Tao Ni awkwardly scratched her head. I don't know any of this martial arts stuff. She glanced at them. Don't ask how I could beat you. It's because I'm formidable, but I don't know how to teach. Tao Ni chuckled softly. Besides, she looked towards Lin Tan. You can learn literature from Lin Tan. Lin Tan also added, That's right, I can teach you to read. Hearing this, Linda 2's face lit up. Lin Tan, he rushed towards him. From now on, your good brother will protect you, so you'll never be bullied by others again. From a distance, watching the group so happy, Tao Ni suddenly called out, Lin Tan. Lin Tan turned around, Tao Ni asked curiously, Who embroidered your pouch? It's very beautiful. Hearing this, Lin Tan immediately took off the pouch. He smiled and handed it to her. My little sister embroidered this when she was 3. Here, it's for you. Tao Ni took it and couldn't help but marvel. She was this good at embroidering at 3 years old? I want to learn some needlework too. Lin Tan frowned. Miss Ha, my sister is 6 years old now. He continued timidly. I'll have her teach you needlework, and you can teach us martial arts. We also want to be able to protect ourselves. Is that okay? Tao Ni thought to herself, this is perfect. The land my family was allocated is near the Lin families. I can ask for their help whenever I need it. Thinking of this, she smiled. All right, you're always welcome. In my past life, I suffered a lot learning needlework, but never mastered anything. This time, I must seize the opportunity to learn another skill. The next day, Lin Tan brought a girl to meet Tao Ni. This is my little sister, Lin Wei. Lin Wei spoke timidly. Hello, big sister. Seeing her, Tao Ni's eyes suddenly lit up. So cute. She bent down and praised. Lin Tan, your little sister is so beautiful. Tao Ni looked gently at Lin Wei. My name is Tao Ni. I want to learn some needlework. Your big brother said you're very good at it. Hearing this, Lin Wei was a little embarrassed. Not as good as big sister. Tao Ni gently patted her head. Me? I don't know anything. Just teach me a little. Okay. With that, the 2 of them walked off hand in hand, leaving Lin Tan behind. It seemed they got along quite well. He waved and smiled. You two go ahead and learn. I have to go to class now. But no one paid any attention to his words. Lin Tan stubbornly said again, I'm going to class now, really going. A moment later, inside the house, Lin Wei and Tao Ni were sitting and embroidering happily. Then they cooked dishes together, and finally, they practiced martial arts together. Seeing Lin Wei's tired expression, Tao Ni asked, Are you tired? Do you want to rest? Lin Wei replied with effort, I'm not tired. Seeing this, Tao Ni was a little impressed. She was so young, yet could endure such hardship. Time passed quickly, and Lin Tan had returned. Xiao Wei, Lin Wei replied cheerfully, Big brother. She ran happily towards him. Big brother, are you out of class? Lin Tan smiled faintly. Miss Ha, we have to go home now. Tao Ni replied, Go on, bring Xiao Wei over to play often in the future. Hearing this, Lin Wei looked at Lin Tan with expectant eyes. Lin Tan nodded. All right, we'll take our leave. Lin Wei waved. Goodbye, Sister Ha. A moment later on the way home, Lin Tan asked curiously, Did you have fun today? Lin Wei tilted her head slightly. Yes, Sister Tao Ni is very formidable, and her cooking is delicious too. Lin Tan smiled. If that's the case then, he looked at her gently. Every time Big Brother goes to school, I'll bring you over to play. Hearing this, Lin Wei was delighted. Then Big Brother must keep his promise. Lin Tan gently patted her head that a gentleman's word is his bond. Suddenly, Lin Wei's expression changed. But will Mother be happy? Lin Tan frowned. No, that mother of ours doesn't want us to be an eyesore to her. At the Lin residence, just as Lin Tan and Lin Wei stepped into the house, Hong Dao said sarcastically, You're back. She sat on a chair, resting her chin on her hand. Don't know where you've been all day. Now that your wings have grown, you don't stay home anymore. Lin Tan called out, Father, but his father paid him no mind, which made Lin Tan a little sad. At this moment, Hong Dao spoke while rubbing her belly that Lang is not young anymore. He should be doing some work. He should learn to do something. She smiled and suggested that, I see there's a small plantation in the south. Let's just have Lang go there to manage it. Just then, a harsh voice rang out. Go where? Which made Hong Dao jump. Old Master Lin walked in from outside. Seeing him, Lin Tan was very surprised. Grandfather. His father also turned his head that you've come. Hong Dao greeted cheerfully. Father. Old Master Lin asked seriously, Where did you just say you were sending Lang? Hong Dao walked closer to him. Father, let's sit down and discuss this slowly. Hearing this, Old Master Lin quickly sat at the table. He glanced at the two siblings, Lin Tan and his sister. Everyone sit. Obeying him, Lin Tan helped his sister sit down. Careful. Seeing this scene, Hong Dao's face darkened. She said softly, Father, I'm about to give birth soon. Last time, Xiao Wei almost bumped into my belly. I was quite scared. Hearing this, Xiao Wei's face turned pale, sweat beading on her forehead. Lin Tan reached out to comfort her. Don't worry, I'm here. At this moment, Hong Dao continued. I think there's a small plantation in the south. Since Lang isn't going to school anymore, she smiled, her eyes crinkling. Why not have him go south to manage the small plantation? Old Master Lin pondered, thought, if that's the case. He glanced at Lin Tan that Lang can go to the small plantation, but Xiao Wei will stay. Hearing this, Lin Wei was terrified. I don't want to stay. She gently tugged on Lin Tan's sleeve. Lin Wei said timidly, Brother. At this, Lin Jin turned cold, his sharp gaze fixed on Hong Tao. Didn't you say you were afraid Lin Wei would bump into your belly? You're about to give birth, after all. He said with a determined look, It's better if Lin Wei comes with me. From now on, the family won't have to worry about Lin Wei. I will take responsibility. Hong Tao glanced at him. Lang, what do you mean? She frowned. Are you blaming grandfather and your parents? You sound like you want to leave home. Lin Jin made his attitude clear. I wouldn't dare. Seeing this, Hong Tao was extremely displeased. You say you wouldn't dare, but who knows what you're thinking in your heart? Hearing this, Lin Jin's father spoke up. Wicked son, you have a venomous heart and malicious intentions. No matter how much you study, you'll never be good. Your studies are useless. You'll still do bad things anyway. These words pierced deep into Lin Jin's heart. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Father. His father continued, Just take your sister to the small plantation and don't ever come back. From now on, whatever happens to you two, I will not care. Hearing this, Lin Wei's eyes welled up with tears. Father. As for Old Master Lin, he could only sigh. He looked gently at Lin Jin. Just give Lang the small plantation. In the future, whether things go well or poorly for Lang's side will have nothing to do with you. Lin Jin's father helplessly accepted. Yes. Meanwhile, Hong Tao was a little unhappy. She originally wanted to kick him out, but now it was like dividing the household. And they even gave Lin Jean the whole plantation. At the same time, Lin Jean shot to his feet. "That Jeaner thanks you, grandfather." Old Master Lin looked at him with concern and said softly, "Just don't blame me, your grandfather. I know this family has neglected you and your sister, but no matter what, you are both of the Lin family's bloodline." Lin Jean smiled faintly. Seeing this, Old Master Lin added, "From now on, the small plantation belongs to you. You don't need to covet anything else. It has nothing to do with you. As for Lin Wei's dowry, I will set a portion aside." Lin Jean lowered his head and replied yes. At this, Hong Tao spoke up, "Father, are you being wary of me?" She put on an aggrieved look. Since ancient times, major matters like marriage have been decided by the parents' order and the matchmaker's word. Yet you're letting Lang and Lin Wei handle their own marriages. Hong Tao frowned. "That what's the use of a mother like me then?" Lin Jin's father added, "Father, how can Lang and Lin Wei's marriages be left for them to decide? What do they know?" Old Master Lin asked coldly in return, "Have you ever cared for them?" Hearing this, Lin Jin's father could only remain silent. He glanced away, but Hong Tao is their mother. Their marriages should be decided by Hong Tao. At that moment, Lin Jin bit his lip in frustration. Old Master Lin snapped irritably, "What can Madame Wang decide? If you want to decide, fine. You two have given birth to several children. You could decide their marriages." He said seriously, "As for Lang, Lang, and also Lin Lian and Lin Wei." Old Master Lin frowned. "You two shouldn't worry about them. I'm not dead yet. It's not your turn to decide." Hearing this, Hong Tao and her husband's faces turned pale. Lin Jin could only remain silent. At this time, Old Master Lin said, "Lin Jin, call Lin Hao my study." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jin immediately stood up. Yes. Watching his receding figure, Hong Tao gritted her teeth in anger. It was clearly kicking them out, but in reality, he's still taking care of them. He's afraid my own children will monopolize the family fortune. A while later, in Old Master Lin's study Lang, Lang. When brothers are of one mind, they can cut through metal. Old Master Lin sat in his chair with a serious expression. "I am old and don't have much time left. I can't protect you for much longer. I only hope that you two brothers will respect each other and work together with one heart to make the Lin family and the entire Lin clan strong." At this moment, Lin Jin said resolutely, "Grandfather, I want to study." Old Master Lin immediately refuted. "Your aptitude is limited. You don't have a talent for studying, not like your eldest brother." He then stood up. This day, your eldest brother has already found a renowned master. In the future, his path in the imperial examinations will also be better than yours. Old Master Lin continued majestically. "For now, you should focus on the small plantation first. If you do well, I will support you in doing business, which will also make it easier to assist your eldest brother." Lin Jin lowered his head in resignation. "Yes, grandfather." With that, he left. After Lin Jin had left, Lin Hao finally spoke up and asked, "Grandfather, why won't you let second brother continue his studies?" Old Master Lin sat down and replied, "I am entrusting this family to you, but I hope even more that you can study diligently. Achieve official rank. Only by becoming an official can you revitalize the family clan." As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed. Lang is still young, but his thoughts are deep and unfathomable. For years, even I haven't been able to see what's on his mind. Old Master Lin continued frankly, "Although you two brothers are close, I've always feared that one day in the future, you will be overshadowed by him." He frowned at if you want to control him, you must achieve official rank. Only then can you hold him in check." Lin Hao was confused. "Why would you say that, grandfather?" "Second brother is my brother." Old Master Lin interrupted. "Isn't it because of the mess your father created?" Hearing this, Lin Hao was extremely surprised. "Grandfather." He immediately asked, "What happened that year?" Old Master Lin lowered his head. "You don't need to know." He said with a serious expression, "You are all of the Lin family's bloodline. You're all my grandsons. Even if I favor you a little more, I will not ignore the life and death of my other grandchildren." Old Master Lin did not forget to instruct, "Regardless of whether you like it or not, Madame Wang is your father's second wife. She has borne children for your father. You must respect her, and you must treat your younger brothers and sisters well. Howard will take grandfather's teachings to heart." He immediately bowed his head to show his sincere respect. I will certainly not fail to live up to your expectations. Lin Hao added resolutely. Hao will strive to become the pride of grandfather. A few days later, Lin Wei ran to Chao Ni's place. Sister Chao Ni, please help my brother. Seeing this, Chao Ni was a little surprised. Lin Wei, what happened that's made you so anxious? Lin Wei sadly recounted, my brother and I have been temporarily separated from the family. Today, while moving, we discovered that our food money for half a year was gone. Now my brother has locked himself in his room and won't come out. I didn't want to go back to the family for help, so I had to come find you, Sister Chao Ni. Chao Ni immediately comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll go over there with you now. Just then, a voice rang out. Where are you guys going? Lu Yijie said with his hands on his hips. Lin Jin didn't go to school today. I'm going over to check on him. Chao Ni glanced at him. Perfect timing. Let's go together. Why did you change your look? Lu Yijie frowned and replied, my father complained that I don't look like a scholar. I changed my whole look. Didn't you change your look too? You look like a boy. A while later, at the small plantation, Lin Wei walked ahead and said, this is the place we moved to. Suddenly, Chao Ni noticed someone was there. It was Lin Dada's group. Seeing them, they all said in unison, why are you guys here? At this, Zhu Zi spoke up. We heard Lin Jin was moving, so we came to help. Where is Lin Jin? Lin Wei lowered her head sadly. Brother has locked himself in his room. Hearing this, Zhu Zi was very worried that he wouldn't do anything foolish, would he? Let me break down the door. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran towards the door and threw his weight against it. Just then, Lin Jin opened the door, causing Zhu Zi to stumble. Seeing everyone gathered, Lin Jin was a bit confused. What are you all doing? Why are there so many people? Lin Wei immediately ran and threw herself at him. Brother! At this, Chao Ni also spoke up. Lin Wei was worried you'd do something foolish. What were you doing in there? Lin Jin frowned and hugged Lin Wei that I carelessly lost the money. I was just focused on copying books to see if I could sell them for a little money. I must have been too focused and didn't hear Lin Wei calling me from outside. Hearing this, Lu Yijie put a hand to his chin and thought, copying books probably won't sell for much money. Lin Jin asked sadly, then what should we do? Zhu Zi chimed in. You should be focusing on your studies. The heroine will definitely have a way. He flashed a bright smile, right, heroine? Seeing this, Chao Ni had a deadpan expression that I don't have any money either, you idiot. At that moment, Chao Ni suddenly realized something. She walked over to the pond. There's a whole fish pond over here. I saw quite a few fish in here earlier. Chao Ni then waved her hand, thinking, let's pour in a little divine water and see if it works. Elsewhere, Lu Yijie asked curiously, what did you run over there for? Chao Ni turned back happily. Everyone, come quick. There are so many fish here. We can catch them and sell them. As soon as she finished, the whole group rushed over. Everyone was surprised. How are there so many fish here? Why didn't I notice earlier? Chao Ni laughed to herself. That's because I used the divine water. I drank the divine water and felt full of energy, and sure enough, the fish like it too. Thinking this, she then said, quick, go find a basket. A small plantation is sure to have these things. Before long, a lot of fish had been caught and brought ashore. Lu Yijie bent down to pick up the fish and couldn't help but exclaim, I wonder how much money these can sell for. At this moment, Chao Ni's voice rang out that we have to work while it's still early. I've decided we're heading into the city now. She walked up to the other the three of you. Come with me. Lu Yijie and Lin Jin go to school. Take Lin Wei to my house. Lin Jin interrupted. Miss Xia, how can we do that? I can go sell them myself. Lu Yijie added, that's right, I'll go sell fish too. He thought to himself, no, you just don't want to go to school. At the same time, Lin Wei walked closer to Chao Ni. Sister, please let us go with you. All three of them looked at her with expectant eyes. However, Chao Ni was very decisive and Lin Wei is too young. It's not safe on the road. Lu Yijie and Lin Jin's studies are important. You can't waste time. It's decided. If you can defeat me, I'll listen to you. Hearing this, Lin Jin and Lu Yijie could only force a smile. Lu Yijie turned away and pouted. Vicious as a demon, he waved his hand irritably. Hurry up and go. Don't make me late for school. As soon as he turned around, Lu Yijie put on a gloomy look. Selling fish sounds like a lot of fun. Seeing this, Chao Ni couldn't help but laugh. How could a future teacher hate studying so much? She thought to herself, if you hadn't gone to teach back then, I wouldn't have been kicked out of the house. In her past life, a woman opened the door and pushed Chao Ni down. Get lost. This place has no room for you. Tao Ni cried and begged. Let me see the old madam. I served the old lady for so long. She wouldn't kick me out. The woman sneered. You think you can see the old madam? The indenture contract has already been signed. Seeing anyone is useless. Hearing this, Tao Ni's eyes widened in shock. An indenture contract. Back in the present, Tao Ni frowned and thought. I never would have thought that even the old madam wouldn't leave me a way to live. Just then, Lin Jean happily waved goodbye. Be safe. Tao Ni pressed her lips together with determination. I must live well in this life. She clutched her clothes tightly, then happily held up the string of fish. All right, let's go too. A moment later at the market, Tao Ni called out, selling fish. Top quality fish, shrimp, and crabs here. Don't miss out as you pass by. Soon, everyone present had gathered around. This little one is really sharp. How are you selling these? This fish is really fresh. Tao Ni and her friends held up the fish to advertise. Look at the fish. The meat is sweet and incredibly fresh. Here, your fish, sir. Just then, a man pointed at the fish and said, how much for this lot? Tao Ni replied cheerfully, this lot. Seeing his face clearly, Tao Ni's expression suddenly stiffened. This person is... Tao Ni's eyes widened in shock. Butler Tian. Her memories unconsciously flooded back. Tao Ni was surrounded by a group of people and struggled with all her might. Let me go. I'm not a servant girl. Who does chores? I'm an embroiderer. At that moment, Butler Tian stepped out majestically. What's all the noise? You are the servant girl the Liu family sold over. It's written very clearly on the indenture contract. As he spoke, he held up the contract. From now on, you are a servant specializing in heavy labor for the He residents. Take her away. Hearing this, Tao Ni trembled all over. What? Me? Butler Tian looked at her with contempt. Accept your fate. Back in the present, Tao Ni ran over with a warm smile. Uncle, I can tell at a glance that you're a connoisseur. You have a good eye. We don't have much left. Since you want to buy, Uncle, how about 10 taels of silver for the whole lot? She thought to herself, since you're delivering yourself to my door, there's no reason not to fleece you. Hearing this, the others were extremely surprised. 10 taels of silver. Tao Ni turned and gave a friendly smile. Say one more word and I'll hit you. Just then, Butler Tian spoke up. That you're a little one, but you sure know how to rip people off. This seafood looks fresh, but it's not good to just name a random price. Tao Ni replied confidently, whether I'm overcharging or not, you'll know once you try it, Uncle. I'd even be reluctant to sell it for just that. Hearing this, Butler Tian began to hesitate. Tao Ni added, if you're not buying, Uncle, then we'll take it home and eat ourselves. Who, pack up the stall. At this moment, Linda too curiously whispered, why is she shouting such a high price? It's not like we're short on food. At the same time, Butler Tian had made his decision. Fine, I'll take it all. He smiled as he took out the silver. I really want to see what kind of fish, shrimp, and crab could be worth 10 taels of silver. Take this silver. Tao Ni confidently placed a hand on her chest and replied, rest assured, Uncle, if you taste it, you'll definitely come back again. I'll give you a discount next time. She thought to herself, next time, it'll be 20 taels. Butler Tian replied, all right, pack this up and deliver it to the He residence. He beamed, little fellow, seeing how sharp you are you interested in coming to work at our residence? Elsewhere, Liu Yijie couldn't sit still in class. He propped his chin on his hand, bored. Why isn't class over yet? I wonder how their fish selling is going. At the same time, his father had noticed him. A vein popped on his angry forehead, and he immediately hit Liu Yijie on the head. You brat, not paying attention to the lecture? Liu Yijie ducked to avoid it. Father, it's not that. His father cut him off. Go stand as punishment. Seeing this, Lin Jean broke out in a sweat, making him stand outside. I'm afraid, just as he predicted. The moment his father turned around, stand there until class is over. Liu Yijie had already bolted far away. Lin Jean gave a forced smile and put a hand to his head. I knew it. There's no holding him back. On another side, Zhu Zi was full of praise. Tao Ni, you're so amazing. You earned so much money. Linda too added, especially that last batch of fish. It sold for a whole 10 taels of silver. The He residence is so rich. Their house is huge too. Zhu Zi was puzzled. That's right. For such a rich family. Tao Ni, why did you refuse? That's such a good opportunity. Hearing this, Tao Ni's face suddenly stiffened. She gave a bitter smile. What's so good about it? Tao Ni thought to herself, that's the place that caused my death in my past life. At this moment, Zhu Zi said dreamily, "The wages are high. You don't have to worry about food as long as you don't sign an indenture contract. You can still buy your freedom once you've earned enough money." An indenture contract. Hearing this, Townie suddenly became fierce that's right. Once you sign an indenture contract, your life is just a plaything for others. Seeing this, the other two felt a shiver of fear what's wrong. Townie sighed in short, I will not go and be a servant. She stared intently at Zhu Zi. Townie pointed at him seriously. Zhu Zi, if you want to stand out, you either study to pass the exams, enter a title, or go to war and build a career, or make money through business and get close to the officials. At this, Zhu Zi was bewildered. How do you understand these things? Who taught you? Townie replied wearily. You should see what kind of family I was born into. Zhu Zi clenched his fist. That's true. That Xia family of yours is not an easy place to live. It's a good thing your third grandfather's family has already split off. Suddenly, Townie asked Zhu Zi, what do you want to do in the future? Hearing this, Zhu Zi immediately raised a hand and struck a pose I want to be a soldier, to kill enemies on the battlefield in the future. Linda too raised his hand. I want to be a soldier too, but my mom won't let me. Lin Air 2 added, me too. At this, Townie thought to herself, a soldier. Her memories of her past life flooded back again. Andy urging you to join the army again? The young man took her hand. Little Townie, I'm sorry. He gently stroked Townie's head. Wait for me to return, and I will give you a prosperous life. Hearing this, Townie could only reply reluctantly. All right. Then she silently watched his retreating back disappear into the distance. But you died on the battlefield. Back in the present, the group was still in a heated discussion. Being a soldier is dangerous. Being a soldier is pretty good. My mom said being a soldier. Townie cut in. Hey, she cheerfully pointed to a nearby stall. Let's go buy something to eat. How about it? The three of them replied in unison. All right. A moment later, Townie was happily munching on a bun. All four of them were extremely happy. These meat buns are really delicious. Big buns with lots of meat. They really exist. Just then, a voice rang out. Stop right there. One of the men pointed at Townie's group and said, it's them. They made over 10 taels of silver selling fish at the market. Hearing this, the leader flashed a wicked smile. What do fishmongers need so much money for? Hurry up and hand it over as a tribute to me. Zhu Zi frowned. Damn it, these robbers dare to disturb us while we're eating buns. How nice fishmonger, she thought to herself, acting so arrogant. I'm not someone to be trifled with. At the same time, the other side was trying their best to intimidate them. Hand over the money. Are you scared yet? Be smart and you'll suffer less. At this moment, Townie cut him majestically. Are you done shouting? She slowly rolled up her sleeves. If you're done shouting. Townie smiled faintly. Then hurry up and give up resisting. This is a robbery. Hearing this, everyone present was utterly shocked. Huh? Townie gave a sly grin. Hand over the money now, and I'll be a little gentle. Seeing this, the leader's blood boiled. He ordered, this kid's got a screw loose. Let's rush them and teach them a lesson. Linda 2's group hastily finished their buns. Hurry up and finish eating so we can grab our weapons. Before everyone could finish eating, Townie had already rushed out with a stick. She charged forward confidently. The leader yelled, get her for me. Watch how I teach. Before he could finish his sentence, a stick hit him right in the face, followed by the sound of countless blows. After a while, Townie slowly grabbed the leader by the collar. She smiled brightly, holding the stick to his face. Where's the money? The leader whipped his head away. There's no money. Hearing this, Townie's eyes crinkled into a smile. No money, is that right? A few minutes later, Townie delightedly tossed a money pouch in her hand. She looked happily at the battered thugs in front of her .128 coins. Didn't realize you guys were so loaded. Townie then threw them a little money. Here's a reward for you. You're welcome to come again next time. After she finished speaking, the group of men quickly scrambled away, while Linda 2's group was full of praise. Sister Townie, you're amazing. On the other side, Zhu Zi sighed. It's a pity I didn't get a chance to make a move. Townie spoke up. It's about time we head back. If we don't, it'll get dark and our parents will worry. All right, she chuckled to herself. I wonder what everyone's reaction will be when they see this silver. A moment later, from a distance, Townie called out cheerfully, we're back. She wondered, where's Lu Yijia? Lin Jin gave a forced smile. He skipped class. He got beaten by his father. Hearing this, Townie burst out laughing. Serves him right. At this moment, she held out a bag. Here, 3 meat buns for each of you. Heat them up before you eat. Lin Jin and Lin Wei smiled happily. Thank you. Townie added proudly, And so, we made a total of 16 taels of silver from selling fish. The meat buns cost 26 coins, and we robbed 108 coins, so that's 2 taels of silver for each person. Hearing this, Lin Jean was a bit confused. Robbery? But Lin Wei's eyes lit up. That much. Lin Air 2 excitedly began to recount the story. You guys weren't there. Let me tell you. Just then, Lu Yijie limped in. What's all the excitement? Lin Air 2 happily turned his head. The audience has arrived right on time. Listen to our story. A few minutes later, Lin Jean and Lin Wei's eyes were wide with surprise. That amazing. Lu Yijie turned away dejectedly. If I had known, I would have gone. Suddenly, Lin Jin's face became serious, but we didn't help with anything. This silver. Tao Ni passed the silver over. She enthusiastically took Lin Jin's hand. The fish were caught on the plantation, so of course you too get a share. At this moment, Lu Yijie came closer and put an arm around Lin Jin's shoulder. That's right, brother. He turned and whispered softly. This is called sharing blessings and enduring hardships together. So next time my father hits me, you can shield me a little. How about it? That evening, Xia Gui and Lady Lu returned home exhausted. Suddenly, Xia Gui noticed. He reached for the buns on the plate. There are even buns. Did you kids really make money? Tao Ni happily took out the silver. That's right. Mom, Dad, this is the silver we got as our share. Seeing this, Ha Kui was extremely surprised. This much? The next morning, Tao Ni was sitting at the breakfast table when an excited voice suddenly called out, Tao Ni. True Two and his friends walked over. Let's go catch fish. We found another great spot. 3 hours later, at Tao Ni's house, True Two's group was all dejected. Lu Yijie lay slumped over the table in frustration. True Two, what kind of godforsaken place did you find? Lin Dada was a little angry that we wasted more than half a day. Where are the fish? True Two quickly explained, well, at least we caught one. Just then, Tao Ni came over carrying a pot. All right, you can't be lucky every time. The only result of today, a 1.5 catty big head carp. With that, she placed it on the table. Eat up. Tao Ni glanced at the aggrieved True Tuesday. She thought to herself, this time, to save a bit of the divine water, I didn't use it. I didn't expect it to be this miserable. Suddenly, a voice cut through her thoughts. Tao Ni. True Two said seriously, let us learn martial arts from you. Tao Ni was surprised, huh? Aren't you going out to learn a trade? True Two lowered his head dejectedly. It's pretty good in the village. Besides, I'm the only son in my family. I can't be far from home. Tao Ni rested her chin on her hand. That's true. She glanced at Lin Jean. What are your plans? Lin Jean smiled brightly and replied, I should probably focus on my studies first to get better at calligraphy and painting. So, just then, Lu Yijie came over and pressed on Tao Ni's head. Reading books won't save the people of a small plantation. Tao Ni, why didn't you ask me? Tao Ni angrily pushed his face away. Fine. What do you want to do? She guessed silently. A teacher. However, Lu Yijie confidently said something different. In the future, I want to be a great general. Impressive, right? Hearing this, Tao Ni's eyes widened in surprise. In her mind, a memory from her past life suddenly appeared. The young man holding a sword sighed. Tao Ni gently handed him a towel. Wipe your sweat. The young man took the towel, looking at her with a determined gaze. Little Tao Ni, in the future, I will definitely become a great general. When that time comes, you will be the general's wife. At that moment, Lu Yijie's voice snapped Tao Ni back to the present. What about you? Tao Ni scoffed. Relying on you? Forget it. You can't even beat me. Hearing that, Lu Yijie immediately lunged at her. This little brat dares to look down on me. Let me show you the skills of a future great general. As he finished speaking, a series of loud thuds rang out. Just a few minutes later, Lu Yijie was defeated by Tao Ni. I was wrong. Half an hour later, Lu Shi lifted the curtain and walked in. Little Wei's group is all back. Tao Ni cleared the bowls and chopsticks, replying yes. She then asked, that's right, Mom. Why haven't I seen Dad? Lu Shi frowned worriedly that I don't know either. He went out early in the morning. It's been like this for the past few days. Hearing this, Tao Ni's expression suddenly became tense. Dad must have gone into the mountains. And I didn't even know. She thought to herself, he must have secretly gone to hunt porcupines. Lu Shi sighed. Don't worry too much, he'll be fine. Townie immediately threw the door open. No, it's getting late. I have to go find Dad. Just then, her grandmother suddenly appeared. You damn girl, where do you think you're going? Seeing her, Townie was extremely surprised. Grandma, why are you here? Her grandmother angrily retorted, What? Am I not allowed to come? Townie quickly added, Grandma. Seeing this, Lucier pulled Townie back. Mom, Hakui went into the mountains and hasn't returned yet. Please come in and sit down. As soon as she sat at the table, the grandmother began to complain with a scowl. Lucier, the servant at home, cooked food that didn't suit your father's taste, so she was let go. From now on, you come back every day to cook a meal. Townie angrily retorted, How can you ask a daughter-in-law who has already moved out to come back and cook? Besides, if she goes, will the main house leave any food for our family? The grandmother shouted, Don't even dream of it. There's no extra food for you. Hearing that, Townie showed a look of contempt. Then my mother isn't going. Her health isn't good. She doesn't have a free time to go and serve you all. The grandmother still insisted on her command. Lucier, are you going or not? Just because you've moved out, my words have no effect anymore. Lucier stammered. The grandmother sharply cut her off that it's fine if you don't go. Then just cook the food and bring it to the main house. Hearing this, Townie was furious. No way. Do you see my mother as a servant? To serve you so attentively. As she spoke, she used her hand to block Lucier. Mom, don't do it. At that moment, the grandmother slammed her hand on the table and shouted, You third son's family dares to be unfilial. Townie frowned. Unfilial? Not going to the main house to cook for free is unfilial? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if you say that outside? Grandma, touch your conscience and tell me, isn't it our family that has done the most work for the main house? The grandmother gritted her teeth. At that point, Townie became more and more defiant as she spoke. If this is also considered unfilial, then I'm afraid the other families are greatly unfilial. For better or worse, my parents have worked like horses for so many years, yet they can't even cook a decent meal. The grandmother's eyes widened. Well done, third son's family. Even a brat dares to talk back to me like this. Saying this, she angrily threw the door open. Fine. Just you wait. Townie pouted. She then turned to Lucier. Mom, don't be foolish anymore. Lucier gently stroked her head. Townie, don't worry, I know. I've thought it through. Townie beamed. I'm going to find Dad. I'll be back in a moment. Lucier looked at her worriedly. You shouldn't always dress like that and run around all over the place. It's not proper. Townie stuck out her tongue teasingly, but I like it this way. Seeing this, Lucier could only feel helpless. This child, who will dare to marry you in the future. A while later on the mountain, Townie thought to herself, I wonder if Dad has found the porcupine yet? Just then, a strange noise was heard, causing her to freeze in her tracks. Hakui, his face smeared with dirt, stepped out. Townie. Townie breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, is that you? Hakui was surprised. Why are you here? Townie immediately hugged his arm. Dad, you were in the mountains for too long. I was worried. Hakui forced a smile. I carelessly went a little too far. I'm sorry, Townie. But this trip wasn't in vain. I found a porcupine den. Hearing this, Townie's eyes suddenly lit up. That's great. Hakui continued. There are at least 2 in the den, but I'm afraid I can't catch them by myself. I'll have to find your granduncle for help. Townie replied with a thoughtful face. Dad, that way we might not get a share of the meat. We won't be able to nourish Mom's health then. Hakui looked at her gently. We should think of a way ourselves. At this, Townie took Hakui's hand. She said happily, Dad, when you go to eat porcupine, you have to take me with you. Hakui chuckled. A girl like you wants to go too. Townie continued with a confident look. Dad, don't look down on me. Just wait and see then. At dinner time, after hearing everything, Hakui was a bit surprised. Did Mom really say that? Maybe we should ask Mom and Dad if they want to come to our house to eat. Instead, Townie interrupted unhappily. Dad, what are you saying? Will our family have any peace then? Have you forgotten what life was like at the main house before? Hearing this, the couple Hakui and Lucier looked at each other. He said softly, Townie, they're my parents. In this world, no parents are ever in the wrong. Hearing this, Townie angrily slammed her hand on the table. Not in the wrong. She asked sharply, they make Mom and Dad do all the hard and strenuous work, demand our family to cook, but don't leave a single bite for us. Is that also called not being in the wrong? You see them as family, but what about them? Because you're not an educated man, because you don't have a son, they completely look down on. Our family. As she spoke, her whole body trembled. Dad, do you still not understand? Hakui just remained silent. That night, Townie sat on her bed and sighed. Dad is always so insecure. It would be great if Mom gave birth to a younger brother. Thinking of this, she shyly covered her face, or I could also find a live-in husband. Bring a handsome, big brother home. Townie rested her chin on her hand and pondered, but with my current conditions, it seems a bit difficult. The next morning, Uncle Koi Duong asked in surprise, "What? You want to take Townie porcupine hunting?" Hakui broke into a sweat. "Granduncle, you don't think it's a good idea?" Uncle Koi Duong chuckled. "No, on the contrary, I feel you should take Townie along." Hakui was puzzled. "Why do you say that?" "You just wait and see. This girl always brings surprises." A while later, Townie walked dejectedly behind Hakui. "Dad, how much farther?" Just then, Hakui suddenly bent down. "Shoo, there's one up ahead." Seeing it, Townie was very excited. "Dad, that one's not small." Hakui replied seriously, "Yeah, let's get closer to it first. Be careful." At the same time, the porcupine had sensed danger. It shot out its quills straight into the bush. Immediately, the rabbit inside fell down. Seeing this, Townie exclaimed in surprise, "Such good aim." Hearing the sound, the porcupine turned its head, and the quills on its back were also shot out. Seeing this, Hakui quickly shielded her. "Townie, it's dangerous." "Are you okay, Townie?" At the same time, the porcupine turned around. Townie's eyes followed it. "Dad, I'm fine. It wants to escape." Seeing that, Hakui immediately gave chase. "Damn it, don't run." Townie collected the rabbit into her space. She called out after him, "Dad, wait for me." On the other side, the porcupine had noticed Townie's call. It shot its quills towards her. Hakui shouted worriedly, "Townie, be careful." Hearing him, Townie immediately used a basin to shield herself. However, she was still grazed by a quill, causing her to fall backward onto the ground. Hakui looked at her in surprise. "Townie." He turned angrily to the porcupine. "Damn it." Hakui took the basin in his hand and repeatedly hit it. When it was done, Hakui asked worriedly, "Townie, where are you hurt?" Townie stood up, holding her wound. "Dad, I'm fine. It's just a scratch." Hakui breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. When we get back, I'll take you to get the wound checked immediately." Townie continued, "Okay, but Dad, come over here first." Hearing that, Hakui was a bit alarmed. "What's wrong? Is the injury serious?" Townie shook her head and pointed at the ground. "No, the spot where I just fell, there seems to be something." Following her finger, Hakui exclaimed in surprise, "Amazing, that's a treasure." Townie was surprised. "What is it?" Hakui immediately dug into the soil. "This is ginseng, and it's quite old too." "What good luck." Townie happily held up the rabbit from before. "Dad, and there's a rabbit too." Hakui gently stroked her head. "Townie, you're so capable. Let's pack up and go home." An hour later, Lu Ti ran out into the courtyard worriedly. "Townie, your face." Townie forced a smile. "Mother, it's nothing." Lu Ti interrupted. "Nonsense. A girl's face is of the utmost importance." Saying this, she looked angrily at Hakui. "What kind of father are you?" Lu Ti immediately pulled Townie's hand. "Quick, come with Mother to see a doctor." Townie frowned and tried to dissuade her. "Mother, it's really nothing." 2 hours later, Hakui's face was pale. "Don't just cry. What did the doctor say?" Lu Ti cried even harder. "The doctor said it might leave a scar." "Moreover," Hakui asked, "moreover what?" Just then, Lu Diet Kiet and his friends walked in. "Townie, I heard your face is ruined." Lu Ti immediately covered her face with her hands. "Moreover, we were seen by villagers on the way. Now the whole village knows. How will we find a match for Townie in the future?" Seeing this, Townie glared at the group. Hakui sighed. "Who told you to be in such a rush to go to the doctor's house? Now it's become a big deal." Lu Ti said sadly, "Her father. It's my fault." Townie angrily shooed Lu Diet Kiet away. "Go do what you're supposed to do. Don't cause trouble." Lam Ni Dao beside him glanced over. "Is her face really ruined?" Townie directly slammed the door shut. "No." She then walked over to Lu Ti. "Mother, don't cry anymore. It's just a small wound." Lu Ti replied, "But the doctor said if it's not treated carefully, it will leave a scar." Townie added, "Then we'll just treat it carefully." Hearing that, Lu Ti sighed. "It's your own face. How can you not care at all?" She flared up and glared at Hakui. "And you? How could you take Townie hedgehog hunting? She's only 7 years old." Hakui flinched. Townie sighed helplessly. "All right, Mother, if our family keeps making a fuss, the villagers will really think my face is ruined." Lu Ti said softly. Then Townie quickly interrupted, clinging to Lu Ti's arm coaxingly. "Mother, go cook first. I'm hungry." Lu Ti could only comply. "I can't win an argument with you, this child." At this time, Hakui also said, then I'll take the hedgehog to your granduncle's house first. Townie happily ran to see him off. Come back soon, father. A moment later, Townie was in the space, looking at her face in the stream. She thought to herself, the divine water is so useful. The wound is healing so quickly. Townie smiled. Once the wound heals, mother won't blame father anymore. With that, she quickly changed her clothes and went outside. The surrounding space immediately changed. Just then, a fragrance wafted over, catching her attention. Townie happily ran into the kitchen. It smells so good, mother. Lu Ti smiled. The wild boar you all hunted yourselves is naturally fragrant. Hearing that, Townie immediately reached for a piece on the plate. So delicious. Lu Ti looked at her gently. Don't just eat by yourself. Go deliver a meal to Granduncle Tai. Yes. Elsewhere, Townie called out from a distance. Granduncle Tai, time to eat. Uncle Koi Duong asked, you still dare to go out and see people? I heard from the kids that your face was ruined. Townie smiled brightly and handed over the food basket. Not at all. It's just a small scratch. It will heal quickly. Granduncle Tai, please eat. Uncle Koi Duong interrupted sternly. It's all because you don't focus on your training. From now on, you must double your practice. Townie gave a forced smile and dodged the topic. Oh, my father is back. Granduncle Tai, please take your time eating. With that, Townie ran after the figure in the distance. Father, you're really back. Hakui looked at her gently. If I don't come back, where else would I go? Silly girl. After returning home, Hakui put down the thing in his bag. Seeing it, Townie was very excited. Where did you get so much silver? Hakui gently stroked her head. There are 50 taels here, all thanks to the boar we hunted. This money will be for Townie's dowry in the future. Townie blushed. No, I'm not getting married. I want to earn a lot of money, open a shop in the city, and eat meat every day. Hearing this, Lu Ti, who was beside them, burst out laughing. Look at you daydreaming. Eat first. You can dream tonight. Townie giggled and thought, I'm confident my wish will definitely come true. I will let father and mother and my younger sisters live good lives. The next day, Townie went to the market with Lam Tan and the others. Last time, I didn't bring you guys to sell fish. Today, I'm bringing you to experience something new. Lam Tan smiled and replied, Miss Ha, how should we sell this fish? Lu Diet Kiet also chimed in. You don't even know this? Watch me. With that, he stood up and shouted, don't miss out as you pass by. Fresh fish here, extremely fresh and delicious fish. His call successfully attracted Steward Tion in the distance. He quickly walked over. You've finally come. I've been waiting for you for many days. I'll take all of this fish. Townie shook her head. What if another family wants to buy some? She thought to herself, let's see if I don't fleece you. Steward Tion resolutely took out the silver. Can another family pay this price? He happily took the fish. In the future, however much you have, just bring it directly to the He residence. I guarantee you won't be treated unfairly. Townie smiled to herself. This is great. His master must love to eat. This time, I can save up money to do many things. It's perfect. Thinking of this, she happily held up the money pouch. Everyone contributed. Let's split it evenly. Lam Tan replied, Miss Ha, you take it. It's too much money. It's all thanks to you. Townie crossed her arms. Speaking seriously, all of you, take it. If not, I won't bring you along next time. You guys buy some brushes, ink, inkstones, and paper. You'll need them for the imperial examinations in the future. Examinations. At this moment, Lamvi noticed a crowd nearby. Sister Townie, what's happening over there? Townie looked over. It's Jinsho Pavilion recruiting embroidery apprentices. Jinsho Pavilion is the largest embroidery workshop in the city. I heard they recruit a few apprentices every year, usually from 6 to 10 years old. You have to sign a 10-year labor contract, and you get 3 months' salary. Hearing that, Lamvi looked at Lam Tan. Brother, I want to go learn. Lam Tan was pensive. I'm afraid my sister wants to lessen my burden, but I can't let her go alone. What if she's mistreated? Thinking of this, Lam Tan replied, being an embroiderer is very hard work. It's not good for your eyes. Townie's eyes crinkled in a smile. It's okay. I think little Vi can go. She gently stroked Lam Vi's head. 1. If Lam Tan takes care of little Vi every day, it will delay his studies. 2. Little Vi has a talent for it. If he doesn't learn at this age, it will be too late. Also, don't worry too much. I'm also planning to sign up. Lu Diet Kiet was surprised. You want to sign for 10 years too? Does that mean we won't play together anymore? Townie smiled and replied, I'm paying tuition. That way, I can take care of little Vi at the workshop and take care of my younger sisters at home. Lam Vi beside her teased, I won't play with you. Hearing this, Lam Tan was deeply moved. Thank you. You're so good to little Vi. With that, he immediately gave his money to Tao Ni. Take this money and use it to pay the tuition. Seeing this, the others also took out their money, but were all given a sharp rap by Tao Ni. Tao Ni confidently put her hands on her hips. This young lady has already paid the fee. If you do that again, I won't be friends with you anymore. Lam Tan chuckled softly and turned away. Tao Ni led Lam Vi towards the crowd. Let's go sign up quickly. It'll be too late if they have enough people. The recruiter called out a name, Tao Ni. Tao Ni happily handed over the silver. At the same time, an unattractive little girl hiding in a corner was staring at her. A while later at the Har residence, grandmother stood with her hands on her hips angrily. Are you telling the truth? Fuang Ti's eyes widened. Absolutely. My younger cousin went into the city today and saw that girl. She actually paid 6 taels of silver to learn embroidery. Hearing this, grandmother angrily gritted her teeth. This is truly rebellion, wasting silver so pointlessly. See if I don't teach them a lesson. That evening, Lu Ti asked in disbelief, Tao Ni, did you really pay to learn embroidery? Tao Ni smiled and replied, yes, I made quite a bit of money selling fish at the garrison. I also want to learn some skills. Ha Kui added, it's good to learn some embroidery, lest you become like a boy and can't find a husband later. Tao Ni blushed and said, Tao Ni is not getting married. Hearing that, her parents both laughed. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Ha Kui, you get out here for me. Ha Kui glanced outside. It seems my mother is here. I'll go out and see. Grandmother slowly approached, holding a broom. Seeing this, Ha Kui was very surprised. Mother, why are you here? Grandmother was so angry her veins bulged. You still dare to speak? She gripped the broom handle tightly and swung it hard at Ha Kui. You've moved out. Your wings have grown full, have they? She berated him continuously. There's a 10-year labor contract that little brat didn't sign, and instead spent 6 taels of silver to learn embroidery for half a year. As a father, you don't bother to properly teach that spendthrift girl. This old lady will beat you to death. Ha Kui raised his hands to block. At this time, everyone gathered to watch the commotion that what's happening at the Ha family's house. It seems Ha Kui spent money. His mother came to meddle. They've already moved out. What's it got to do with her? At the same time, Lu Ti rushed out and hugged Ha Kui. Mother, please stop hitting him. Grandmother pointed the broom at her and shouted, as a mother, you also have no sense of propriety. You deserve a beating too. Ha Kui turned and hugged Lu Ti in his arms. At this very moment, a pair of nimble feet kicked a stone, causing grandmother to trip and immediately fall to the ground. Seeing this, the neighbors present all laughed, while Ha Kui ran over worriedly. Mother, are you all right? Grandmother scrambled up and glared at him. I don't need your help, you unfilial thing. Stand there and don't move. I must beat you to death. Just then, Uncle Koi Duong stepped forward. That's enough, Lu Hai Muoi. Do you still have the bearing of a mother? His stern face made his attitude clear. Grandmother replied, Uncle Koi, I'm teaching my son a lesson. He doesn't know how to raise his child, letting his daughter spend 6 taels of silver to learn a trade, wasting money like that. She frowned. How can I not beat Ha Kui? Uncle Koi Duong continued sternly. That's still Ha Kui being willing to spend money for Tao Ni to learn a trade. They've already moved out. Why are you, as the grandmother, meddling in so many things? A neighbor also added, that's right. Ha Kui dotes on his daughter and is willing to spend. They've already split the household. Why are you still managing so much? You're not eyeing those taels of silver, are you? Their words grew sharper. That's right. If you keep hitting Ha Kui, I'll go to the village chief and file a complaint. Ask him to come and judge. At this moment, Uncle Koiduong frowned. Lu Shi, your other sons are all educated men. Only Xia Gui is a simple farmer. Now Xia Gui wants to let Tao Ni learn a trade. Yet you jump out to object. You're being too biased. The grandmother trembled and replied, this matter. It's not. Uncle Koiduong interrupted. All right, this matter ends here. Everyone disperse. You're not to cause a scene anymore either. Hearing this, the grandmother could only lower her head sullenly. I'm going home now. At the same time, Tao Ni helped Lu shirt her feet. She gave a teasing smile, which made the grandmother furious. She gritted her teeth and snapped the broom handle in her hand. You damn brat, this isn't over. At this moment, Xia Gui lowered his head sadly. Seeing this, Uncle Koiduong walked over to ask, Xia Gui, are you all right? Xia Gui gave a bitter smile. Uncle Tai, I'm thick-skinned, I'm fine. That's good. After speaking, Uncle Koiduong turned to Tao Ni. He said under his breath, that stone is a beautiful stone. Right, Tao Ni, when are you going to start your apprenticeship? Tao Ni smiled and replied, tomorrow. Xiao Wei and I will go to register. Uncle Koidong was a bit worried, traveling back and forth every day. Xiaogui, if you have any spare money, you should buy the girl a donkey. Lucier also agreed. That's right. Buy Townie a donkey. It'll be more convenient for travel. Xiaogui replied, yes, I know Uncle Tai. I won't mistreat Townie. The next day, a donkey with a thick coat appeared before them. Townie stuck out her tongue playfully. Just then, Xiaogui asked, Townie, do you like this donkey? Townie gently petted the donkey and replied, I like it. Hearing that, Xiaogui immediately took out his money pouch. Shopkeeper, we'll take this one. Townie was overjoyed and hugged the donkey. A while later at the school, Townie said with a smile, Father, you and Lin Jean can go home. I'll take care of Xiaowei. Lin Wei added, Brother, I'll take good care of myself. Don't worry. Lin Jean nodded slightly. Then you two be careful. Before leaving, Xiaowei didn't forget to remind her, remember to tie the donkey in the backyard. Don't let it wander off. Townie beamed, I know. Watching their figures recede into the distance, Lin Jean couldn't help but worry. Seeing through his concerns, Xiaogui patted his shoulder to comfort him. He said softly, Don't you worry. Our town Ni can even hunt wild boars. No one would dare to bully her. Lin Jean pressed his lips together. Yes, I trust Miss Xia, and I trust Xiaowei too. He thought to himself, we can continue to live on our own, without relying on our original family. Elsewhere, as soon as Tao Ni stepped inside, her eyes widened in surprise. So this is the embroidery workshop. The space was vast. There were many study tables, decorated with hanging curtains that gave it an antique feel. Just then, the instructor shouted, Everyone be quiet. You're the last batch of students for this year. Don't think that just because you've signed a contract or paid the fee, you can slack off. If word gets out, Jinshu Pavilion will lose face. If you don't study diligently, then get out. Do you hear me? The whole class replied in unison, Yes, we hear you. The instructor quickly took out the documents. We will now begin assigning classes. For teacher Li Shulian's class, when your name is called, go to the room on the left. Wang Qiqi, Song Lei. At this moment, Tao Ni looked at Lin Wei. I hope we get assigned to Tan Xinyang's class. Lin Wei asked curiously, Is Tan Xinyang's class that amazing? Tao Ni smiled to herself. Of course, Tan Xinyang's reputation hasn't spread yet. In a few years, there won't be a chance to become her disciple. Thinking this, she replied, I heard people in the city talking about it. Tao Ni cupped her face. I hope so. Lin Wei also began to pray. I hope we get assigned to Tan Xinyang's. At the same time, the instructor finished reading the list for teacher Li Shulian's class. All right. Next is Tan Xinyang's class. Li Lily, Lin Wei, Tao Ni. Hearing this, the two of them burst out laughing happily. Oh, we were chosen. Seeing this, the instructor put her hands on her hips angrily. What's all the noise? Tao Ni and Lin Wei could only lower their heads and stifle their laughter. Tao Ni then said, Let's not waste this opportunity. Lin Wei smiled and said yes. Suddenly, her expression became tense. Lin Wei lowered her head. I wonder if Xinyang is fierce. Tao Ni whispered, Even if she's fierce, we still have to study hard. At this moment, her eyes widened. Quiet. Xinyang is here. A woman with an oval face, rosy lips, and a slender figure appeared. No one in the class could take their eyes off her. Tan Xinyang introduced herself. Quiet down. For the coming days, I will be your instructor. I hope everyone will study diligently. Everyone, try embroidering something. I want to see your skill level. After speaking, Tan Xinyang nodded to the instructor. The instructor then handed out a piece of cloth to each person. Tao Ni glanced at Lin Wei. Xiaowei, we have to do our best. We must leave a good impression. Lin Wei smiled. Yes, I'll try my best. A moment later, everyone was seated at their tables. Tan Xinyang walked around, observing. Just then, she noticed one person's embroidery style, and it was Lin Wei. Tan Xinyang walked closer. Young lady, where did you learn this embroidery style? Lin Wei stammered in reply, reporting to Xinyang, I learned it from my older sister. My older sister learned it from our mother. Tan Xinyang asked further, What is your mother's surname, and where is she now? Lin Wei looked up at Tan Xinyang. My mother's surname is Chun. Hearing this, Tan Xinyang paused. Lin Wei continued sadly. She passed away when I was born. Tan Xinyang gently touched Lin Wei's shoulder. She comforted her softly. You have a gift. Study hard. Lin Wei pressed her lips together, yes. Just then, Tan Xinyang suddenly turned to Tao Ni. You also have a gift, but your temperament is a bit impetuous. You need to calm your mind. Tao Ni smiled and replied, yes. Thank you, Master Tan, for your guidance. I will try my best. That afternoon after class, Tao Ni walked over to Lin Wei. Xiaowei, it's getting late, I have to go home. Don't be scared. Lin Wei replied, yes, Xiao Wei is not scared. You can rest assured, sister. Hearing that, Tao Ni left with peace of mind. Standing next to the donkey, she thought to herself, this is great. I can ride the donkey home today. But how do I ride a donkey? I think I forgot to ask. Tao Ni looked at the donkey innocently. You lied down for me. I want to ride you home. The donkey stared blankly, not moving. Seeing this, Tao Ni started to lose her patience. I told you to squat down. I want to ride you home. Unsurprisingly, the donkey didn't understand at all. Tao Ni angrily gripped the reins. She shouted, you're really going to be the death of me. Just then, a young man nearby suddenly burst out laughing. Tao Ni angrily looked towards the sound. Who dares to laugh at me? Show yourself. Hearing that, the person leaped and swooped down to the ground. His eyes and Tao Ni's met, causing Tao Ni to be unable to blink. The young man smiled teasingly. Young lady, even if you talk to the donkey, it won't understand. Tao Ni was stunned and pressed her lips together tightly. She thought to herself, it's him. No, I can't meet him yet. Thinking this, she said nothing and led the donkey away. Seeing this, the young man called after her, don't go, miss. I can teach you. Hey, what's your name? My name is Yin Man. Tao Ni gripped the reins tightly. In my past life, I cried all my tears for you. Let it be this way in this life. Let's never get to know each other. We won't have anything to do with each other in the future. That evening, Lu Shi looked out the window worriedly. Why isn't Tao Ni back yet? Didn't she have a donkey? Why is she even later? Nothing bad happened, right? Xia Gui added. Now that you mention it, I'm getting a little anxious too. I'll go to the gate and see. Just then, Tao Ni returned, leading the donkey. Lu Shi called out, Tao Ni. Xia Gui looked at her worriedly. Tao Ni, what happened? Why are you so late? Tao Ni lowered her head, looking dejected. Tao Ni doesn't know how to ride a donkey. Lu Shi walked over to her. Oh dear, your father? He didn't even teach you. Xia Gui broke out in a panicked sweat. It's all my fault, I forgot. I'll definitely teach you tomorrow morning. Hurry inside and eat. You must be hungry, right? Yes. At the dinner table, Lu Shi gently placed food in Tao Ni's bowl. How was your class today? Tao Ni recounted happily. It was very good. Master Tan even praised me for having a gift. Lu Shi added, then Tao Ni must study diligently. Yes. Just then, a knock was heard at the door. A series of urgent knocks. Hearing it, Tao Ni went to open the door. When she saw the person in front of her, Tao Ni was very surprised. Lin Jin. She smiled and asked, why are you here? Have you eaten? Come eat with us. Lin Jin replied shyly, I'm sorry to bother you. I came to ask how Xiao Wei is doing. Tao Ni pulled him inside. Come in, and I'll tell you. At this, Lin Jin was a little embarrassed. Tao Ni said with a smile, Xiao Wei did very well today. Master Tan said she has a real gift, so you can rest assured. She knows how to take care of herself. Hearing this, Lin Jin's anxiety eased somewhat. Thank you, Miss Xia, for taking care of Xiao Wei like this. I don't know how I can ever repay you. Tao Ni quickly replied, what's this talk of repayment? How about this? You come over every evening to teach me how to read and have dinner with us while you're at it. Lin Jin replied shyly, how could I do that? You've already helped me so much. Xia Gui interrupted, it's just adding another pair of chopsticks. The more the merrier. Lu Shi also added, Tao Ni should learn some characters, otherwise she won't be able to get married later. Hearing that, Tao Ni, who was eating, immediately choked, you're talking about me getting married again. I'm not getting married. The next day, Xia Gui gently patted the donkey. It immediately lay down for Tao Ni to mount. After she got on, Xia Gui patted it a second time. The donkey then stood up. Seeing this, Tao Ni exclaimed with delight, Father, it stood up, so it's that simple. Xia Gui put his hands on his hips. This donkey has been trained. It can understand simple commands. Tao Ni happily grabbed the reins. Father, then I'll head into the city first. Xia Gui was puzzled. Class doesn't start until the afternoon, right? It's still morning. Tao Ni smiled. I'm going to the small plantation to see if there's any potential for development. Xia Gui raised an eyebrow at her. Then be careful on the road. Yes. Watching Tao Ni's figure recede into the distance, Xia Gui thought to himself, this girl is getting smarter and smarter, and she's also very concerned about the Lin siblings. Thinking of this, he smiled unconsciously. It would be good to have a gentle son-in-law. I'm just afraid Lin Jin might find Tao Ni too boorish. Tao Ni started to imagine her dear father was making her, who was riding a donkey, sneeze continuously. The mosquitoes are so itchy that I'll go see if the small plantation can make some more money, she thought excitedly. Judging by Lin Jin's appearance yesterday, life is quite hard for him. A moment later, at the small plantation, Tao Ni rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Catching fish here to sell went quite well last time, but there won't be that many fish every time. Suddenly, she had an idea. That's right, there's empty land anyway. Why not dig a fish pond? Then I can use my divine water to raise them. Won't there always be fish then? Townie chuckled to herself. It's settled then. I want to dig a fish pond. A moment later, Townie had gathered everyone. Luigi asked irritably, why did you call us out? It wasn't easy to get a break to relax. Linda too replied, do you even have to ask? Miss Ha must be preparing to catch fish to sell again. At this, Townie crossed her arms and spoke up, no, we're not catching fish today. Zhu was surprised. Huh? Luigi gave a wry smile. Not catching fish? Then what are we doing? You're not telling us to do hard labor, are you? Townie smiled. You guessed right. Hearing this, Luigi immediately froze. Sighing, Townie pointed to the river and said, this river isn't ours anyway, and besides, the number of fish isn't very stable. I see there's empty land next to the small plantation. I want to dig a pond to raise fish, and we can also plant some lotuses. That way, we'll have a more stable income. Luigi's eyes widened in surprise. Dig a fish pond, raise fish, and you want to plant lotuses too? Townie looked happily at Lin Jean. Lin Jean, what do you think? Lin Jean replied, I'll follow all of Ms. Ha's arrangements. At this, Townie turned to persuade Linda Tu's group. Then everyone, listen to my arrangements. Get ready to dig the fish pond. When the time comes, there will be no shortage of benefits for everyone, especially you, Zhu. Linda Tu, Lin Air Tu, you also need some survival skills. A moment later, everyone had started working. From a distance, Lin Jean noticed Tao knee drenched in sweat. He immediately handed her a towel. Miss Ha, wipe your sweat. Thank you. Lin Jean added, Miss Ha, I want to discuss something with you. Townie replied, go ahead. Lin Jean smiled gently. Miss Ha, thank you for always helping me. I want to give you 5 parts of the small plantation's profits. What do you think? Townie frowned. Huh, you're being too generous. No way, that will be taking too much advantage of you. Lin Jean stared at her without blinking. He said seriously, I've already thought about it. Old man Lin managing the fields by himself is already very hard work. The fish pond will definitely need people. You all treat me like family. I'll be at ease if I entrust it to you to manage. Townie's eyes crinkled into a smile. How about this? 5 parts is too much. 2 parts is enough for us. She thought to herself, it's true that mother's health isn't very good. Father hunting wild boars every day is too dangerous. He also needs a proper job. All right. Elsewhere, Lu Shi, who was washing dishes, was stunned, her mouth agape. What? Townie, how can I take things from Lin Jean? He and his sister don't have it easy either. We can't take advantage of them. Townie smiled and replied, Mother, I won't just take it. Lin Jean wants to focus on his studies. If he hired someone to manage it, it would cost money too. It's better if we work hard and earn a bit more for him. Ha Gue added. Townie has a good heart. The plantation over there isn't far. If there's something at home, you can find me. I will work hard. I won't take advantage of him. Lu Shi hesitated, but your father can't manage it all by himself. Townie smugly put a hand to her chin. There's also Zhu and Linda too. Lin Air too. Lu Shi sighed. How about this? I'll go too. I'll bring Liang Cha and Xiao Yu. That way I can cook for them and also watch the children. Townie smiled. Yes, it will definitely be a great harvest. Lu Shi leaned in and teased. You're just like a money grubber. A few months later, Townie exclaimed excitedly, this is great. Everyone is amazing. By the end of the year, we'll surely be able to sell a lot of fish. Everyone will earn money. We must have a big celebration. She turned around. Father, Mother, can we make a big feast for everyone today? When I come back from school this afternoon, I'll also buy some meat. Lu Shi replied, of course we can. At this moment, Lin Jean frowned and spoke up. Miss Ha, I haven't seen my little sister for several months. Can you bring her back for a meal? I miss her a little. Townie smiled faintly. Mem, I'll go ask now. You just focus on your studies this afternoon. At the embroidery workshop, everyone called out cheerfully. Townie, you're here? Townie leaned towards one person and asked, has Xiao Wei gone out? Isn't it mealtime now? The other girl replied, Xiao Wei is still inside. All right, I'll go find her myself. Finishing her words, Townie walked to the door. Inside, Lin Wei was focused on her embroidery. Townie was surprised. Although she's with me every day, I've never looked closely at her embroidery skills. Has she already become so formidable? Just then, Lin Wei held up the picture. She exclaimed happily, I've finally finished embroidering it. Townie said from behind, that's beautifully embroidered. Hearing that, Lin Wei jumped. Sister Townie, when did you get here? Townie walked closer. I just arrived. Xiao Wei, You've improved so quickly. Your embroidery is already this beautiful. Lin Wei replied shyly. It's because fourth mistress is a good teacher. At this, Townie explained, your older brother wants me to bring you home for dinner. Can you ask for leave to go back for a trip? Lin Wei was surprised. Older brother? She lowered her head sadly, although I really want to go back. But the embroidery workshop's rules don't allow us to go home whenever we want. It's almost a new year. I'll get a holiday for the new year. I'll go back then. Hearing this, Townie teased her and patted her head. Xiao Wei, you've really grown up. Lin Wei said happily, Sister Townie, I've embroidered a new money pouch for my older brother. When you go back, please help me bring it to him. Townie smiled. All right, no problem. Let's go eat. We still have to study this afternoon. Yes. That evening, Townie looked proudly at the bag of meat she brought back. It smells so good. Everyone will definitely love it. Suddenly, she noticed a figure in the distance. Townie walked closer. Grandpa Lin, she asked, the sun is about to set. You're still not heading back? Grandpa Lin laughed and replied soon. Little girl, you should head home early. Be careful or a tiger will eat you. Townie looked at him happily. I'm not afraid, Grandpa Lin. I bought some meat and left it on the ground. You can have it with your wine tonight. Grandpa Lin burst out laughing. Little girl, Grandpa Lin won't be polite then. At this, Townie also left. She thought to herself, this Grandpa Lin, no relatives, no friends. All he does is work all day. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Maybe there's a story there. I'll ask next time. A moment later, the braised fish was ready. Townie clung to Lu Shi's sleeve. Mother, are you cooking fish? It smells so good. Lu Shi nodded. Yes. Lin Jean and your father are still working at the fish pond, so I came back first to cook for them. Townie looked up. Yes, Mother. Let me help you, Mother. Just then a voice rang out. Oh my, it smells so good. Whose house is cooking? It's making this old woman's mouth water. Hearing this, Townie's face turned pale. That voice. Lu Shi smiled and turned around. It seems we have a guest outside. I'll go take a look. Townie trembled and stopped her. Mother, don't go out. She immediately drew a knife, her face filled with killing intent as she stepped out. Let me go. Townie aggressively pushed open the door. Seeing this, her grandmother put her hands on her hips and said, you rotten girl, don't you know how to greet your elders? Great Aunt D added, Townie doesn't like Great Aunt D, does she? You see Great Aunt D arrive, and you don't even want to say a word. At this, Townie's memories flooded back. The scene of her painfully calling for her younger sisters was still vivid in her mind. Xiao Yu, Liang Cha. The sight of her mother watching in agony as she was taken away was still crystal clear. My Townie, father, mother. Townie's face turned green with rage. In my past life, you forcibly took my two younger sisters away and even forced me into a ghost marriage, almost sending me to a brothel. I swore that if I ever saw you again, I would definitely kill you. At this moment, Lu Shi appeared and stood between them. She said, Mother, Great Aunt D, why have you two come here? Have you eaten lunch, or would you like to eat with us? The grandmother said contemptuously, we'll talk while we eat. Townie said loudly, stop right there. I don't like grandmother and Great Aunt D. Today's food is to treat guests. Please leave. Hearing this, the grandmother flew into a rage. This rotten girl, are you itching for a beating? See if I don't beat you to death. Townie retorted, Great Uncle Tai, my grandmother has brought people to our door to beat us. Great Uncle Tai, my grandmother is hitting people. Great Uncle Tai, help. The grandmother broke into a sweat. This trick again. At this moment, Old Lady D coughed. Townie, who said Great Aunt D wanted to sell you? This is framing me. Townie said bluntly, Great Aunt D is the infamous old Madame Hua in the city, both a matchmaker and a human trafficker. I've even heard of Great Aunt D's reputation in the county. Last time, didn't Great Aunt D want to sell me and my younger sister? Great Aunt D retorted with her own reasoning. Why sell? I came to be a matchmaker. Then I'll be direct. My younger brother's nephew is 8 years old now, just the same age as Townie. He has faced many hardships since he was young. A master said that the nephew has great fortune, that he is the reincarnation of the One Chu star and will become a top scholar in the future. But his fortune is too great. He needs to find a girl with a stubborn botsy to be his companion. So I told that grandnephew of mine to take Townie in as an adopted child. Hearing this, Lu Shi became a little frantic. Townie's botsy isn't stubborn. She can't be given to others to raise. The grandmother laughed. Who says her botsy isn't stubborn. Her Botsi is so stubborn it clashes with her relatives. Otherwise, why hasn't your family had a single son? At this, Townie angrily shouted, "Shut up. My mother's miscarriage was probably because grandmother beat her. In the main house, my mother worked like a horse and ox. Even when pregnant, she had to work herself to the bone. Even if the Wu Chu star was reincarnated in my mother's womb, he would have been miscarried from grandmother's beatings. If my own life force wasn't a bit stronger, I probably wouldn't have survived until birth either. Having a sinister and cruel grandmother like you is worse than having none at all." As she spoke, she pointed the tip of her knife at her. Seeing this, Great Aunt Dee pointed at her. "This girl has become a demon. How can she be so defiant? A monster must have possessed her." Tao Ni replied with a terrifying expression, "If I became a demon, the first person I would eat alive is you." "Old Madame Hua." Just then a familiar voice rang out. "What are you doing here again?" Old Lady D sneered. "You old coot. What are you doing here?" Uncle Quidong frowned. "Yes, we're all old coots. Sooner or later, we will make way for the younger generation. You're already at this age. Can't you live in peace? Accumulating some virtue for yourself is also for your descendants." Humiliated, Old Lady D retorted. Uncle Quidong angrily cut her off. "Making trouble all day, you've completely squandered all your good fortune." The old aunt wouldn't back down. She pointed a finger straight at Granduncle Koi. You're a stubborn old man, daring to curse me to death." Townie immediately ran to Granduncle Koi's side. Granduncle. Granduncle Koi looked at her, puzzled, kitchen knife. At the same time, Grandma whispered, "Let's go home for now. We'll come back to deal with this girl next time." Hearing this, the old aunt said loudly in annoyance, "Your family gave birth to a demoness. Sooner or later, she'll bring disaster to the world. You just wait and see." After they left, Granduncle Koi gently patted Townie's head. "That old Madame Hua is full of wicked intentions. Don't be foolish and try to fulfill your filial duty by pushing your daughter into a pit of fire." Lucier looked at him worriedly. "Granduncle, they say the sole heir of the Hua family is the reincarnation of the star of literature. They say Tao Ni has a strong fate and want her to be his adopted sister, to keep the Hua family's sole heir company." Granduncle Koi frowned angrily. "What star of literature? She can keep daydreaming." As if the star of literature would be reincarnated into her Hua family, after all the immoral things they've done in the past. At this moment, Townie spoke up resolutely. "Townie will not get married, and I especially don't want to marry into the Hua family." Lucier turned around. "Right? No marriage. Quickly, help me cook. Your father and Lam Tan will be back soon." "Yes." Elsewhere, old Madame Hua was indignant. "I'm so furious I could die." Grandma added, "See, I wasn't wrong. That girl is like a demon in disguise." Hearing this, old Madame Hua's veins bulged on her forehead in anger. "She's just a snot-nosed little girl. I must find someone to deal with her, a nun from Yem, Noyet Nunnery, or some Taoist priest from a temple." Grandma's face turned pale. "Annie, hiring monks, nuns, or Taoist priests costs a lot of money. They won't come otherwise." The old aunt frowned. "That grandson of mine still needs a wife. Look at your second son's daughter, Lapmai. She has a pretty face. I think they'd be a good match." Grandma stammered about that. The old aunt happily cut her off. "I think Lapmai and Thursday Swang are both quite good. The Wen family is not short of money. The betrothal gift can be at least a few hundred taels. If you agree, I'll cover the cost of the exorcism." Grandma chuckled to herself. "This is great. There are many people in the family. Although she might become a widow, the Wen family's circumstances are good, so it's no loss. More importantly, if I can deal with that wretched girl, I'll feel at ease." Thinking this, she replied, "I'm at ease when you're handling things, Auntie. Let's go home to eat and talk more." Elsewhere, Tao Ni handed the money pouch back to Lam Tan. Seeing this, Lam Tan was a little disappointed. "Little sister, aren't you coming home for dinner?" Tao Ni smiled and replied, "Xiao Wei is learning very quickly now, and Fourth Lady values her, so she can't ask for leave. The new year is coming soon. You two should come back together then." Lam Tan sighed. "All right then." Seeing his unhappy expression, Tao Ni patted his head comfortingly. "Time passes quickly. You two will see each other again soon." The next day, Tao Ni raised a hand to her mouth and yawned. "So sleepy. I didn't sleep well last night." At that moment, a man sitting by the roadside suddenly spoke up. "Little miss, want your fortune told?" Tao Ni looked at the man warily. "Huh? Are you talking to me?" The man replied, "That's right. This humble one is versed in astronomy and geography, knows the left and knows the right. Interested in a reading?" He smiled faintly. "No charge if it's not accurate." Hearing this, Tao Ni urged her donkey closer. Taoist big brother, please give me a reading. The man handed Tao Ni a brush and paper. Please write your name here, miss. Tao Ni quickly did as he asked. After taking back the paper, the Taoist priest smiled. Withered grass meets spring. Destruction first, then establishment. Little miss, although you did not benefit from your ancestors' blessings and have no family inheritance. He looked up at Tao Ni. Your birth chart indicates you will bring prosperity to your husband. You have a noble destiny and will have great fortune in the future. Tao Ni was puzzled. Taoist big brother, my grandma read my fortune and said my fate is too strong and will jinx my relatives. Why is that different from what you're saying? The Taoist priest pondered. It's true that you belong to the fire element. Your fate is strong, but you must not marry before you are 18. Otherwise, you will jinx your relatives, jinx the people you care about. He grinned. Of course, you can't remain unmarried either. But don't worry, little miss. You just need to find the right person. An ordinary man cannot be your husband, or else he won't be able to suppress your fortune. He'll either die or be injured. Hearing this, Tao Ni's face turned pale. Could it be that Nia man in my past life was because of me? Just then, the Taoist priest suddenly called out, little miss. He looked at her seriously. My destiny is very good. If you don't mind my age, you can consider me. I can renounce my vows anytime. Tao Ni silently walked away. Seeing this, the Taoist priest called after her, hey, little miss, you haven't said if I was right or not. Just then, someone appeared and teased, you fraudulent charlatan. Spouting nonsense. The little miss gives you a tale of silver, and you should be kowtowing in thanks. Yet you complain it's too little. The Taoist priest smiled gently. I am a divine fortune teller. One reading is worth 1,000 gold. On her way back home, Tao Ni pondered the fortune she had just received, that it's true that you belong to the fire element. Your fate is strong, but you must not marry before you are 18. Otherwise, you will jinx your relatives, jinx the people you care about. Of course, you can't remain unmarried either. But don't worry, little miss. You just need to find the right person. An ordinary man cannot be your husband, or else he won't be able to suppress your fortune. He'll either die or be injured. Tao Ni's eyes grew heavy. Yes. Oh, it'll be fine as long as it's after I'm 18. Then I'll tentatively believe him for now. But no matter what, I must not get to know Nia man again. Just then, a voice rang out that I've finally found you. Tao Ni was surprised. Lu Diet Kiet, why aren't you studying? What are you doing out here? Lu Diet Kiet said seriously, I have some bad news for you. I heard that old Madame Hua is calling you a demoness. She deliberately went to find a monk and wants to come deal with you tomorrow. Tao Ni was bewildered. Huh? That? I thought it was something serious. Lu Diet Kiet added with a grave look, isn't this serious? What if everyone thinks you're a demoness and kicks your whole family out? You have a point. Tao Ni leaned and they're coming tomorrow, right? I have a good idea. If you're free, you must come for the show tomorrow. Lu Diet Kiet put his hands on his hips. Although I don't know what brilliant idea you have, if there's a good show, I'll definitely be there. A moment later, Tao Ni was back in front of the Taoist priest. Seeing her, the priest asked cheerfully, what is it? Have you agreed to marry me? Tao Ni blushed and snapped, you Taoist, why can't you be serious for a moment? She then said, I want to ask for your help with something, Taoist big brother. I wonder if you'd be willing. The Taoist priest smiled. What is it? He pinched his fingers together. I charge a fee for my services, you know. Seeing this, Tao Ni generously took out her money pouch. That I definitely won't let you work for free, Taoist big brother. The Taoist priest replied happily. All right then. First, tell me what you need help with. Tao Ni then whispered into his ear. Hearing her, the Taoist priest suddenly became furious. What? Such a wicked thing exists? I can't stand seeing a little miss being bullied. Don't worry, I'll help you. When? Tao Ni replied. At noon. Hearing this, the Taoist priest's expression changed. Then you'll have to wait. I still have one more fortune to tell. Tao Ni frowned at him. Huh. The Taoist priest said quickly. It's true. Just then, a pair of feet stepped forward. Tao Ni recognized him at once. Why is he here? She immediately hid behind the Taoist priest. It's true that the more you try to avoid someone, the more you run into them. Just then, Nia Man asked, where's the little miss from just now? Tao Ni broke into a cold sweat, thinking, we can't know each other. Don't come looking for me. On the other side, Nia Man also began to feel suspicious. Did I see wrong just now? Just then, the Taoist priest's voice rang out, little brother, Want a fortune reading? No charge if it's not accurate. NAMA-MANGAI was surprised. Huh? How do you do the reading? Taoist master. The Taoist priest happily held out the paper. Just write any character you like. When he was done, NAMA-MANGAI asked curiously, how is it? The Taoist priest pondered, vainglory. Flourishing trees are vin. Being respected by others is vin. Wealth and glory. Little brother, one look and I can tell you're a martial artist. Although you are a commoner now, you are the reincarnation of the star of martial arts. You will achieve great success and fame in the future. Wealth, glory, and a bright future await you. Townie pressed her lips together. This Taoist priest's fortunes aren't accurate. How could NAMA-MANGAI achieve great success, wealth, and glory? He died young. Just then, the Taoist priest added, but at the age of 18, little brother, you will face a life or death calamity. You must be on guard. If you can overcome this calamity, you will surely achieve glory. Hearing this, Townie's eyes widened. Could it really be because of me? Did I jinx him to death? After NAMA-MANGAI left, the Taoist priest waved his hand. He said seriously, "Little miss, he's gone. You can come out now. Little miss, this young man's fortune is very strong. He can suppress yours. This is a good match for you. Much more reliable than me." Townie put her hands on her hips and retorted, "You, stop playing matchmaker. You're so young, yet you're pretending to be a wise old man. You should at least invest in your appearance first." The Taoist priest was confused. What appearance? A moment later, the Taoist priest had been transformed into a different look. Townie happily pulled his hand, but I think it looks great. Shall we go? The Taoist priest behind her still couldn't get used to it. Wait, this is so itchy. A moment later, in the courtyard, Townie called out loudly, "Grand uncle." Grand Uncle Koi replied softly, "Come in." "What are you shouting for?" He thought to himself, this little girl is still so impetuous. Just then, Grand Uncle Koi quickly noticed the person behind her. "This is..." Townie smiled and introduced him. "Grand Uncle, this is Taoist priest Jiakat. I invited him here. Didn't old Madame Hua find a monk to come subdue me? So I invited the Taoist priest to help me." The Taoist priest bowed. "Venerable elder, this humble Taoist is priest Huvo of Tan Fong Temple. I was wandering through here and was requested by the young miss. So I came uninvited. My apologies." Grand Uncle Koi gestured with his hand. "That you're too kind, Taoist priest. Please have a seat. Girl, go prepare some tea." "Yes." As soon as he sat down, the Taoist priest smiled. "Elder Lu, would you like this humble Taoist to give you a reading? I see we are fated to meet. This reading will be free of charge." Grand Uncle Koi was a little surprised. "Then I'll trouble you for a reading, Taoist priest." The Taoist priest then asked, "Elder Lu, you are 89 years old, are you not? Your wife passed away early, and you have one son, but he is not by your side." Grand Uncle Koi was not very convinced. "That little girl must have told you, right? My son has been dead for many years." The Taoist priest stroked his beard. "Not at all. Elder Lu's son is still alive in this world. Your fate has had its hardships, but it is full of hope. You are a person who will be blessed in your old age." Grand Uncle Koi's jaw dropped in astonishment. "What? Taoist priest, can you tell where my son is now? Why hasn't he come back?" The Taoist priest replied, "I don't know. But old man Lu, don't you worry. People will eventually return to their roots." Hearing this, Uncle Koi Duong's face stiffened. He frowned sadly. "Good. It's good that they can return. I can die with my eyes closed." Just then, a voice called out, "They're here. Third brother, come out. Where is that little demon?" Aunt Dee and grandmother arrived, leading an old monk with a large crowd of onlookers. Townie quickly stepped forward. "Grandmother, my parents are working. Why have you brought a crowd to my house again? We've clearly separated households. So why do you come knocking on third brother's door every day? Won't you let us live in peace?" At this, grandmother and Aunt Dee said in unison, "Great master, that's her. She's the demon." Grandmother smirked sinisterly. "You wretched girl, let's see how you'll escape this time." Aunt Dee also added, "Great master, quickly subdue her." The monk spoke. "Indeed, with just one glance, I can see this girl is entangled by black bones. Today, this old monk will subdue her." After speaking, he threw something that flew straight towards Townie. She immediately dodged it. "You're disgusting." The monk shouted angrily. "Truly a demon. Surrender without a fight, and I will spare your life." Townie laughed. "You stinking monk. How much money did you take from old woman Hoa to help her do such a godforsaken thing? Are you so devoid of conscience?" Hearing this, grandmother gritted her teeth. "You demon, spouting nonsense to bewitch people. Let's go catch her." Old woman D also lunged forward. "Great master, subdue this demon. She's talking nonsense, deliberately bewitching people." Townie ran off playfully. "You're the demon. Old demon, Come and get me, old demon. Soon, old woman D grabbed Tao Ni's wrist. You don't run. She turned to report to the monk. I've caught her. She's here. Hearing this, the monk walked over angrily. Let's see where you can run. With that, he threw something again. Watch this. Timing it perfectly, Tao Ni stomped hard on Aunt D's foot, causing her to take the hit for her. Seeing this, grandmother was a bit surprised. Are you all right? As for Aunt D, she was now boiling with rage. Tao Ni smiled teasingly. You pathetic monk. What else do you know? The monk looked at her, sweating, his voice tinged with fear. Umapa, she has become a full-fledged spirit. This humble monk's powers are weak. I must return to the temple and ask my master to come out of seclusion. Just then, the Taoist priest stepped out. You fool, harming others and yourself. He brandished his staff towards the monk. What a joke. Where is this demon from? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The monk was so scared he was about to cry. Heavens, who is this person now? The Taoist priest gently stroked his beard. This humble Taoist is Master Huvo of the Tan Fong Temple, passing through on my travels only to witness this farce. I had originally intended to pay a visit to the abbot of your esteemed temple. I didn't expect the monks of the temple to be this absurd. How sad. He frowned. This humble Taoist sees that this little girl is lively and mischievous, clever and quick-witted, kind-hearted but won't suffer injustice. She is bound to have a fortunate future. She is no demon at all. You all should not, in a moment of ignorance, blind yourselves and harm this little girl, damaging your own karmic fortune. Tao Ni smiled and added, That's right. At this, the monk clasped his hands. It seems this was all a misunderstanding. The abbot is in seclusion. You may visit another time. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Hearing this, old woman D and grandmother glared furiously at the fleeing monk. Great master, why are you leaving? Don't you go. Give me back my money. At that moment, Uncle Koi Duong's stern voice rang out. Old woman Hoa, Madam Lu, aren't you going to get lost? He frowned in anger. What a disgrace. If it weren't for the Taoist master today, the girl Tao Ni would have been falsely accused. The older you get, the more shameless you become. To think you could stoop to framing your own grandchild, how utterly improper. Just then, Ha Kui rushed back. Granduncle. He immediately knelt before him, his face pleading as he said, Granduncle, please uphold justice for our third brother's family. Fa Tao Ni, Ha Kui is wronged. Aunt D and my mother are too much of a bully, coming to our house to cause trouble time and time again. Truly, our suffering is indescribable. At the same time, another voice was heard. Granduncle. Madam Lu, holding the baby, continued. My Townie is 8 years old. She'll need to be matched for marriage in the future. She said sadly, if there's no resolution to today's matter, Tao Ni's reputation will be tarnished, and she will be misunderstood for her entire life. Hearing this, the neighbors present also spoke up. That's right. Why do they keep causing trouble for the third brother's family? They kicked them out before, and now that they're living well, it's an eyesore. Hearing these words, grandmother clenched her fists in anger. All you go home. What's all the noise? Is this any of your business? Just then, from the crowd, the village chief stepped out. Others can't manage it, but as the village chief, I have the right to, don't I? He shouted angrily. Quickly, go and summon Ha Tan's son here. Today's matter absolutely cannot be let go so easily. With that, he walked up to the Taoist priest. The village chief of Hongguin village, Lu Ti, pays his respects to the Taoist master. The grandmother was instantly frightened. Village chief. At this, the Taoist priest extended his hand. Patron Lu, you are too kind. Pao Ni Gut In. They're too much of a bully. She cried sorrowfully. I beg the Taoist master and granduncle and the village chief to uphold justice for me. A moment later, someone shouted, Hatan's son is here. Hearing this, the crowd started buzzing. Looks like there's a show to watch. Stepping closer, Hatan's son was surprised. What on earth happened? The village chief's stern voice rang out. Hatan's son, you should teach your wife a good lesson. The village chief frowned. Although today's matter is your Ha family's business, it has brought shame upon the entire Hongguin village. The Taoist priest smiled faintly. Green mountains and smoke and clouds are shrouded. 10,000 miles of scrolls are weary. Hatan's son bowed respectfully. Ha, student. Born in Hongguin village. Courtesy name, Tan's son. I asked for the Taoist master's guidance. Hearing this, Uncle Koi Duong showed a look of contempt, a waste of your many years of reading. Even I can understand the Taoist master's verse. He chuckled softly. You bury your head in books, but don't know the sage's saying, manage the family, govern the state, bring peace to the world. You can't manage your family. You can't govern the state. After so many years of study, you haven't passed any official examinations. You're stuck in your books for life with no prospects. Hatan's son stammered, "This it's not." He glared angrily at his wife. At this time, the village chief spoke up. "Your Ha family has gone too far today. The third brother's family is already separated, yet you repeatedly come to cause trouble, and now you claim Tao Ni is possessed by a demon, inviting a monk to stir up chaos, inciting villagers to do wrong. Were you plotting?" At that moment, Ha Kui said resolutely, "Father, your son is unfilial. Today, I beg you to expel me from the clan, so that I may start a new family branch." Hatan's son's face darkened. "What?" He pointed at Ha Kui. "You want to start a new family branch? Are you worthy of the Ha family's ancestors?" "Huh?" The scheming older brother added, "Father, I once heard you mention that our cousin uncle sacrificed himself to lure away mountain bandits. To commemorate our cousin uncle's kindness, grandfather built a tomb for his belongings. Why don't you let third brother be adopted as our cousin uncle's son to comfort his spirit in heaven, and let our cousin uncle rest in peace in the underworld?" Hatan's son frowned. "Fine. I had a cousin, Ha Hong, who passed away many years ago without children. Today, I will have Ha Kui be adopted as my cousin Ha Hong's son. From now on, our father-son relationship is no more." Uncle Koi Duong smiled. "Calm down. You see, a little girl like Tao Ni was slandered as a demon. Her reputation is damaged. It will be difficult to arrange a marriage for her in the future. You should compensate Tao Ni with something." Hearing this, Hatan's son turned to the grandmother and said, "How much money is left in the house? Go get it to serve as this girl's dowry." The grandmother asked, confused, "Husband, there's not much money left in the house." The grandfather continued angrily, "Then take the cow from the house, 2 acres of paddy fields, and 2 acres of dry fields as compensation for Ha Kui." The grandmother's jaw dropped. "What?" She frantically turned to Ha Kui. "Ha Kui, your family is truly despicable. On what ground do you take our family's fields and cow?" Just as the grandmother was about to touch him, Hatan's son stopped her in time. He said seriously, "Today is the first time I have hit you. If there is a next time, I will certainly divorce you." With that, Hatan's son left, leaving the grandmother to clutch her face in pain and run after him. "Husband, I won't dare to do it again. Husband." At this time, watching the two of them leave, Aunt Dee cautiously turned to leave. But her every move was spotted by the village chief. "Old woman Hoa, you want to just leave like that? The Ha family has compensated and apologized. What about you? And that monk too." Hearing this, the monk ran out from the crowd. He dropped to his knees and begged, "None of this has anything to do with this humble monk. Everyone please spare me." Aunt Dee broke into a sweat. "This old monk, don't talk nonsense. It was all Madame Lu's idea. It has nothing to do with me." At this point, Uncle Koi Duong spoke up angrily. "Matchmaker Hoa, you have a wicked heart, paying a monk to slander Tao Ni with such a malicious mind. Do you think Hongwin village has no one to stand up for itself? If you don't give an explanation today, don't even think about leaving Hongwin village." Aunt Dee pointed and retorted, "Who the hell are you? You think you can control me? I'm telling you, Tao Ni is a demon." At this, the village chief gave an order. "Well said, old woman Hoa. So you can't be dealt with, is that it? Then let's take this all to the magistrate's office." He continued in a loud voice, "The people of our Hongwin village will not be bullied by other villages." Old woman Hoa trembled with anger. "You." Seeing this, the frightened monk quickly took out a money pouch. "Don't, please don't. Going to the magistrate will be a death sentence. This is the money Patron Hoa gave me. I'll give it all to Patron Ha. Please spare me." Aunt Dee also hurriedly took out her money. I won't go to the magistrate either. Compensation money, is it? What's the big deal?" She clutched the money pouch and said, "I only have 20 taels on me. I don't have any more." The village chief glanced at Ha Kui. "Ha Kui, you take it, they should be taught a lesson. Old woman Hoa, I hope you learn your lesson this time. Don't cause this kind of despicable trouble ever again. You too, monk, aren't you leaving yet?" The monk nodded and said yes. At this time, Aunt Dee was still being stubborn. "It's not your place to manage me." She thought to herself, "Oh, my money, my money. You wretched girl, this isn't over between you and me." In contrast to Aunt Dee, The monk was resolute. This is great. No more going to the magistrate. I will never do anything bad again. Hague spoke up. Village chief, tomorrow is the new year. I'll hand these taels of silver over to you. Please buy some meat and divide it among everyone so they can all celebrate the new year. The village chief waved his hands. You haven't had a comfortable day in your life either, and you suffered a grievance today. You should just take this money. It can be Townie's dowry in the future. Townie smiled brightly. Village chief, you must accept it. If it weren't for everyone's help, we would have been wrong today. We will need everyone's care even more in the future. The village chief laughed. How about this? I won't refuse the Hoff family's kind intentions. I'll take 2 taels. Tomorrow, I'll slaughter a pig at my house, and the whole village can eat meat together. What do you all think? Everyone cheered happily. All right. At this moment, Townie walked up to the Taoist priest. Thank you, big brother Taoist priest. This is your payment. The Taoist priest smiled. Do you have anything to eat at your house? Hearing this, Townie turned to Lu Shi. Mother, can we slaughter a chicken today? I want to thank the Taoist master. Lu Shi replied, of course we can. Townie continued happily. We didn't have any before, but we do now. Would you like some chicken stir-fried with bamboo shoots? The Taoist priest teased. What a strange dish. If it's delicious, I won't take your money. If it's not, I'll take double the fortune-telling fee. Soon, the dish was placed before him. The Taoist priest ate with gusto. So fragrant. Why is this dish so delicious? Seeing this, everyone stared in surprise. Hague forced a smile. Tomorrow is a new year. The village is sharing meat, so why don't you stay at my granduncle's house, Taoist master, and celebrate the new year with us? The Taoist priest immediately refused. No, thank you. I must be going. I'm wandering to other places. We'll meet again if there's a chance. Townie added, then we'll meet again if we have the chance. She asked cheerfully, my name is Townie. What is your name, big brother Taoist priest? The Taoist priest smirked. My name is Zhuge Guoming, a Taoist priest of Qingfeng Temple with a Taoist name Shiwu. After eating and drinking his fill, the Taoist priest opened a nearby window. He looked back to say goodbye. Little lady, we will meet again if fate allows. With that, the Taoist priest jumped out. Townie called after him, big brother Taoist priest, goodbye. The next day, Hague's family went up the mountain together. Townie frowned. Father, don't tell me you don't know where his grave is. Hague panted. It's right here, but we have to look for it. Suddenly, he spotted it. Look, it's right over there. The nameplate was clearly engraved, Grave of Ha Hong. At this point, Lu Shi handed the baby to Townie. Townie, you take care of your younger sister. Your father, and I will clean up the area. A moment later, the grass around the tombstone was gone, and the food offerings had been laid out. Hague resolutely extended his hand. Townie, from today on, this is your father's father, your grandfather. Townie bowed with her hands clasped. Grandfather. Hague and Lu Shi knelt down in turn. Father, today is New Year's Eve. From today on, Hague is your son. You in the afterlife must bless our Ha family. Lu Shi also added, Father, I'm the daughter-in-law of the Ha family. I will take good care of them. Please rest assured. Townie thought to herself, Grandfather, you must protect our Ha family. As she thought this, a gust of wind suddenly blew past, as if it had heard their heartfelt words. A while later, Uncle Koi Duong poured some wine. Hague, why are you such a lightweight? You're already passed out. Lu Shi replied, back at the old house, Hague wasn't allowed to drink. From now on, we must train him so he can drink with granduncle. Uncle Koi Duong laughed. All right, it's been a long time since I've had this much fun. He then pulled something from his sleeve. Lass, come here. Uncle Koi Duong held out a red envelope that you're another year older. Here's some lucky money for you, for your dowry later on. Townie blushed with embarrassment. Oh my, why does everyone want me to get married every new year? Lu Shi laughed, this girl. Townie, it's still early. Later, bring some meat to Old Man Lin at the farmstead. If you see the Lin siblings, ask them to come over and eat with us. Yes. Townie thought to herself, Old Man Lin is quite pitiful living alone. It's not far to go there anyway. I wonder when Lin Jean and Lin Wei will be back. At the same time, Grandpa Lin was drinking water. He began to put his brush to paper, stroke by stroke. Seeing this, Townie was a bit surprised. Is Old Man Lin writing calligraphy? He looks very skilled. She then said, Grandpa Lin, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I brought you some food and soup. Grandpa Lin looked at her sternly. He quickly stood up to take the basket. Miss Ha, you are too kind. Please, sit and eat with me. Townie smiled brightly and replied, No, thank you. I'm already full. This is all for you, Grandpa Lin. Grandpa Lin suddenly became serious. Miss Ha, you find this old man suspicious, don't you? You saw me writing just now, didn't you? Sit down and eat with me. I can tell you a story. Townie looked at him with interest. I knew Grandpa Lin was a master. Grandpa Lin laughed. I'm no master, just a man who has fallen on hard times. I once passed the imperial examinations and should have been successful in my youth, but now I can only farm here. Townie asked Grandpa Lin, did something happen in your official career? Grandpa Lin recounted sadly, no. It was my clan that got caught in a power struggle, forcing me to choose a faction. With officialdom on one side and my clan on the other, I was caught in the middle, so I withdrew. But not long after I left, something happened to the clan, and I had to live in seclusion under a different name. Hearing this, Townie asked, Grandpa, you wanted to be a good official, right? Grandpa Lin replied, I didn't get the chance. But that boy, Lin Jin, might have a chance if he can escape his current family. Townie looked at him with confidence. Lin Jin can definitely do it. He is surely an outstanding person. She thought to herself, Grandpa Lin and Lin Jin both have the surname Lin. Could they be related? Such a terrible family is holding him back. I must find a way to help Lin Jin so he can become a good official, to repay him for helping me come back to life. At this point, Grandpa Lin added, you will also become a good and virtuous wife, no longer so impulsive. Hearing this, Townie turned her face away angrily. Grandpa Lin, don't make fun of me. I've been told that all day. A while later, Townie returned home. Seeing the crowd gathered in front of the door, Townie sensed that something was wrong. She rushed over. Granduncle, what happened? Why are there so many people? Uncle Koi Duong glanced at her. Your mother fainted. Your father has invited your maternal uncle over. Some relatives who were concerned about your mother also came along. Hearing this, Townie's face turned pale. What? She immediately ran inside. Uncle, my mother is... Lu Chengchun smiled and gestured. Sho. Ha Gui happily added, Townie, don't worry. It's happy news. Your mother is good news. Hearing this, Townie's eyes lit up. She asked excitedly, my mother has good news? Am I going to have a new little brother or sister? Ha Gui smiled, yes. At this point, Lu Chengchun added, your mother just fainted from a momentary shock. It's not serious, but you must be careful next time. The baby is almost 2 months along. You must take good care of your mother. Townie bowed her head. Yes, uncle. Before leaving, Lu Chengchun said seriously, it's been a long time since you two have been back to your mother's hometown, right? Your maternal grandfather is also sick. He mentioned wanting to see your mother recently. If you're free on the first day of the new year tomorrow, go visit your grandfather. You can also share the good news. With that, Lu Chengchun turned and left. I'll be going now. Ha Gei and Townie called after him. Yes, take care, granduncle. Take care, uncle. At this point, Townie frowned. Father, I don't want to go to my maternal family's home. They sold my mother to the Ha family when she was so young. We've suffered all these years, and they never once came to visit. I'm not close to them. Ha Gui looked at her, not knowing how to reply Townie. Lu Shi interrupted from the bed. Ha Gui, we should still make a trip. After all, you are the son-in-law of the Lu family. Since uncle has said so, it wouldn't be good to let people gossip. Tomorrow, let's go to the pharmacy to buy some ginseng to bring there. Hearing this, Townie was very worried. Mother, you're not well right now. You shouldn't be traveling. It's better not to go. Ha Gui placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. Townie, let's just go once. We must observe the holiday etiquette. If we run into anything unpleasant, we could just sneak back. We'll let your mother rest at home. How does that sound? Townie looked down and replied, yes, father. The next day, a voice called out, Kaichuan's family, you have visitors. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman came out to open the door. Who is it? Ha Gui introduced himself formally. I am Ha Gui from Xiayuan village, the husband of Lu Zhijie. Is this the home of Lu Kaiquan? Ji Hua frowned, looking annoyed. Who is Lu Zhijie? I don't know her. The middle-aged woman explained, Lu Zhijie was born from that other woman. She's your older sister. When she got married, I hadn't married into the family yet, and you hadn't been born. It seems Lu Zhijie is living quite well. At this point, Ha Gui recounted, yesterday I met my uncle-in-law who said my father-in-law is not well. I came specifically to visit. The middle-aged woman gestured with her hand. Come in. Is this your daughter? Why is she as skinny as a monkey? Look how beautiful your aunt is. Ji Hua arrogantly turned her face. Seeing this, Townie could only reply yes. Just then, Lu Kaiquan walked out. Dazhuang's mother. Who's here? As soon as he saw Ha Gui, he guessed, "You must be Jidia's father, right?" "I am Ha Gui, Jidia's husband. Yesterday, I heard from Lu Qingshun that you are not well. Jidia is pregnant, and it's inconvenient for her to come. I brought our daughter to pay our respects." Lu Kaikwan then asked, "Is Jidia blaming this father of hers? How is she now?" Ha Gui smiled and replied, "Jidia is doing very well now." At this moment, Lu Kaikwan glanced around. Where's Da Zhuang? His brother-in-law is here, and he's not even here to greet him. Ji Hua sulked and frowned. "Father, brother has gone after his wife. I told you not to let that woman into our family, but you all insisted. Look how she's corrupted him. Otherwise, brother would." Lu Kaikwan cut her off. He then said, "Go make some food and soup. Today, my son-in-law has come to our home. Let's have a few drinks." The middle-aged woman replied, "There's no food in the house." Ji Hua then looked greedily at Ha Gui's donkey. "Why don't we just kill that donkey outside? I haven't eaten meat in a long time." Hearing this, Tao Ni was extremely annoyed. "If I had known, I wouldn't have come. What kind of people are they?" She turned and grabbed Ha Gui's hand. "Father, let's go home." At this point, Lu Kaikwan scolded, "Ji Hua, what nonsense are you talking about?" He sighed, "I didn't know you were coming today, so I didn't prepare anything. This old man is useless. I've wronged Ji Jia in the past." Ha Gui seemed to understand the implication. He replied, "If there's anything, please just say it. Ji Jia is pregnant at home and also has to take care of 2 young children. I'm honestly not at ease." Lu Kaikwan put on a pitiful look, saying there was indeed a favor he wanted to ask. De Zhuang went into business with someone and ended up in debt. His wife and child ran away, and all the valuables in the house have been sold. I'm sick and have no money for treatment. I was wondering if Ji Yi would still acknowledge a father like me, if she would be willing to save my life. Xia Gui frowned sympathetically. "Of course, she would. After all, you gave Ji Yi her life. I'll go get a doctor to examine you now. No matter what, this illness must be treated." Mai Shi interrupted, "No need to get a doctor." Ji Hua cheerfully added, "You can just give us the money directly. With money, my father's illness can be cured." Seeing this, Tao Ni angrily gritted her teeth. "I knew it. No contact for so many years, and the moment they do, they ask for money. Shameless." Just then, Xia Gui asked, "What medicine do you need?" Mai Shi replied, "Ginseng and also Lingji mushrooms. These things are all expensive." Hearing this, Tao Ni quickly spoke up. "As it happens, we brought 2 slices of ginseng. My father had a hard time harvesting these 2 slices from mountains. Now, these are the only 2 slices left. When my mother heard that grandfather was on his deathbed, she even brought the last 2 slices of ginseng from our home. The other 3 were all stunned, their mouths agape." Lu Kaikwan was moved to the verge of tears. "Ji is so good. I have wronged Ji Yi." At this moment, Mai Shi shamelessly added, "You even brought out ginseng. It seems you're living quite well. How about you leave one of these animals, the mule or the donkey, for us?" Tao Ni looked her straight in the eye. "We borrowed this mule and donkey from Physician Tai. They don't belong to our family. Physician Tai already told us. It costs 10 taels of silver to borrow them once." She asked again in disbelief, 10 taels of silver? That expensive? Is that robbery? 10 taels of silver could almost buy 2 mules. Tao Ni lowered her head, looking aggrieved. "This one was raised by Physician Tai's family. We borrowed it to come out today, and it already cost half a tael of silver. That was even a discount for us. Our family has no money. My father and I both wear old clothes. My father is uneducated, and my mother was a child bride in training who was always looked down upon by the main family, living a very hard life. Now she has become the heir of my grandfather's deceased cousin." She sneered inwardly, crying, "Poor, who doesn't know how to do that?" On the other side, Ji Hua was scheming. "This brat has a sharp tongue, but I must get a bite out of this." Suddenly, the donkey brayed loudly. It was Ji Hua. She was walking over with a knife, wanting to kill it for food. Seeing this, Tao Ni's face darkened with anger. "Stop! How dare you harm my donkey?" She then kicked Ji Hua hard. In no time, Ji Hua was on the ground. She cried out in pain, "Mother, it hurts so much. Mother, she hit me." Seeing this, the middle-aged woman quickly rushed over. "What's wrong with you? How could you hit your aunt? She just wanted to eat your donkey. It's not as precious as my daughter, is it?" Tao Ni looked contemptuous. "I don't have an aunt like that. Wanted to kill my donkey, eating like a pig. No wonder she can't find a husband. She shouldn't eat. If she eats any more, she'll never get married in this lifetime." At this point, Lu Kaikwan also spoke up. "You've gone too far, niece. No matter what, Ji Hua is your elder. How can you be so disrespectful? Tao Ni retorted with reason. If an elder doesn't act like an elder, I don't mind teaching them a lesson. My physician Tai Uncle said, if others do not harm me, I will not harm them. If others harm me, I will surely harm them. Hearing this, Lu Kaichuan's expression immediately stiffened. Tao Ni added harshly, to raise but not to teach is the father's fault. You sold my mother because of them. I was curious what kind of people they were. Now that I've seen them, they're all fools. Just then, a voice called out, Father, Mother, did you borrow the money? He pointed forward, a mule and a donkey. De Zhuang grinned slyly. With these two beasts, I can pay off my gambling debts. Seeing this, Tao Ni shouted angrily, Stop! This donkey and mule belong to my family, not you. De Zhuang pointed at himself arrogantly. They finally showed up. If it's at my door, it's mine. Tao Ni frowned. Father, look at them. It's a good thing Mother didn't come today, isn't it? De Zhuang's eyes crinkled into a smile. So you're my brother-in-law. That makes it even more reasonable. He grabbed the reins tightly, about to pull the two animals away. My older sister's been married to you for so many years. Why were there no betrothal gifts when you marry my sister? This mule and donkey will serve as the perfect betrothal gifts. Tao Ni angrily gritted her teeth, hating this man. She held back her tears. At this, Tao Ni burst into loud sobs. Where's the justice in this world? My donkey. The Lu family is bullying people. Seeing this, Xia Gui ran over. Tao Ni, my child. By then, the neighbors had also run over to see. What's going on? The other person replied, I heard Lu Kaichuan's eldest son-in-law is here. The one who married that child bride in training. What's her name? So what's all this commotion? Tao Ni cried, even louder with grievance. My father and I heard that grandfather was sick, so we kindly borrowed a mule and a donkey and traveled over mountains and streams to visit him. And now look, not only did grandfather not offer us anything, my uncle even wants to sell my donkey to pay his debts. Isn't this just bullying us? Hearing this, everyone started whispering amongst themselves. This is really too much. That child bride in training was married off when she was so young, and they still expect her family to visit the old man. For the Lu family to treat them like this, it's just too shameless. That's right. No wonder De Zhuang's wife wanted to run away. He even asked me to help find her. I'm not helping. Lu Kaiquan called out sternly. De Zhuang, return the donkey quickly. It was borrowed by your brother-in-law. If you want to sell something, sell mine. De Zhuang was stunned, his mouth agape. Huh? Lu Kaiquan glanced at Xia Gui and proposed, leave one of these animals, the mule or the donkey. I'll write an IOU for you. Xia Gui stammered about this. Tao Ni frowned and interrupted, you say borrow, but you really just want to take my donkey. Give my donkey back. De Zhuang angrily pointed at her. My father already said he'd write you an IOU. Tao Ni ran over and kicked him hard in the stomach. De Zhuang immediately fell to the ground. Tears and snot streamed down his face. My eggs. Seeing this, everyone present burst into delighted laughter. A good hit. A great hit. De Zhuang really needed to be taught a lesson he'll never forget. My sure hurriedly ran over. De Zhuang, what's wrong? Are you okay? You still have to give me grandchildren. Lu Kaiquan was furious, his eyes bloodshot. This girl, what do you think you're doing? He's your uncle. Tao Ni leaped onto the donkey. Before, when you were poor, you sold my mother. Now you're poor and want to sell my family's donkey to pay the debts of this good-for-nothing. From now on, don't say my mother came from your house. My mother has no relatives like you. We don't know you either. She said angrily, Father, let's go. Before leaving, Tao Ni added, don't think I don't respect my elders. I have read books and studied. I know of loyalty, filial piety, propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. But I also know that if an elder does not act like an elder, the younger generation does not need to show respect. Hearing this, Lu Kaichuan's face was stiff, unable to say anything more. At that moment, Xia Gui stepped in front of him. Farewell. The neighbors present started whispering again. That was a good beating. This Lu De Zhuang is greedy and lazy, only knows how to gamble all day. Sooner or later, karma will get him. The other person sneered. Kaiquan used to be a good man, but after marrying my Shur and having a son, he became muddle-headed. Still wants to find a wife? Marrying a pig would be better than him. On the other side, De Zhuang, having lost face, gritted his teeth in anger. You just wait. I will absolutely not let you go. Meanwhile, on the way back, Tao Ni said seriously, Father, it's a good thing Mother didn't come. Otherwise, she would have fainted from anger. Xia Gui added, I also didn't expect her hometown relatives to be like this. Tao Ni looked at him, annoyed. Father, you're too kind. You give them an inch and they take a mile. They're like leeches, she declared. If we are careless, they will all latch onto our family in the future. I don't want relatives like that. But if anyone messes with me, I'll beat up whoever it is. Just then, a harsh voice rang out. Stop right there. Townie glanced behind her. It was De Zhuang. He was aggressively leading a group of thugs in pursuit. Brothers, that's the little brat who caused trouble for me. I'm gonna make them pay. Seeing this, Xia Gui was extremely panicked. We're done for. Townie, you go first. Run back quickly. I'll hold them off. Townie got off the donkey. Father, watch the mule and the donkey. Seeing this, Xia Gui yelled worriedly. Townie, don't go. Come back quickly. On the other side, De Zhuang sneered contemptuously. Very good. This brat must have a death wish. Brothers, beat them for me. The money belongs to me. The woman belongs to you. Townie smiled faintly and reached a hand into her clothes. You want money, right? She then took out a sharp knife. Townie lazily provoked them. Then come and get it. At this moment, one of them gave an order. Brothers, get her. Before they could even move, Townie had already leaped towards them. Here I come. In no time, everyone's wooden sticks were broken in half. The man who had just shouted the order was scared out of his wits. They immediately fled for their lives. Seeing this, De Zhuang called after them. Hey, Townie laughed triumphantly. Don't run. She took down several of them at once, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. Monster! Townie stood imposingly with her hands on her hips. I told you not to run. Taking advantage of her distraction, De Zhuang immediately tried to slip away. However, Townie suddenly turned around. She gave him a strange smile. Uncle! Townie rushed towards him. Where do you think you're going? De Zhuang trembled, sweating profusely. My good niece, let's put the knife down first. We can talk things out slowly. At this point, Xia Gui also spoke up. Townie, put the knife down. It's not good to hurt someone. Townie stared back resolutely. I won't put it down. If I hadn't practiced martial arts and carry a knife with me, we would have been in a terrible state just now. De Zhuang cried and begged. Good niece, no. Heroine, spare my life. I really won't dare to do it again. Townie's expression remained unchanged. Just then, a voice called out, wait. Townie was surprised. Cousin Uncle, Lu Qingchun said with a fearful face. Townie, don't do anything foolish. Townie frowned angrily. Cousin Uncle, do you know what they're like? Their family is utterly shameless. We came to visit them with good intentions. If my mother had come, she would have been angered to death by them. Now he even brought people to rob us. I really can't swallow this anger. Hearing this, tears and snot streamed down to Zhuang's face. Uncle, save me. I won't dare to do it again. Lu Chengshun sighed. De Zhuang owes 100 taels in gambling debts outside. His father just sold all the family's land and only got 30 taels of silver. Their family won't have an easy life from now on. Just spare De Zhuang this one time. Hagui added, Townie, how about we just let it go? At that moment, De Zhuang trembled. Spare me this time. I won't dare to do it again. As soon as Townie put the knife down, De Zhuang smirked smugly. She noticed his action, and Townie once again pointed the sharp tip of the knife at him. De Zhuang bit his lip tightly. A moment later, he was moaning and crying on the ground. De Zhuang cried out in sorrow, my hair, how am I supposed to get married now? Townie sternly shouted, aren't you going to get lost? Hearing this, De Zhuang immediately scrambled away my hair. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Qingchun couldn't help but worry. When will De Zhuang ever live a proper life? Just then, Townie walked over with the ginseng. Great uncle, this is a gift from my mother to your father. Great uncle, please bring this to help the teacher, she said as she handed it to Lu Qingchun, my mother's kindness. My father and I have delivered it. Whatever happens from now on has nothing to do with our family anymore. After saying this, Townie happily got on the donkey. Father, let's go. Hakgui solemnly turned around. Uncle, I bid you farewell. After the two of them had gone far into the distance, Lu Chengshun was still gazing after them. He secretly admired, so decisive at such a young age. It's a pity our place is just a small mountain village. Otherwise, she could definitely become an incredible figure. On the other side, at the Lu residence, De Zhuang pleaded, Father, just give the money and the ginseng to me. I promise you, I will absolutely not gamble anymore. Jihua retorted, Father, you can't give it to my brother. He will definitely take it to gamble. She chuckled, Father, why don't you give the money to me instead? I'll keep it for my dowry. A grown daughter needs to find a husband too. Hearing this, Madam, I stepped forward indignantly. How can you talk about your brother like that? You'll have a betrothal gift then. Why not give this to your brother? Your brother is so old and has no one to take care of him. How pitiful. Emboldened, De Zhuang burst into tears. That's right, a son's life is hard. How can I find a wife without money? Lu Kaiquan sympathetically patted his head. De Zhuang, there's no land left in the family. I don't have much longer to live either. You must try to be a better person. De Zhuang's eyes welled with tears. Father, really? This time I've really turned over a new leaf. You must believe me. Seeing this, Lu Kaiquan took out the money pouch. De Zhuang, this is really the last time. Unexpectedly, before he could even take it out, De Zhuang snatched it away. He flashed a wicked smile. The last time, definitely. De Zhuang thought to himself, how can this little bit of money be enough? I might as well gamble one more time. I just need to win back the money I lost. On the other side, Madame Lu sighed. I didn't expect my side of the family to end up like this. Tao Ni frowned angrily. Isn't it all because of that Madame Mai who started causing trouble the moment she entered the family? Not only did she sell mother off, the daughter she gave birth to is gluttonous and lazy, and the son is a dissolute gambler. Ha Gui held out his hand to signal. Tao Ni, don't say any more. After all, it's your mother's maiden home. We just won't visit from now on. Tao Ni still couldn't help but worry. No, that pig-headed man from their family is a complete scoundrel. Mother, tomorrow let's go to the small plantation and stay for a few days. The people there, Lin Datu, Lin Ertu, and Zhu Zi are all there. Ha Gui added, then let's do as Tao Ni says. The next day, everyone was diligently catching fish. Zhu Zi happily turned his head. Heroine. Tao Ni waved and ran over. Lin Jin, Wei Wei. Why are you all back so early? Doesn't school start tomorrow? Lin Wei called out, Sister. She frowned and recounted. The people at home looked down on me for working as an embroiderer outside. My brother didn't want me to suffer, so he brought me out. Tao Ni placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Goodness, this must be the stepmother's doing again. For now, you two are self-reliant. They don't see you as family, but we see you as family. My parents will be at the small plantation for a few days. We'll cook a grand feast for everyone every day. Hearing this, Zhu Zi cheered with delight. That's great. Just then, Lu Yijie ran over breathlessly. Tao Ni, I knew you'd be here. Tao Ni asked, what's wrong? Lu Yijie panted, I met your great uncle in the village. He was looking for you all, so I came here to see if you were here. As he spoke, Lu Yijie was in a hurry. Brother, quick, give me a sip of water. I'm dying of thirst from running all the way here. Tao Ni secretly guessed, so sudden, it must be about matters back home. She smiled and replied, you stay here and help with the cooking. I'll go over and see what's going on. A moment later, Tao Ni's eyes widened in shock. He's dead? How could this be? Wasn't he able to get out of bed just yesterday? Lu Qingshun recounted, it's all because of that senseless De Zhuang. He took the money from selling the land and the ginseng, and the moment he turned around, he went back to the gambling den. Not only did he lose every last penny, he also gambled away Jihua. When your uncle saw the debt collectors at the door, he mortgaged the house. He himself passed away on the spot. Tao Ni frowned. As expected, a hopeless case. Tomorrow, I'll go with father. Don't tell my mother yet. Her health is weak. Hearing this, Lu Qingshun waved his hand and left. Then great uncle will head back first. I still have to visit other houses. At this moment, Tao Ni's face darkened. My mother's relative is gone too. I'll take this opportunity to settle things once and for all. The next day, at her maternal relative's home, Madame Mai was sobbing her heart out. Watching from a distance, Tao Ni thought to herself, he was a scholar, after all. It's all this stepmother's fault that his family is ruined and his children have all fled. Over there, Madame Mai cried, even louder, my fate is truly bitter. Old man, why did you leave me like this? What do you expect me to do now? Hearing this, Tao Ni pressed her lips together. Who told you not to raise your own children properly? Serves you right. Tao Ni walked over holding incense sticks. Seeing her, Madame Mai asked, girl, did you come alone? Where are your father and mother? Tao Ni replied calmly, they couldn't make it. I came to pay respects on their behalf. At that moment, Madame Mai began to complain about her hardships. Girl, De Zhuang's father is dead. She looked at her tearfully. De Zhuang has also disappeared, and the house has been mortgaged to the gambling den. I have nowhere else to go. When the time comes, I'll go to your house, all right? You don't need to provide for my old age. I can work. I could do any kind of work. Can you take me in? Townie showed a look of contempt. Go find your own biological daughter. My mother is not your biological daughter. Besides, have you forgotten? She glanced coldly. You sold my mother long ago. By coming here today, our Hoff family has done all that could be expected. Madam, I immediately jumped up you. She angrily lunged towards her. How can a young girl like you talk like that? No matter what, I am still your maternal grandmother. It's not like I'd be freeloading off you. Get your father to talk to me. You're not qualified. Seeing this, Townie drew her knife. I don't want to cause trouble today. The suffering my mother endured since she was young was all thanks to you. She directly placed the knife against her neck. If you continue to obstruct me, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing this, Madam, I finally quieted down. Townie thought to herself, grandfather. She held the incense stick in her hand. This is the first time I've called you grandfather, and it will be the last. I've come to visit you on behalf of my mother. During festivals, I will also burn paper money for you. Townie bowed her head. May you rest in peace. After paying her respects, she immediately turned and left. Madam, I gnashed her teeth in anger. This girl is so eccentric and peculiar, just like a demoness. I must vent this anger when the Zhuang returns. Just then, Townie turned her head to threaten. I'm warning you. If you people dare to appear before us again, I will make you regret it. Hearing this, Madam Mai's face turned pale. As for Townie, she walked away contemptuously. As she walked, she muttered, a profligate son is a profligate son, a broken and ruined family. Townie thought to herself, it's a good thing my mother got out early, otherwise, I really can't imagine. Just then, a laugh rang out. Hearing it, Townie looked over curiously. What's that sound? I'll go take a look. At this moment, a horse-drawn carriage approached. Townie glanced at the woman inside. She was surprised. Isn't that Lu Yijia's mother going to pay New Year's visits? At the same time, the woman next to her spoke. My good sister, that little brat is getting more and more arrogant. You have to help me vent my anger. Lu Yijia's mother smiled. What are you saying, sister? Your Lin family and our Lu family have been close for generations. Of course, I'm willing to help with such a small matter. Seeing the carriage approaching, Townie immediately crouched down. The Lin family? The Lin family nearby is Lin Jin's family. Lin Jin studies at the Lu family's academy. Could be they want to make things difficult for Lin Jin. Thinking of this, she immediately turned back. I have to go back early and tell Lin Jin. As soon as she returned, Townie called out anxiously, Lin Jin. Seeing Lin Wei, Townie asked right away, where is he? Lin Wei ran over, confused. Sister Townie, what's wrong? My brother has gone to the academy. School starts today. Townie was uneasy. Wei, come here for a moment. I have something to ask you. I think I saw your stepmother today. Does she always use a horse-drawn carriage when she goes out? A red horse-drawn carriage? Lin Wei looked at her for a moment, then rested her chin on her hand and replied, my family does have a carriage like that. Sister Townie, what's wrong? Does it have something to do with my brother? Townie voiced her thoughts. I'm afraid they might be trying to make things difficult for your brother, because the other person in the carriage was your brother's teacher's wife. Lin Wei's eyes widened in panic. What? Then what will happen to my brother? Townie quickly reassured her. Don't be afraid. If something really is going on, I believe we can solve it. At night, Townie sat dazedly on the porch. Just then, Hague opened the door and stepped out. Townie, dinner's ready. Come and eat. Townie replied, you eat first, father. I'll be right there. At the same time, Lin Jin had also returned. The moment she saw him, she recognized him. It's Lin Jin. Townie ran over and asked, Lin Jin, why are you back with your bundle? Lin Jin mumbled, I've dropped out of school. Townie was a little surprised. Dropped out? Why? Lin Jin recounted his grievance. This afternoon, when I was getting my meal, Lu Yijia's younger sister rushed towards me. I accidentally spilled soup and rice on her. Although it wasn't serious, the teacher's wife was very angry, and so, hearing this, Townie sharply interrupted. I knew something would happen. Today I saw Lu Yijia's mother and your stepmother together. This won't do. I have to go and demand justice for you. Lin Jin hurriedly stopped her. Wait. He grabbed her hand, Miss Ha. Townie happily turned her face and said, Ha. Lin Jin looked at her silently, then shyly pulled his hand back. I'm sorry. Townie blushed and stammered. It's okay. At this moment, Lin Jin's expression darkened. That matter, let's just forget it. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, they don't welcome me, so I don't plan to continue studying there anymore. Townie waved her hand encouragingly. If they won't let you study, then you must insist on studying to show them. You must pass the imperial exam and become the top scholar to make them regret it. Lin Jin smiled. Okay. The next day at the market, Taiwanese group was extremely confused. Our fish used to be eaten by so many people. Why is no one even glancing at it now? Just then, True 2 ran over from a distance. I found out. He panted, sweat dripping from his forehead. A few days ago, someone from the Xiao residence got sick after eating fish from the countryside. So now no one dares to eat fish anymore. Taoani put her hands on her hips, puzzled. But the fish they ate wasn't from our family. What does that have to do with us? Lin Air 2 looked at her, flustered. What should we do now? If we take these fish back, they'll die from being jostled on the road. Just then, Lin Jean spoke up. I have an idea. With that, he immediately ran off. Seeing this, Lin Air 2 watched in confusion. What did Lin Jean think of? He's not planning to go to another village, is he? Lin Air 2 laughed teasingly. That's right, you're so silly. True 2 added silly. At this point, Townie also spoke up. Are you silly? All the fish are here. What's the use of him going to another village? Just then, Linda 2 saw Lin Jin's figure in the distance. You guys stop talking. Lin Jin is back. Lin Jin walked over happily. Miss Xia, I've thought of a way. Can I take a fish with me? Townie smiled and replied, sure, I'll go with you. Hearing this, Lin Air 2 and Linda 2 said in unison, we'll go too. True 2 waved his hand. No, you two watch the fish. He waved goodbye to them excitedly. Goodbye. A while later at Yongxing Pharmacy, the physician asked doubtfully, is your fish really that delicious? He looked pensively at the flapping fish in his hand. My palate is very picky, you know. If it's not good, I'll charge you. True 2 added, charging 10 times the price is fine too. Hearing this, the physician sighed. All right then, feel free to use the tools in here. Call me when you're done. Townie replied cheerfully. Yes, sir. True 2, kill the fish and put the pot on. She beamed. You really have a great idea. If the pharmacy owner also finds it delicious, everyone will surely come. Lin Jean recounted, when I was young, I once had fish cooked in a medicinal soup, so I wanted to give it a try. Townie encouraged him. It will definitely work. Soon, the pot of soup was bubbling away, and everyone was drawn in by its aroma. Why does this fish smell so good? At this moment, a person reached out to dissuade them. No matter how fragrant it is, you can't eat it. Didn't someone get sick from eating fish recently? Hearing that, the others were swayed. That's right, we can't eat it. Just then, the physician from inside peeked out. So fragrant, so very fragrant. Townie handed him a bowl of fish. She winked. Doctor, this is a fish soup made with the medicinal herbs from your Jiao Tang. Please taste it and see how it is. Hearing this, the physician immediately brought a spoonful of fish soup to his mouth. Then I won't be polite. Everyone stared in horror at the physician. After swallowing the spoonful, the physician suddenly burst into tears. It's truly, seeing this, everyone was terrified. See, you shouldn't eat the fish. He's crying. On the other side, the physician added, it's so delicious. With that, he drank the entire bowl. The physician licked his lips. Young lady, give me another bowl. No need to pay for the medicinal herbs. Townie beamed. Yes. Meanwhile, Lin Air 2 sighed. This is so boring. Why aren't they back yet? He and Linda 2 were fed up. So boring. Where did they go? Suddenly, loud noises rang out. Many hurried footsteps approached. Lin Air 2 looked in surprise at the crowd before him. The fish buyers are here. They were pushing and shoving. I want to buy fish. Don't fight with me. Fish, I'm here. Soon, the ground was covered with money. Townie's group hugged each other happily. True 2 cheered. So much money, we've struck it rich. Townie beamed. Everyone contributed today. I'll pay you all your wages when we get back. Just then, a young man approached from a distance. Young lady, are there any fish left? I want to buy 2. Townie bent down to look in the bucket. There are still 2 small ones. I'll get them for you. She happily held up the bag. Townie's eyes widened. Yin Meng. At the same time, Lin Jean had also noticed the 2 of them, his face clearly showing displeasure. Over here, Yin Meng smiled. Townie was silent, breaking into a sweat. No, in this life, I can't get involved with him. Thinking this, she put the fish away. This fish is no longer for sale. But Yin Meng had already managed to grab it. He leaned in. I've already bought it. Tao and he waved her hands. Forget it, just go. She silently calmed herself. Stay calm. Just sending him away will be fine. Just then, Steward Tion ran over breathlessly. Where's the fish? I want to buy fish. Townie replied. All sold out. Hearing this, Steward Tion was stunned, his jaw dropping. How so fast? Weren't there still a lot this morning? Townie angrily gritted her teeth. Too late. You clearly ate fish from another family, yet you claimed our fish had a problem. Now you want it, but it's too late. The fish are gone. Steward Tion pointed into the bucket. This is all a misunderstanding. Isn't there still one here? I'll take it. Townie shook her head. Not for sale anymore. Steward Tion frowned. I'll pay 50 taels. Townie resolutely turned away. I'm still not selling. At this point, Steward Tion turned his gaze to the bag of fish in Yin Ming's hand. He hurriedly held out the money. Little brother, will you sell this fish to me? 50 taels. That's enough for you to eat fish for a whole year. Yin Ming put a hand to his chin, pondering. That's a good point, but when I compare it to the fish on the ground, my fish seems a bit bigger. How can it be the same price? He frowned. It should be around. At this, the person next to him broke into a sweat. If the young master doesn't get to eat fish, he'll surely beat us until we're crippled. Hearing this, Steward Tion burst into tears. Young hero, please help me out. 60 taels. I've even used up my coffin savings. Yin Ming pursed his lips. All right then, I'll sell. Hearing this, Steward Tion was finally relieved. How about the fish? After he left, Yin Ming held the silver and teased. Young lady, your fish are quite valuable. Come back like this next time. I want to buy more. Tao Ni turned away. I won't be coming next time. Yin Ming was surprised, his jaw dropping. Huh. Just then, Lin Jean stepped forward to block him. My friend, we're all packed up. If fate allows, we shall meet again. On the other side, Tao Ni's face fell. So troublesome. I clearly don't want any relationship. Why am I getting entangled again? Lin Jean looked at her curiously. Why does Miss Yao look so unusual? Could it be because of that person? Watching their departing backs, Yin Ming smiled. This young lady is truly interesting. The more you want to avoid me, the more I want to get close to you. Elsewhere, Grandpa Lin came out wondering, Brother Liu, why are you free to come for a drink today? Uncle Kuei replied, Did you know? Lin Jean was expelled from school. It must be the work of the people back in the village. Grandpa Lin wasn't very surprised. I guessed as much. Uncle Kuei looked back. Aren't you going to help that boy? Grandpa Lin walked to the table. You know as well as I do, my older brother holds a grudge in his heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Lin Jean is the second son, and born to a concubine at that. They won't let that boy have a day where he can hold his head high. As he spoke, Grandpa Lin poured wine. Uncle Kuei took the bowl of wine from his hand. It's a pity, this boy is quite talented. It's truly a shame to cut short the future of one so young. Again, Grandpa Lin frowned. Yes, I'm old now. The past is the past. The path he wants to take must still depend on himself. I can only act as a guide. With that, the two of them raised their cups together. Cheers. The next day, Tao Ni was surprised. What, you want to go on a study tour with Grandpa Lin? Lin Jean smiled with certainty. Yes, Grandpa Lin said that reading for 10 years is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. It's good to go out and broaden my horizons. Tao Ni rested her chin on her hand. Actually, I've known for a long time that Grandpa Lin is a cultured man. It's good to be able to go out and see the world. But how long will you be gone? When will you be back? Lin Jean replied happily. I don't know how long it will be before I can return. Miss Xia, I'll have to entrust my younger sister to your care for the time being. And also the small plantation we reclaimed. I'm afraid the people from the village will come and cause trouble while I'm away. I want to give the small plantation to you, Miss Xia. Tao Ni's jaw dropped. No, I shouldn't take this. She then had an idea. Let's do this. We'll draw up a fake contract, making it temporarily belong to my family, so they'll have nothing to say. When you return, we can continue to share it. Lin Jean beamed. All right, I'll follow whatever you say, Miss Xia. He put his hands on his hips. I will definitely return safely. The next day, everyone had gathered to see the two of them off. Tao Ni walked over happily. Grandpa Lin, Lin Jean. She then presented the gift in her hands. Time was short. I could only make 2 pairs of shoe insoles. Grandpa Lin chuckled. The girl is thoughtful. As for Lin Jean, he quickly took the gift. Thank you, Miss Xia. Lin Wei wondered. Brother, when will you be back? Lin Jean gently patted her head. Wei Wei, don't worry. We'll probably be back by the holidays. You must listen to Miss Xia. Lin Wei held back her tears. Yes. Tao Ni smiled comfortingly. Don't worry. I will take good care of Wei Wei. At this point, Grandpa Lin spoke up. All right, it's getting late. We have to go. Everyone said in unison, Goodbye. Be careful. Grandpa Lin nodded. Goodbye. We will return soon. Watching their backs disappear, Tao Ni was lost in thought. Elsewhere, at the Lin family estate, Old Master Lin shouted angrily. What? That brat Lin Jean not only dropped out of school, but he's also gone on a study tour? Hong Tao said with certainty. I told you Lin Jean would cause trouble. She sneered. A descendant of our Lin family going on a study tour. It's ridiculously laughable. Old Master Lin frowned. Shut your mouth. Seeing this, Hong Tao broke out in a fearful sweat. At this point, Lin Hao spoke up. Grandfather, how about I go to the small plantation to check it out myself? Old Master Lin waved his hand. No need. He clicked his tongue. The road to the small plantation is bad. I went there once many years ago. It's near the mountain forest. The road is dangerous and not easy to travel. Lin Jin's father frowned. Father, let Uncle Sue go over and take a look. He spoke reasonably. After all, the small plantation is considered an asset of the Lin family's descendants. It wouldn't be good if it were taken by an outsider. Hearing this, old Master Lin finally agreed. All right, just let old Sue make a trip there. Townie reassured Lin Wei. Wei, your brother has Grandpa Lin to take care of him. You don't need to worry too much. You just need to focus on your studies. Lin Wei smiled brightly. Yes, I won't waste time. I will also work hard. Townie added, then you should go inside. Hearing this, Lin Wei waved. Okay, goodbye, big sister. Just then, Steward Yin ran over breathlessly. Little miss, I finally found you. He beamed. Last time, the servants didn't know how to do their job. Have your fish grown yet? When are you coming to sell them? Townie waved her hand. They're all gone. I sold them all last time. Steward Yin, I don't dare do business with your Xiao residents anymore. You kick people out just like that, and you even suspected there was a problem with my fish and food. Just then, another voice spoke up. Little miss, from now on, if you have fish, just come directly to me. The young man extended his hand. No one will dare to stop you. Seeing this, Townie stared blankly, her eyes wide. It's him, her young master from her past life. At this moment, NAMA-Man noticed the group from afar. He shouted angrily. What you all doing? Ganging up on someone? And she's just a little girl. Hearing this, Townie was shocked. Why is it you again? On the other side, NAMA-Man added, just because you have money doesn't mean you can bully people. The young master asked confidently, my friend, is there some misunderstanding? NAMA-Man frowned arrogantly, while Townie was crying inwardly. Why does everyone from my past life want to interact with me? I can't even escape if I try. NAMA-Man angrily stepped in front of Townie. Little miss, don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can touch you. At this moment, Townie spoke up. You idiot, stop making things complicated. The young master continued. This young brother has misunderstood. I just wanted to buy the little miss's fish. NAMA-Man turned to look at her. Is that so? Townie replied indifferently. That's right. Hearing this, NAMA-Man broke into a sweat. He laughed awkwardly. Oh, so that's how it is. The little miss's fish are indeed very good. They helped me make quite a bit of money last time. The young master looked at Townie and proposed, Little miss, if you don't have any fish now, we can draw up a contract. I'll take all your fish. Whatever else your family has, I'll take it all. What do you think? Townie put a hand to her chin, pondering. To have him buy out her entire fish pond directly, that would indeed save some effort, and she wouldn't have to run back and forth. At this, NAMA-Man replied seriously, this young master is quite straightforward. This little miss's fish are extremely delicious. If you buy them all, we won't get to eat any. No way. The young master's expression didn't change. I can offer double the price. NAMA-Man held out his hand. I think at least triple the price would be more appropriate. He turned and winked at Townie. No need to thank me. Townie frowned. Thank my foot, you meddler. On the other side, the young master smiled and replied, no problem, but I want to see the plantation. If it's suitable, we can draw up the contract immediately. When the food is ready to be eaten, I'll send people to pick it up. Townie thought to herself, this seems fine. Her parents' income could be a bit more stable, and she could focus on learning embroidery and managing the plantation. Thinking of this, she happily agreed. All right, let's go then. Hearing this, Steward Yin turned around. Little miss, wait. I'll go arrange for a horse carriage. NAMA-Man also ran after them. The little miss is still quite young. I'm not at ease. Wait for me. I'll go prepare too. Seeing this, Townie thought to herself, such enthusiasm makes it easy to get close. There's no escaping. A while later, the young master was sitting in the horse carriage. NAMA-Man was riding a horse beside it, and Townie was riding a donkey in front. She broke into a sweat, thinking to herself, what is this scene? Townie suddenly stopped. The small plantation is just ahead. Hearing this, the young master gave an order, help me out of the carriage. Steward Yin quickly tried to stop him. Young master, it's all mud over here. The young master stepped onto the ground and replied, it's fine. He looked around, it is a bit small. Hearing this, NAMA-Man looked displeased. This is small? It's enough to feed dozens of people. Seeing this, Steward Yin stepped forward to smooth things over. Young brother, you don't understand. My young master has just taken over Hong Man Lao. As long as your goods are good enough, the young master won't treat you poorly. NAMA-Man was surprised, so that's how it is. He beamed. How about 4 times the price then? Townie interrupted. That's not necessary. Triple is fine. The young master sighed in relief. All right, steward, go draw up the contract. Yes, young master. At the same time, old Sue, from a distance, broke into a sweat, thinking, are all young people like this nowadays? My young master is of course outstanding. This young man also has an extraordinary appearance, and so does that little miss. A moment later, a cup was thrown and shattered into pieces. Old Master Lin glared angrily. What? Erlang sold the small plantation. How could he do something so foolish? Lin Jin's father continued. This rebellious son, where is he? Call it back here. At this, old Sue recounted, I heard that the second young master wanted to study abroad and sold the small plantation because he lacked travel funds. Hong Dao raised an eyebrow. From the beginning, I knew giving the small plantation to Erlang was not a good idea. Old Sue frowned. I heard that the small plantation is now doing business with Hung Man Lao. Old Master Lin was surprised. What? He paced back and forth, pondering. Hung Man Lao is opened by the He residents. Quickly buy back the small plantation. We might be able to build a connection with the He residents. Old Master Lin waved his hand. Old Sue, find a way to buy back the plantation. A little extra money is fine. Hearing this, Old Sue replied confidently, yes, old master, I will definitely handle it properly for the old master. A while later, he was sitting in front of Townie. Townie spoke up and asked, are you sure you want to buy it back at double the price? Old Sue raised an eyebrow. You all put in the effort to cultivate this land, but it is, after all, the Lin family's property. Double the price is already a lot. Townie clapped her hands. That makes sense. Did you bring the money? Old Sue gave a sly smile. 80 taels should be enough, right? As he finished speaking, he threw the money onto the table. Townie shook her head. Seeing this, Old Sue angrily slammed his hand down. 80 taels is still not enough? Townie cheerfully took out the contract. Lin Jin sold it to me for 4,000 taels. She gritted her teeth. You said double, which means 8,000 taels. Hearing this, Old Sue immediately fell back in his chair. What? 8,000 taels? He got so angry his face turned red and veins popped out. With that much, you could even buy an official post. Townie scornfully picked up the money pouch. It seems this deal is off. She then threw it towards Old Sue. Please see yourself out. At this, Old Sue's face darkened with anger. You little brat, you've angered the Lin residents. Let's see how the old master punishes you. Elsewhere, at the Lin residence, old Master Lin angrily jumped to his feet. He frowned. This girl is crazy. She's clearly messing with our Lin family. Lin Jin's father continued. Father, the other party is just a little brat. I'll go find her. Hong Dao added, I'll go too. A while later, Lu Diet Kiet ran over breathlessly. Townie, the people from the Lin family are here. It seems they came in a horse carriage this time. Townie was surprised. A horse carriage? She thought to herself, it's Lin Jin's stepmother. I must give them a proper welcome. Thinking of this, Townie became excited. Quick, help me get ready to welcome them. Lu Diet Kiet gave a wicked smile. No problem. On the other side, the driver, who was moving along, suddenly stopped. Madam, the house of the small plantation is up there. The carriage can't go up. Hong Dao's voice called out. I know, I'll get out here. She glanced at the ground below. Hong Dao grumbled unhappily. Why is it all stagnant mud? It's filthy and stinks. Lin Jin's father took her hand. He reassured her. Didn't you want to come yourself? Say no more. Up above, Lu Diet Kiet chuckled to himself. That's lotus pond mud and cow dung that I spread out. At the same time, Townie walked over. How is it? Lu Diet Kiet said, they're down below. It really is Lin Jin's parents. Hearing this, Townie immediately released the chickens. They'd come at the perfect time. She gave a sinister smile. Before long, the chickens pounced on the two of them. Hong Dao's eyes widened in fear. Where did these chickens come from? Townie looked coldly at the two of them. If you dare to bully Lin Jin, don't blame me for being ruthless. After being thoroughly tormented, Lin Jin's parents finally arrived. Hong Dao shouted angrily, Hey, is anyone here? Townie walked out holding a broom. She asked coldly, What's all the shouting about? Hong Dao frowned. You girl, why are you so rude? Townie raised the broom and said, Did you steal my chickens? Where are the thieves? Lin Jin's father broke into a sweat. No, we didn't. We're from the Lin family, here to buy the small plantation. Hearing this, Townie immediately held out her hand. The Lin family again? I thought you were thieves. What is it? Do you have the money this time? 8,000 taels. Hong Dao looked at her furiously. You rotten girl, what kind of ridiculous price are you quoting? Who would buy a piece of land for 8,000 taels? Townie replied nonchalantly, No money? If you don't have money, what's with the attitude? Go home. Hong Dao was so angry her eyes turned red. You, Lin Jin's father frowned. He looked at her with a frightening gaze. Little girl, do you know who we are? I am Lin Jin's father. This small plantation belongs to our Lin family. Hearing this, Tao Ni's face darkened. So you're Lin Jin's father. I heard your Lin family is very wealthy. So why was Lin Jin not only unable to study, but also kicked out to the small plantation? Lin Jin's father shouted angrily. This is our Lin family's business. It's none of your concern. Not backing down, Tao Ni immediately retorted, that's right. And now this land belongs to my Xia family. It's none of your concern. At this, Lin Jin's father lunged forward. You little girl are not worthy of discussing business with me. Get lost. He glared. Tell your father to come out here. Tao Ni tightened her grip on the broom handle and immediately smacked Lin Jin's father in the face, causing him and Hong Dao to fall backward. Lin Jin's father was furious. You damn girl, you dare to lay a hand on me? Just then, Hong Dao suddenly bent down. Why are my hands so sticky? Tao Ni frowned, looking at them. Why did you fall into my pile of cow dung? I was just about to go fertilize the fields. Hearing this, the two of them froze. Cow dung? They immediately started retching violently. Lin Jin's father gritted his teeth. You just wait. This isn't over. Tao Ni waved cheerfully. You're welcome to come again next time. I guarantee there'll be plenty of cow dung. Just then, Lu Diet Kit stepped out. Tao Ni, you're amazing. Tao Ni scratched her head modestly. It's nothing. The Lin family was bullying people too much. I just taught them a small lesson. Lu Diet Kit broke into a sweat. Aren't you afraid they'll retaliate? They're a big clan, after all. Hearing this, Tao Ni angrily rolled up her sleeves. Is that so? Then let them try. Elsewhere, a maid poured water into the mud. Hong Dao turned around with a scowl. Is the smell gone? The maid bowed her head. Madam, the smell is gone. Hearing this, Hong Dao grimaced. A mere brat dares to oppose me. I must punish you. Thinking of this, she gave an order. Later, call Lam Dai Dao, Lam Ni Dao, and True Two here to say I'm looking for them for some business. Yes, madam. Hong Dao gave a sinister smile. Your land deed is very valuable, isn't it? Let's see how I turn it into a worthless rag. A moment later, Hong Dao placed silver in front of the group. Of True Two, she raised an eyebrow. Take it, this money is for you boys. Hearing this, their group was surprised, their eyes shining brightly. True Two spoke up. Annie, is there something else you want us to do? Hong Dao rested her chin on her hand. You've gotten smarter. I heard you boys are very close to that girl Tao Ni, right? The three of them answered in unison, yes. We often play together. Hong Dao smiled slyly. Then you boys must also know the matter of her monopolizing our Lam family's small plantation, right? True Two was confused. Didn't she buy it from Lam Tuan? Hong Dao's whole body trembled with anger, saying, that little girl has a vicious heart, seizing our small plantation as her own. Now Annie is giving you boys a chance to get rich. Do you want it? Lam Dai Dao immediately asked, what kind of chance? Hong Dao tilted her head slightly. It's this. A moment later, Tao Ni's eyes were red with anger. What? She gave you 300 taels and wants you to come steal the land deed? Lam Ni Dao trembled and hid behind the others. Female hero, should we not have agreed? The main thing is we were also afraid Annie would find someone else, which would be even more troublesome. So Tao Ni put her hands on her hips and interrupted. Why would I be angry? She's giving you money. I couldn't be happier. You all go back first. I still have to go pick herbs for my mother. If there's any news, tell me immediately. I have a way to get her money. The three of them said, in unison. A moment later, Tao Ni went up the hill to pick herbs. She thought to herself, Mother has been pregnant for several months. I have to take good care of her. I'll dig up some more herbs to have them ready. Just then, a sound was heard, and Tao Ni quickly noticed it. She immediately walked closer to investigate. Tao Ni opened the cage. She picked up the pigeon. Poor little pigeon. Tao Ni then said, go inside. In the space, the pigeon was completely well. Tao Ni then put it down. The wound has been treated. I'll raise you for now. Tao Ni gave a wicked smile. But if you're not well behaved, I'll eat you. You know, seeing the bird's indignant look, Tao Ni burst out laughing. Just kidding. Feel free to recover in my space. Drink a lot of the divine water. I'll come visit you when I'm free. Exit. A moment later, Tao Ni had returned home. Right at this moment, True 2's voice rang out. Female hero. Tao Ni looked at him in surprise. What's wrong? Speak slowly. True 2 was so rushed, he was out of breath. Annie knows you have martial arts skills, so tomorrow we will bring lamb trunk from their courtyard guard. Maybe you should hide first. Tao Ni smiled with great amusement. All right, I know, you go back first. Just act like you know on nothing. I have a way to deal with that, Lamb Trung. True too couldn't help but worry. Miss Ha, you must be careful, Townie said smugly. They're the ones who should be careful. Just then, Hakui walked out from the house. Townie, are you really okay holding onto the small plantation by yourself? Townie replied confidently, Father, you can rest assured. Townie knows martial arts. No one can stop me. Hakui was a bit skeptical. All right, Father trusts you. Right at this moment, Lu Di Kiet walked over. Townie, I brought everything you told me to prepare. Seeing this, Townie ran over excitedly. Well done. Now let's go prepare. The next day, that group of people grew impatient. Are we there yet? We've been walking for half a day. True Two reassured them. We're here. It's just up ahead. Just then, Lam Dai Dao gave a look. Brother, have you told a female hero? True Two said quietly, of course. How would I dare not to? Lam Trung gave a sinister smile. He glanced around. No wonder the Lam family wants to take back the small plantation. It's been developed quite nicely. Looking at the house in front, one of the underlings asked Lam Trung, why is there no one here? Lam Trung casually slung his club over his shoulder. It's very normal that they can't afford a butler. He frowned and ordered, go straight into the house and search. If you catch the girl, bring her to me. True Two also followed. Then we'll go stand guard around the perimeter for you. Lam Trung waved his hand. I'm not expecting much from you anyway. With that, he strode forward aggressively. Let's go, brothers. At a nearby tree, Lu Di Kiet was watching everything. They're here. Townie said calmly, on my command. On the other side, a man kicked the door wide open. He sneered, brothers, don't just focus on finding the land deed. If you see anything valuable, take it. Big Brother has given his tacit approval. They all replied in unison, understood. At the same time, Lu Di Kiet sinisterly pulled a rope. The thing they had prepared was immediately dumped down. The man from before looked up. What is this? Just a few seconds later, he was clutching his face and grimacing. It's chili peppers. It hurts so much, it's so spicy. The scene at this moment became a complete mess. Not only that, but one of them also stepped into a preset trap. His shrill scream attracted Lam Trung's attention. Lam Trung clicked his tongue. A bunch of useless fools. He strode in aggressively. What's all the screaming about? Watch me. Lam Trung easily dodged the chili powder. Bit by bit, he avoided the traps on the floor. He jumped up, his face full of excitement. Stop hiding. I know you're in here. Bring out whatever other tricks you have. Townie threw a jar. It's not over yet. Lam Trung shattered it with a single kick. You want to scare me with a single jar. Right at this moment, Townie appeared in a martial arts stance. Impressive as expected. Lam Trung looked at her contemptuously. You brat, hand over the land deed now. Townie's eyes crinkled into a smile. I wonder who's more formidable, you or the Hornets? Lam Trung was confused. Hornets? Lu Di Kiet, holding a cage, said, That's right, you just broke a jar of honey. That's what hornets like best. As he finished speaking, he opened the cage, and a swarm of hornets immediately flew out. Lam Trung's face turned pale with fear. Help! He and his underlings quickly turned tail and fled. Seeing this, Lu Di Kiet burst out laughing with delight. Getting stung by hornets can be fatal. Why don't you jump down quickly? Hearing this, the group of men shouted to each other, Quick, jump! As a result, they all fell for Townie's trick. One man crawled onto the bank and retched violently. Why does it stink so much? True Two ran over and added, How could it not stink? That's a manure pit. Townie smirked. Easy to get in, hard to get out. Hearing this, that man burst into tears. Help, female hero. Spare our lives. We'll never dare to do this again. Lu Di Kiet held his nose in disgust. These guys stink to high heaven. Just then, True Two asked happily, Female hero, you're still the most formidable. What do we do next? Townie replied, Let's go a little further away and talk. A moment later, Townie held out a piece of paper. You take this and hand it over. Looking at the paper in her hand, True 2's eyes widened. The land deed? You're really giving me the land deed. I can't take this. Townie's face turned serious. Don't worry. This one is a fake. Didn't your auntie say she'd give you money? Just bring it to her, then run away. You must make her suffer a loss. I'll think of a way to deal with her. Townie clenched her fist, showing her determination. Lum dai do, lum mi do. Zuts as thalizu now noting. The Lamb family is so heartless. I must teach them a lesson they'll never forget. After saying that, she turned to leave. All right, everyone go back. We're finally done with this ordeal. They all said in unison, we'll follow the female hero's arrangements. At this time, Lu Di Kiet walked over. Townie, I've helped you so many times. How should you thank me? Townie winked teasingly. What? You want me to repay you with my body? Lu Di Kiet frowned. I don't like you. He scratched his head shyly. Can you? ask little Vi to embroider a pouch for me? Tao Ni understood immediately. You like Vi? Lu Diqiet blushed and cut her off. No, I don't. I just think she's very cute. Tao Ni crossed her arms. All right, no problem. Just keep an eye on these thugs for me. I'll put in a good word for you with Vi. Lu Diqiet suddenly became serious. No problem. Wait a few days, I'll go catch some wild chickens and bring them over roasted. Many of the traps from yesterday were empty. I don't know which bastard stole them. Tao Ni forced a smile. She thought to herself, that wasn't me, was it? Tao Ni then turned around. All right, I have to go take a bath. See you later. She thought to herself, I'll go see how the pigeon is doing. Inside, the pigeon was now completely healed. Tao Ni looked at it with complete astonishment. You recovered so quickly. She was delighted. I didn't expect the space to have such divine power. If I practice martial arts in here, would I also progress very quickly? Tao Ni looked at the pigeon with a calculating expression. There's only one way to find out. On another side, at the Lam residence, True 2 returned with the paper from before to report. Annie, look, I stole it, but I don't know how to read. You take a look. Hong Dao immediately grabbed the paper. Let me see, this character is land. This character is small plantation. This one is Lam Tuan. Reading up to this point, she gave a sinister smile. That's right, this must be the land deed. Seeing this, True 2 immediately snatched the paper back. Annie, you said that if I got the land deed, you would give me 300 taels. Hong Dao looked straight into his eyes. Of course, Annie won't cheat you. She simultaneously handed over a money pouch. This 300 taels is no small sum. Don't spend it recklessly. After getting the land deed in her hands, Hong Dao laughed to herself. This is great. When the time comes, I'll find someone to alter the land deed, and then I can reclaim the small plantation. At the same time, Tao Ni was drenched in sweat. She smiled. I didn't expect practicing martial arts in the space would lead to such fast progress. One day in here is equal to a whole month outside. I'll take a bath in a bit and then continue practicing. Exit. Right at this moment, True 2 ran over from a distance. Female hero. I got it. Tao Ni replied, let's talk inside. True 2 was so excited he couldn't help but say it right away. Female hero. Annie actually gave me 300 taels. Tao Ni replied seriously, I think she assumes you're all stupid and wouldn't dare to trick her. She thinks she can easily get it back. Hearing this, True 2 frowned worriedly. Then what should we do next? Sooner or later, the madam will find out the contract is fake. Tao Ni said without a change in expression, it's fine. Let her find out. It'll be good to anger her to death. Later, you'll secretly rescue one person, then go back to the village and just say, Tao Ni continued with amusement. The Lin family sent people to plunder our small plantation. Blow the matter up a bit. It's best to leave them with no way out. True 2's eyes crinkled into a smile, understood. Then, this money, Tao Ni smiled, this money belongs to you three brothers. After you've done the job, go into hiding. Save this money to get married later. True 2 quickly replied, all right. A moment later, Old Master Lin angrily smashed a cup. Look at what you've done. Veins popped on his forehead in anger. Everyone in the village thinks our Lin family is a bunch of thieves and robbers. At this moment, Lin Jun's father said, Father, don't be angry. Didn't we do this to get the small plantation back? Now that the land deed is in our hands, we can find someone to alter it. I'll go bring Lin Zhong back now. The other party is just a little girl. I can handle it smoothly. Hong Dao smiled brightly. That's right. The other party is just a little lass. Father, don't worry. Old Master Lin scowled. You'd better be able to do what you say. Lin Jin's father shouted with determination. All family members, follow me. We're getting our man back. The underlings shouted in unison. Yes, young master. On the other side, at the small plantation, Lu Yijie was happily catching fish. What a big fish. Just then, Lin Dadu ran over in a hurry. This is bad. The Lin family has brought a lot of people. Lu Yijie was visibly annoyed. What? The Lin family is really going too far time and time again. Tao Ni reassured him. No need to panic. Lu Yijie, you go to the village and call some people. Just say that people from the Lin family's village came to our small plantation to steal things. And now, they've brought people to cause trouble. Hearing this, Lu Yijie immediately ran off. I'll go right now. Our Heiyuan village is not to be trifled with. Tao Ni continued. Lin Datu, Lin Erdu, you two hide first. I'll deal with them. Lin Erdu raised his hand to cheer. All right, the heroine will surely win. A moment later, the group from the Lin family arrived in front of Tao Ni. Lin Jin's father put on a fearsome expression. You rotten girl, release our man at once. Townie stood firm with her hands on her hips. Your people came to our small plantation to steal. I want to report this to the authorities. Hearing this, an angry man lunged forward. A mere brat dares to speak such nonsense. Townie glared at him, so stubborn and unrepentant. She thought to herself, then don't blame me for being impolite. Thinking this, she gathered her momentum and moved closer. Just one small kick sent him flying far away. The man cried out in pain. Seeing this, Townie smugly tossed her hair. You're next. She thought to herself, after cultivating in the space, I've become much stronger. Lin Jin's father gritted his teeth. All of you charge. Hearing this, the other men began to hesitate. Just then, Townie suddenly noticed that Lu Yijie had brought people. He shouted, the people from the Lin family's village are right ahead. Another person shouted angrily, the Lin family people are bullying others too much. Surround them for me. Seeing this, the underling was extremely surprised. Young master. At this moment, a person walked up. How dare you cause trouble in our village? Folks, get them for me. Lin Jin's father was so intimidated by their presence that he trembled. What is this? Why are there so many people all of a sudden? He trembled, drenched in sweat. Venerable elders and fellow villagers, this is a misunderstanding. We came to make peace. Townie cut in, huh? How do you want to make peace? Hearing this, Lin Jin's father hurriedly pointed at his underlings. This time, it's actually all the fault of these dog-like servants. As he spoke, he reached into his robes. However, they're Lin family people after all. We'll just compensate with some money. Townie closed her eyes. All right then, 100 taels. Hearing this, Lin Jin's father's jaw dropped in surprise. Are you crazy? 100 taels. The villagers chimed in. Huh? What's wrong with 100 taels? You got a problem with that? They immediately put on their rustic demeanor. Or maybe we should report this to the authorities. Yeah, beating, killing, and slandering people is so cultured. Seeing this, Lin Jin's father trembled in fear. I'll pay. At this point, Lin Zhong and his group were released. Lin Jin's father immediately ran over. Why are these men half dead? Townie smiled. They were just stung by hornets. I can cure them. Just give me another 100 taels. Lin Jin's father shook his head frantically. No more cures. Take them home. The villagers now shouted in unison, get lost. After the Lin family's group was out of sight, Townie spoke up. Thank you all for your help today. Lu Yijie, go buy a goat. I'm treating everyone to goat meat. All right. Elsewhere, Lin Zhong was kicked away. The Lin family threw a bag at him. Get lost. From now on, you're no longer a member of the Lin family. They hurled insults, useless trash. Lin Zhong could only turn and leave. Just then, Nan Hon stepped out. Zhong, I'll go with you. Lin Zhong scowled. Don't follow me. He sighed. Look at the state I'm in now. I could die at any moment. You should go back. Hearing this, Nan Hon was stunned. She burst into tears, sobbing, no, I can't let anything happen to you. I heard Miss Ya has medicine. I'll go beg her for it. Wait for me. As soon as she finished speaking, Nan Hon ran off, leaving Lin Zhong to laugh bitterly. How did it come to this? A moment later, Nan Hon was kneeling before Townie. I am a maid serving the great madam of the Lin family. My name is Nan Hon. Townie pressed her lips together, wondering, why are you kneeling to me? Nan Hon's eyes were full of pleading. Miss Ya, I know you have great abilities. Townie looked down. You like Lin Zhong? Nan Hon nodded without hesitation. Yes. At this, Townie said confidently, I can save him. Her expression turned serious. But I have a request, and I don't know if you will agree. Nan Hon frowned. That if you can save him, both our lives are yours. You can ask for anything. Hearing this, Townie took out a bottle of medicine. Give this to him to drink. Wait until he's recovered. Then come here, and I'll tell you. Meanwhile, at the Lin residence, the sound of cursing echoed through the house. Useless. The furious old Master Lin tore the paper to shreds. 300 tael for a scrap of paper. What a total waste of money. Useless. Lin Jin's father and Hong Dao timidly replied, Isn't it because of that demoness? Old Master Lin's eyes widened in a glare. All of you, shut up. This matter ends here. You two are grounded for 3 months. You're not to go anywhere. Lin Jin's father stammered, Father. A few days later, Townie happily looked at a pigeon. Xiao Hui, you've recovered so quickly. You must be more careful in the future. Just then, Nan Hon arrived, supporting Lin Zhong. Townie recognized them at a glance. Yes, oh, you've arrived. Lin Zhong immediately knelt. Thank you, heroine, for sparing my life. Townie said sternly, Get up. I heard you were kicked out. I have an idea now. I want to hire you as a guard for my small plantation. I wonder if you would agree. Lin Zhong replied firmly, Heroine, you've overlooked our past grievances. I, Lin Zhong, am willing to work for Miss Xia. Nan Hong also spoke up. Miss Xia, what can I do to repay Miss Xia? Townie chuckled softly. For now, you should go back. Keep an eye on Madame Wong for me. If she does anything unusual, report it to me. Wait until the time is right. I will buy your freedom so you two can be together. How about that? Hearing this, both Lin Zhong and Nan Hong were extremely surprised. Nan Hong was overjoyed. Really, Miss Xia? Nan Hong is willing. Tao Ni continued. Then take Lin Zhong to the house in the back. Let him rest for a few more days. All right. Just then, Lu Yijia's voice rang out. Tao Ni, look who's here. Lin Wei ran over happily. Sister Townie, I'm back. Townie smiled brightly and turned around. Why are you back? Lin Wei immediately pulled out a letter. Master gave us a holiday today. Most importantly, your brother sent a letter back. Hearing this, Townie was very curious. What did he say? Lin Wei's eyes crinkled into a smile. Your brother has arrived in Yangzhou. Grandpa Lin knows the headmaster of the academy there. Brother is preparing to enroll in the Yulin Academy. Townie was delighted. That's great. An academy in a big city must be very good. I'm so happy for him. She thought to herself, I wonder when we'll meet again. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Madame Lu gave birth to a pair of twin boys, and Xiao Yu and Liang Cha had also grown into young girls. Tru Tu opened a small shop in the city. Grand opening, great fortune. Lin Zhong, Lin Datu, and Lin Ertu helped look after the small plantation. At this time, Tao Ni was strolling down the street. Seeing her, the other person pointed happily. Miss Xia is here. Please come in. Tao Ni looked at the figure before her. Young Master He. Young Master He glanced at her. Seeing this, Tao Ni smiled softly. I'm here. Young Master He rested his hand on his cheek. Nothing special. I just intend to settle the total payment with you. Tao Ni looked at the money pouch on the table, puzzled. Young Master He, did you give me too much? Young Master He said softly, it's fine. This is what you all deserve. Over the past few years, thanks to your dishes, the restaurant has gained a bit of a reputation. Just then, a harsh voice rang out. Get him for me. You must capture him. Yin Ming frowned. All of you get lost. Seeing this, young master, he smiled. That I asked that your friend? Do you want my help? It seems someone has been causing trouble for him lately. Townie looked away, weary. He's not my friend, just a nuisance. Although she said that, Townie couldn't help but be concerned. She sighed, then placed her foot on the ledge. What a pain. Young Master He's eyes widened as he watched her. Townie had already leaped down. Seeing this, the crowd below was extremely surprised. Townie raised her leg. In just a few short seconds, she had taken down one man. Yin Ming laughed cheerfully. Little miss, your kicks and punches are quite impressive. Are you here to help me? Townie replied coldly. Don't overthink it. I just found an eyesore. Just then, a man shouted, Who are you? Townie lowered her head. I am. She immediately defeated one man, sending him flying. Seeing the previous man fly so far, the other one suddenly became wary. He shouted angrily, Charge for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole group rushed forward at once. Yin Meng was amused. Bullying? Even a little miss? Watch me teach you a lesson. After a few fierce shouts, the thugs were all lying on the ground. Townie looked at them with disgust. Seeing this, Yin Meng and the leader on the other side were both extremely surprised. Yin Meng's eyes lit up. You're quite something. Your skills are not bad. Tao Ni smiled smugly. I've been practicing martial arts in the space for several years. Of course, I've improved quickly. Just then, young Master Ha clapped and approached. How spectacular. He glanced at Yin Meng. Little brother, we meet again. Little brother, would you like to come work for my estate? Yin Meng refused immediately. Thank you for young Master Ha's kind offer. He grinned. I want to join the army and become a great general. Hearing this, Tao Ni thought to herself, if you join the army, you'll never return after the second year. Thinking of this, she suggested, Yin Meng, how about we spar a few moves later? All right, Townie thought, I'll help however I can. After all, we had a connection in our past life. Young Master Ha smiled, wonderful. No one will disturb us in the backyard. Please. A moment later, Tao Ni and Yin Meng stood facing each other. Yin Meng then said, Miss Xia, do you want to go easy on you? Tao Ni bit her lip. No need. You should use your full strength. I won't let you get hurt. Hearing this, Yin Meng immediately lunged forward. Then I won't be polite. Tao Ni's expression also turned serious. Yin Meng threw a punch, but it was easily dodged by Tao Ni. Seeing this, Yin Meng was a little surprised. So fast, he immediately turned and kicked straight. Dawat Tao Ni. Tao Ni nimbly jumped up to counterattack. Yin Meng quickly used his hands to block. Watching the two of them, young master had broken into a sweat and thought, I didn't expect these two's martial arts to be even more formidable than my guards. After a while, Yin Meng was panting. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm out of breath. Tao Ni frowned. If you go to the battlefield like this, you'll surely die. You can't even beat me. Yin Meng was surprised. Were you just guiding me? Who is your master? Tao Ni scratched her head. My granduncle taught me. I'll practice with you when I'm free. Yin Meng refused. No need. I will definitely win next time. Hearing this, Tao Ni pressed her lips together. You must become stronger. Don't die on the battlefield again. At the same time, the leader from earlier was furious. He glared at his underlings, feeling incredibly vexed. Who was that wretched girl? We were about to catch Yin Meng. This is infuriating. The next time I see her, I'll definitely beat that wretched girl to death. The underlings chanted in unison. Beat her to death. Just then, Tao Ni appeared behind them. Who are you talking about? Hearing this, the group of them all fell silent. Tao Ni chuckled softly. She lightly touched the leader's shoulder. Relax. Tao Ni winked. I didn't come to cause trouble for you. The leader immediately put on a friendly smile. What would the heroine like us to do? Tao Ni held out her hand. I want you to come and bother Yin Meng every day. Hearing this, the leader immediately bowed his head. Heroine, he burst into tears, will never dare to bother Yin Meng again. Please spare us. At this moment, Tao Ni threw out a bag of money. This is for your medical expenses. I just want you to practice with Yin Meng. On the surface, you'll be bothering him, but in reality, I want you to practice martial arts with him. The leader frowned. Are you serious, heroine? Tao Ni grinned, of course. As long as you do a good job, I'll give you more money. If you don't do it, I'll beat you until you can't get up and rid the people of a menace. The others quickly said in unison, we'll do it. At this moment, Tao Ni thought to herself, Yin Meng's real combat experience is too limited. I'll help however I can. A moment later, looking at the bag of things beside her, Tao Ni silently guessed, huh? Does the small plantation have a visitor? She suddenly widened her eyes. This is calligraphy and painting. Could it be? At that very moment, a hand pulled back the curtain. Tao Ni's eyes followed. It's Lin Jin. He smiled gently. Tao Ni stared at him without blinking. She called out happily, Lin Jin. Tao Ni joyfully grabbed his hand. Why are you back? Lin Jin replied gently, ah. As he spoke, he noticed their hands were close together. He froze for a moment. Just then, Grandpa Lin walked over from a distance. The unruly girl has grown up. Tao Ni quickly asked, Grandpa Lin, you're back too? You were gone for 3 years. Why did you suddenly return? Grandpa Lin frowned. A war is about to break out. It's not safe there anymore, so I brought Lin Jin back first. Hearing this, Tao Ni's expression immediately changed. That's right, a war is coming. Sadness was evident in her eyes. My father died in the war. Just then a voice rang out, this is bad. Lin Erta recognized him from afar. Lin Jin, you're back? Lin Zhong glanced over. Young master. Tao Ni asked, what happened? Lin Erta recounted in a panic. They've started conscripting able-bodied men in the city. We were almost taken, but luckily the people from the high estate saved us. Hearing this, everyone was extremely surprised. Grandpa Lin grimaced. It seems this place isn't safe anymore either. I was worried Lin Jin would be conscripted, which is why I came back. Tao Ni put a hand to her chin, thinking time is more urgent than we thought. Lin Zhong, Lin Ertu, you two go up the mountain and prepare. If necessary, you'll have to stay in the mountains for a while. Lin Ertu's jaw dropped, huh? All right. Grandpa Lin patted Lin Jin's shoulder. An old man like me doesn't matter. You should go hide. Lin Jin was stunned. Grandpa Lin. Looking at the two of them, Tao Ni thought to herself, I can't worry about others. I have to help Zhu Zi, Lin Datu, and Lin Ertu. I also have to save my father and Lin Jin. Thinking of this, she called out, Lin Jin. Tao Ni rode off in a hurry. We can't catch up for now. I have to make a trip to the city. You all get ready first. Lin Jin watched her with a gentle gaze. Seeing this, Grandpa Lin teased, what's that saying about true love lasting forever, not needing to be together day and night? Lin Jin's face fell, and he could only remain silent. Elsewhere, Tao Ni anxiously ran into Zhu Zi's shop. Zhu Zi, Lin Datu, are you guys okay? I heard they're conscripting soldiers. Zhu Zi recounted, heroine, we're fine here. The shops in the city have all paid a fee. Lin Datu added, I heard they're mainly taking people from the countryside. They've already set out. You have to tell Uncle Uncle Xia to hide well. Tao Ni's face turned pale with fright. What? They've already set out. She thought to herself, no. According to my memory, father was indeed forcibly taken away. This time I must save him. Thinking of this, she looked worriedly at her horse. I'm counting on you this time. I'll reward you with carrots from the space when we get back. A moment later, Tao Ni had rushed back home. Mother, Tao Ni called out repeatedly. Mother, where's father? Seeing this, Lu Shi asked, Tao Ni, why are you in such a hurry? Your father is chopping firewood. Tao Ni explained, they've started conscripting able-bodied men in the village. I can't let them take father away. Lu Shi was shocked. What? She broke out in a worried sweat. Then quickly go inform your father. Tell him to hide. At the same time, the soldiers had already gone up the mountain. Suddenly, one of them stopped, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Tao Ni had also arrived by now. On the other side, a soldier frowned. Are you sure there are able-bodied men in this direction? The other person replied, this is the mountain where we gather firewood. Usually, the young men of the village work here. Hearing this, the soldier became extremely angry. Damn it. I don't know who tipped them off, but everyone has run away, causing me to fail my mission. From now on, just take any young man you see. Just then, a figure approached from a distance. Tao Ni recognized him immediately. This is not good. Father didn't have time to run. Thinking of this, she immediately jumped out. Xia Gui was extremely surprised to see her. Tao Ni thought, Father, I'm sorry, I'll explain later. Thinking of this, she struck Xia Gui hard on the neck. A moment later, the soldiers arrived. One of them said, I just heard a man's voice. Tao Ni replied innocently, really? The officer must have misheard. The soldier then asked, where's your father? Do you have any older brothers in the house? Tao Ni put on a devastated expression. My father has been missing for several days. I only have a 3-year-old younger brother. No older brothers. The soldier's face darkened. Don't you try to fool me. There's so much firewood here. Don't tell me you carried it all. Hearing this, Tao Ni effortlessly shouldered the pile of firewood. What was the officer saying? The soldiers were all amazed. At this point, the other person realized in horror, I know her. She's a notoriously violent girl from around here. Everyone's afraid of her. Tao Ni smiled. You're talking nonsense. I'm very gentle. A soldier pursed his lips. So strong for a girl. That's amazing. At this moment, someone spoke up. Let's go. Continue conscripting. Watching them disappear into the distance, Tao Ni frowned tensely. I've temporarily put father in the space. I need to find a place to hide first. That evening, Tao Ni held out her hand and called to a pigeon. She then asked, Xiao Hui, is anyone around here? Seeing the pigeon's circle, Tao Ni understood immediately. Good, you keep watch. Let me know if there are any soldiers. She gave Xia Gui some water. Xia Gui immediately woke up. He asked curiously, Tao Ni, why did you knock me out earlier? Tao Ni cut him off. Father, let's not talk now. Follow me somewhere. A moment later, in a cave, Xia Gui's eyes widened in surprise. You guys, why are you all here? Lin Zhong replied. Miss Xia arranged it. Tao Ni continued seriously. They're conscripting able-bodied men outside right now. Getting caught is a near-certain death sentence. Everyone hide here for now. I brought some dry rations for you all. Xia Gui looked at her worriedly. What about your mother? Tao Ni turned. Xiao Yu and Liang Cha will take care of mother. I have to go back too. Don't go outside until I return. The next day, Tao Ni saw a familiar figure ahead. Lu Yijia, what are you doing out here? The soldiers are all conscripting men. Lu Yijia laughed smugly. I'm preparing to take the military exam, plus my father has paid some bribes, so I'm safe for now. Where's Uncle Xia and the people from the plantation? Tell them to hide quickly. Tao Ni then asked, so you do have some conscience. They've all hidden. Have his soldiers left? Lu Yijia gestured. They've probably gone to the Lin family village by now. They probably won't come here again. Tao Ni replied, all right, I understand. I'll go into the city tomorrow to check. The next day, the streets started to get lively again. Tao Ni glanced around. It seemed the soldiers had already moved on to the next city. As expected, they always think of the countryside folk for conscription. Plus, with the constant warfare recently, it's still too dangerous to stay in the countryside. I have to bring my family into the city. She thought to herself, that's right, I also want to open an eatery in the city. Let's just decide on that. A moment later, Tao Ni brought the necessary supplies to the cave, then immediately left to discuss with young Master He. A set of clean, beautiful tables and chairs was laid out. Madame Lu hesitated. Tao Ni, are we really going to open an eatery? Igwe added, it won't run a loss, will it? Tao Ni smiled confidently. Father, mother, there have been constant battles these past few years. The countryside really isn't safe. Don't be afraid. Mother, you cook so well. with your guidance, we'll definitely make a profit. Townie raised her hand with determination. Let's go. Let's open for business. Soon, the farmer's eatery was opened for business, and everyone gathered around. Townie said cheerfully, "Grand opening today, big sale. Everything is half price." Just then, someone recognized her. Didn't this young lady sell food before? The doctor from before was also present. The food was quite good. I wonder if the eatery will be any good. Townie looked at the crowd in front of her and thought to herself, why is everyone so timid? At that moment, the doctor volunteered and stepped forward. Young lady Xia, bring me a few of your specialty dishes. Don't forget the fish soup. Townie smiled happily. Please come in, shopkeeper. I guarantee the freshest and most delicious fish. Hearing this, young master he emerged from the crowd. Congratulations on opening your shop, shopkeeper Xia. I wish you a prosperous business. Townie gestured. Thank you for your support, young master he. The elegant room upstairs, please. Seeing this, everyone started whispering among themselves. Young master he and the pharmacy shopkeeper both supported. So maybe we should. As soon as they finished speaking, they all bustled inside. I want the steamed fish head with chopped chili. I want the braised pork belly. I want the garlic Napa cabbage. As dusk fell, the last customer finally left. Please take care, esteemed guests. Townie stretched tiredly. I didn't expect opening a shop to be so tiring. We've used up all the ingredients. Lam Tan, how much did we make today? Lam Tan began to calculate. He replied, if we only count the revenue, after subtracting the cost of ingredients, we probably made 80 taels. Hearing this, Lam Dao jumped for joy. We're going to be rich. Townie was also extremely surprised. What? We made that much in one day. It's only the first day. It's too easy to make a profit. She laughed happily. Everyone, let's work hard. It would be best if the whole town was filled with our shops. At this, everyone began to dream of a bright future. That evening, Lam Tan was sitting at a table, reading a book, when a voice suddenly rang out. Still not asleep? Lam Tan glanced over. Miss Xia, you're not asleep either? I still have a few accounts to reconcile. Townie frowned. I'm sorry. I haven't found an accountant yet, so I can only ask for your help. Lam Tan smiled gently. It's all right. I eat your food and live in your home. I should contribute. Townie then asked Lam Tan, do you really want to take the civil service examinations? Lam Tan's jaw dropped. He gave a wry smile. There's a war going on out there right now, and we don't have a suitable library here. I can only study at home. Hearing this, Townie immediately suggested, then, what if I open a bookstore for you? Lam Tan's eyes widened in surprise. What? Townie leaned in close to him. Lam Tan shyly turned his face away. Miss Xia, a bookstore is very expensive. Let's just forget it. Townie put a finger to her lips. It's fine. Our third floor is still empty. Grandpa Lam once said that academic pursuits require exchange to progress. If you really become an official, your network of connections is also very important. Besides, we can also sell tea and pastries as well. At this, Lam Tan's eyes filled with gratitude. Miss Xia, I don't know how to thank you. You've always helped me like this. How about I give you my small plantation? Townie burst out laughing. There you go again. You don't need to thank me. She thought to herself, you've already helped me. Thinking this, Townie turned to leave. I'm going to rest now. You should get some rest soon, too. She smiled to herself. Thank you for helping me be reborn in my past life. In this life, I will also help you to the end. The next morning, Townie recognized a familiar figure early on. Young Master He, what would you like to eat today? Young Master He chuckled. I didn't come to eat today. I heard you're preparing to open a bookstore on the third floor. Townie replied cheerfully. Young Master He's news travels fast. I just hired the carpenter, and you already know. Young Master He waved his hand. Seeing this, his servants immediately carried in several boxes. Townie wondered, this is... Young Master, he pointed to the boxes. These are some books from my family's collection. I don't get around to reading them at home, so it's better to let the scholars and literary men come here to discuss and learn together. Townie's eyes crinkled with a smile. It's true that what you wish for comes to you. I was just wondering where to find books, and here comes Young Master He. Young Master He interrupted. Well, I won't disturb you any further today. I'll visit again another day. After speaking, he left straight away. Just then, Lam Tan walked over. Miss Xia, what's the matter? Townie recounted. Young Master He brought some books. Lam Tan was surprised books. At the same time, Lam Dai Dao came over carrying a bowl. You guys don't know, do you? Young master, he married the daughter of a high-ranking official. However, rather than saying he married her, it's more like he was forced to marry her. Lam Tan was stunned. Why? Lam Dai Dao said enthusiastically that high-ranking official wasn't doing well in the capital, so he found the son of a minor local official and married his daughter off to enjoy a comfortable life. You have no idea how spoiled and temperamental a rich girl can be. Hearing this, Townie's expression suddenly darkened. Of course I know. The hairpin stuck in my head in my past life was hers. She pressed her lips together tightly. However, that's a matter of the past life anyway. Does it still matter who the culprit was? At this moment, Lam Tan also noticed Tao Ni's expression. Miss Xia. Hearing him call her, Tao Ni immediately acted cheerful, as if nothing had happened. This afternoon, I'm going to the next town to buy some ink brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. I heard the things that are very affordable. After speaking, she quickly left, so fast that it made Lam Dai Dao's jaw drop. Open. Seeing this, Lam Tan was a little worried. It seems Miss Xia has something on her mind. Outside, Tao Ni was lost in thought. The events of my past life have nothing to do with me anymore. I just need to live this life well and make a lot of money, so my younger brothers and sisters can all go to school. Then let Lam Tan take the imperial examinations, and after that, just then, a familiar voice spoke up. Little miss, we meet again. Tao Ni looked up in surprise. Niamai. She looked at him joyfully. You're back? Niamai smugly crossed his arms over his chest. That's right. We returned after winning the battle. My martial arts have improved a lot. Want to have another match? Townie walked around him in no need. Niamai clicked his tongue. So boring. The battlefield is still more exciting. Slaying enemies, achieving merits, and becoming famous throughout the world. Hearing this, Tao Ni, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. She shouted angrily, the battlefield? You like the battlefield that much? Tao Ni burst into tears. I end my past life. It was because you died that I was sold off. In the end, I didn't even know who harmed me. At this, Niamai was bewildered. What's wrong? You seem to be angry. Tao Ni turned back with a frown. Didn't you ask me last time who my master was? I'll take you to him. Niamai was surprised. So sudden. A moment later, Niamai was standing in front of Uncle Koi Duong. Uncle Koi Duong looked him up and down. This kid's physique is not bad. Do you really want to learn? Niamai frowned with determination. My father passed away early. I was raised by my mother. If I can receive Uncle Koi Duong's guidance, I will definitely study hard. Uncle Koi Duong looked down. I'm old now. I can't go to battle and kill enemies. All right then, I'll teach you. Hearing this, Niamai immediately knelt down. Thank you, master. On the other side, Tao Ni stared at Niamai. She thought to herself, Niamai, a couple for a day means 100 days of kindness. I really can't bear to hear the news of you dying in battle. You must study hard. If you can return safely, I'll consider this debt of gratitude repaid. A moment later, sitting on her horse, Tao Ni couldn't help but ponder. Although I say I don't care, young master, he has treated me quite well. If the He residents really did harm people, I should have them arrested. Just then, Tao Ni suddenly realized she was standing in front of a jade shop. Seeing her, the shop owner ran out to greet her. What would you like to buy, miss? Tao Ni asked back, shopkeeper, do you have hairpins here? The shopkeeper quickly brought out a box full of hairpins. Miss, see if there are any designs you like. Tao Ni observed with wide eyes. It seems the one that killed me isn't here. Seeing her silence, the shopkeeper added enthusiastically, aren't you satisfied, miss? You can tell me what style you like. We can have it custom made here at the shop. Tao Ni nodded. All right, then I'll have to trouble you, shopkeeper. After settling the matter, she stepped out with a smile. I'll have one made in advance, just in case. It might be useful in the future. A moment later, she had just returned to the eatery. When Lam Dai Dao ran out crying, heroine, you're back. The woman I mentioned before has arrived. She's so difficult to serve. Tao Ni was confused too. Lam Dai Dao pointed inside that it's her. At that moment, Chao Yin Trin was looking with disgust at the dishes in front of her. Looking at her, Tao Ni immediately recognized the hairpin on her head. She said, it's all right, I'll go deal with her. At the same time, Chao Yin Trin started to complain, ugh, this dish is also terrible. Tao Ni pushed the door open and walked in. Is there something you're not satisfied with, young madam? Chao Yin Trin glanced at her. So this is the little shopkeeper? You're not bad looking. She rested her chin on her hand and complained. However, the food in your shop is truly awful. Townie quickly retorted, young madam, we are just a farmer's eatery. You're used to eating delicacies on a daily basis. Of course you're not used to the food in my shop. Chow Yun Trin frowned. It's dreadfully boring. I really can't figure out why there are so many people here. She sneered as expected. They're all just country bumpkins. Tao Ni continued in a friendly tone. Actually, we have many other special dishes and pastries. Would young madam like to try them? You might find something you're satisfied with. Chow Yun Trin replied arrogantly, fine. Then just bring all of them up here. Tao Ni quickly went outside. As soon as she reached the door, Lam Dai Dao crowded around and asked, Heroine, she's so bossy. Why do you need to be polite to her? Tao Ni calmly said in a low voice, it's all right. Hearing this, Linda too smiled happily. Great, I'll go make the arrangements right away. A moment later, a spread of eye-catching dishes was laid out. Tao Ni stood by, watching Chow Wan Trin's expression that the young madam satisfied. Chow Wan Trin brought the food to her lips. It's average. She pointed at the dishes on the table. This is ordinary, truly too ordinary. At this, Chow Wan Trin frowned in anger. I'm not eating anymore. What a waste of time. She furiously slammed her hand on the table. Let's go back. Yes, young madam. Chow Wan Trin arrogantly walked straight past Tao Ni. Just then, Tao Ni spoke up. Young madam, please wait. You haven't paid yet. The maid beside her stepped towards Tao Ni. Here are 10 taels for you. No need for change. Tao Ni replied coldly. Young madam, I'm afraid 10 taels is not enough. She smiled brightly. The total is 100 taels. Hearing this, Chow Wan Trin's jaw dropped in surprise. What? 100 taels for just a little of your food. Tao Ni answered, young madam, look at the food on this table. Although the young madam is not satisfied, we brought out our very best. The manner is so grand. The young madam wouldn't dine and dash, would she? Chow Wan Trin trembled with anger. Do you know who I am? How dare you extort me? You must have a death wish. She aggressively raised her hand. Do you believe I'll? Just then, a voice called out. Stop! Chow Wan Trin immediately turned her head. The person was none other than young master He. He asked, what are you doing here? Chow Wan Trin put on an aggrieved expression. I just saw a new shop here and came to try it. Who knew this was a shop that would demand 100 taels from me for this little bit of food? Young master He cut her off. Give her the money. Hearing this, Chow Wan Trin was stunned and confused. What did you say? Young master He frowned. If you can't pay, I'll pay for you. Chow Wan Trin sullenly removed her bracelet. I'll pay. After putting the bracelet down, she left immediately. Tao Ni closed her eyes and thought, this woman is as troublesome as ever. At the same time, young master He spoke up. My wife has made a fool of herself in front of Ms. Ha today. Tao Ni replied politely, it's no problem, young master He. This jade seems to be a valuable item. You should take it back and give it to the young madam. Young master He looked at the bracelet. The bracelet is yours now. However, this was a gift from my mother to her. Let's just say I'm buying it back from Ms. Ha. Please don't be offended. Tao Ni smiled. Not at all. Then we'll do as young master He wishes. Chow Wan Trin angrily smashed a vase. She screamed in anger, a country bumpkin. On what grounds does he run to her place every day? The maid beside her tried to calm her down. Young madam, please calm your anger. Veins popped on Chow Wan Trin's forehead. He would rather look at a country bumpkin every day than see me. I can't swallow this insult. Sooner or later, I will punish her. Time flew by, and soon the Nguju bookstore was completed. From the very first day, many people came to visit. Grandpa Lin observed the books on the shelves. Even though she's just a young girl, she's done a very proper job. At this moment, Tao Ni suggested, Grandpa Lin, you should also move into the city to live. Lin Jin added, that's right, Grandpa Lin. You've always been skilled in literature. This environment would be so suitable. Hearing this, Grandpa Lin was a little moved. Would I be too much of a bother if I came? Tao Ni replied cheerfully, not at all. Our bookstore also needs Grandpa Lin to hold down the fort. Grandpa Lin immediately agreed. In that case, it would be my honor to accept. Tao Ni beamed. I'll go make some tea for Grandpa Lin. Watching her retreating figure, Grandpa Lin couldn't help but exclaim, look how thoughtful this girl is. He chuckled softly. The provincial examination is coming up. Don't you let her down. Lin Jin blushed and replied, I know, I will study hard. At the same time at the eatery, is the young shopkeeper here? Tao Ni turned around in surprise. It's you? What are you doing here? Niamai bowed happily. I brought my master. Tao Ni stared at him without blinking. Is that so? Granduncle Tai. She turned to look outside the door. Why did Granduncle Tai come here? Uncle Koi Duong frowned. Little girl, I've found a trace of my son. Tao Ni's jaw dropped in surprise. What happened? Come inside and talk. A moment later, NAMA-MANGAI recounted, these past few days, Master has been teaching me martial arts. It turns out some of the moves were very familiar to Master. Those moves were ones I learned with a comrade in arms in the military barracks. Tao Ni's face lit up with excitement. That comrade is Granduncle Tai's son. NAMA-MANGAI denied it. No, but his martial arts were indeed learned from Master's son. Next time during the General Assembly, I might be able to find Master's son. Uncle Koi Duong chuckled softly. That stinky brat. He's clearly alive but won't come back to see me. When you see him, you must give him a good beating for me. Hearing this, NAMA-MANGAI suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. But I'd have to be able to fight back, wouldn't I? Just then, the sound of a smashing bowl was heard. The person shouted angrily, "What is this stuff? Why is it so awful?" Tao Ni stood up calmly. "It's all right. Let me handle it." She slowly walked over. "Is this esteemed guest dissatisfied with something?" The customer pointed a finger straight at her face. "Let me tell you, the food at your place is truly awful." Tao Ni smiled gently and replied, "Perhaps everyone has different tastes. What kind of flavor would the guest prefer? I'll go to the kitchen and arrange it for you right away." The guest didn't care. He aggressively flipped the dining table. "Eat your head. Give me my money back." Seeing this, everyone present ran away. Tao Ni frowned and called out, "Hey, you haven't paid yet." The other customer spat contemptuously, "Your food is garbage, and you still want to be paid." This truly angered Tao Ni. Her expression immediately darkened. "I think you're the one who came here to cause trouble." The guest's eyes widened. "I came to straighten out your restaurant for you." He sneered. "Miss Chow told me to just cause a little trouble. Dealing with this kind of little girl is as easy as pie." Thinking this, the guest excitedly rushed forward. "Let me teach you how to run a shop." With that, he threw a punch. However, it was blocked by a hand. NAMA-MANGAI glared at him. Seeing this, the guest was stunned. "Kid, don't you go looking for trouble." NAMA-MANGAI frowned angrily. "I think someone has a death wish." Hearing this, the other guest became even more furious. "Where did you come from, you brat?" "Scram!" NAMA-MANGAI retorted. "This is not a place for you to cause trouble." With that, he grabbed the guest, causing him to stick his tongue out in pain. "I was wrong. Let me go." NAMA-MANGAI threw him aside. The guest quickly grabbed a table leg and charged aggressively towards Tao Ni. The moment the table was about to hit her, NAMA-MANGAI suddenly ran over to shield her. Tao Ni was stunned by his action. After his threat, the man jumped out the window. "This isn't over." NAMA-MANGAI gritted his teeth as he watched. "Damn bastard." At this moment, Tao Ni asked worriedly, "How are you?" NAMA-MANGAI replied affectionately, "It's a small matter." Tao Ni frowned. She thought to herself, "Damn it, I must find out who did this." On the other side, a money pouch was tossed out. The guest smiled. "Many thanks, Miss Chow." Chow Wan-Trin was extremely pleased. This was done quite well. "I want to see something more spectacular, understand?" The guest laughed gleefully. "Understood." "Over here," Linda 2 sighed. "It's been several days. Why haven't any customers come?" Lin Air 2 replied with an angry face. "It's all because of that bastard. Now all the customers are afraid our shop will have trouble and won't come here anymore." Tao Ni added with a frown, "It's so infuriating. Business was so good. Now it's gone downhill completely." Just then, Lin Jin walked over. "Miss Ha, how about I help you go out and shout a few words? The bookstore is empty right now anyway." Tao Ni shook her head. "No need. The provincial examination is coming up. Your revision is more important. I will definitely find a way." On another side, the leader of the hooligans stared listlessly at the lake's surface. So boring. Can't catch any fish day after day. Suddenly, Tao Ni appeared behind them. "Hey, what you doing?" Hearing this, the group of them immediately turned around. "Who is it? How audacious." "Scram! Old scoundrel." But just a few seconds later, the leader changed his tune in an instant. "It's the tigress. Brothers, run." At this moment, Tao Ni managed to grab him by the head. She gave a friendly smile. "What was that about calling me a tigress?" The leader quickly looked away. "Heroine, spare our lives. We didn't do anything." Hearing this, Tao Ni proposed, "I see you all are quite bored. Are you interested in working for me?" The leader's eyes widened. "Work for the heroine?" Tao Ni waved her hand. "That's right. As long as you work for me from now on, this money will be yours." With that, Tao Ni threw out a bag of money. Seeing this, the leader agreed at once. "All right, from now on, we are the heroine's men." The next day, Tao Ni stood in front of the empty restaurant and said, "Esteemed folks, thank you for your support of our shop over the past while." She smiled. "In the coming days, we've decided to hold another promotion. The entire shop is half price, with 2 additional side dishes, and after you eat, you get a free fish to take home." Hearing this, everyone gathered around. "Really? Is it that good? What a great deal. I'll definitely come." Tao Ni beamed. The shop will be temporarily closed for the next few days to put all our effort into preparing for the event. Everyone must come. The townspeople said in unison, "We'll definitely come." At the same time, in a corner, the guest frowned. "Excellent. The opportunity has come." He gave a sinister smile. "I will definitely make your shop close down amidst the excitement." A few days later, Tao Ni happily welcomed guests. "Please come in." Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. Chow Wan Trin and her maid approached. "Congratulations on your reopening." Tao Ni asked coldly, "Miss Chow has come as well? Didn't you say last time that it wasn't tasty?" Chow Wan Trin covered her mouth with a fan. "My husband has gone to the capital recently, and it's a bit boring at home. I was just wandering around." "You're not going to say I'm unwelcome, are you?" Tao Ni extended a hand. "Of course you're welcome." Watching her walk inside, Linda too couldn't help but worry. "Heroine, will they come again?" Tao Ni replied calmly, "They will definitely come." Just then, that troublesome customer appeared with a group of people. "Waiter, a large table for us." Seeing this, Linda too cried out in fear, "They're here." Tao Ni, however, glared at him with a sharp gaze. "You dare to come back?" The customer scowled. What's this? You're open for business, aren't you? Are you trying to turn customers away?" Tao Ni forced a smile. "Of course not. Please come in." The customer looked visibly annoyed. Chow Yi and Trin smiled and gave a signal. Seeing this, the other customer nodded. A while later, the table was cleared of food. Tao Ni asked, "Are you satisfied with today's meal?" The customer sneered. It was average. He glanced at the group of men with him. "What do you all think?" They all replied in unison, "Average." Tao Ni smiled brightly. "Now that you've eaten, you still have to pay." Hearing this, the group of men immediately stared straight at her. The customer gave a look, signaling, "Of course I'll pay." As soon as he finished, one of the men collapsed to his knees, clutching his throat non-stop. "The food is poisoned." Hearing this, the other dining customers immediately stopped. "What? The food is poisoned?" The customer smirked secretly and pointed at Tao Ni. "I must take you to see the magistrate." Tao Ni calmly interrupted, "Wait. I already knew you would pull a trick to frame me." She looked toward the door. "Shopkeeper, please come out." At that moment, the doctor walked over to the table. He didn't hesitate to pick up the food and take a bite, then carefully wiped his mouth. "Young man, you must be responsible for what you say. Because this young lady was concerned about food safety today, I have already tasted every single dish." Hearing this, the customer burst out laughing. "Who the hell are you? Didn't you even ask if anyone here believes you?" The doctor replied seriously, "My family has run an apothecary for 100 years. Who in this city hasn't taken medicine from my shop? If they don't believe me, are they supposed to believe you?" The crowd chimed in. "That's right. If we can't believe the apothecary owner, who can we believe?" Seeing this, the customer felt a pang of guilt. He noticed Chow Yi and Trin glaring at him, and his face immediately turned fierce. "I see you've all colluded beforehand. Brothers, get them for me." At that moment, a knife was pointed straight out, almost touching the customer's eyeball. "Let's see who dares." NAMA-Man chuckled softly. "The debt from last time, can we settle it today?" The customer immediately backed away. By now, his underling's face had turned pale with fear. "Big brother, what do we do now?" The customer remained stubborn. "Don't be so arrogant. I still have a dozen more brothers outside. You'd better let me go." Tao Ni's eyes crinkled into a smile. "You say that as if you're the only one with backup." Elsewhere, the customer's underlings had all been surrounded. Their leaders said smugly, "Talented lady, we've captured all the suspicious individuals and brought them here." At this, Tao Ni questioned him with a serious face. "I'll ask one last time. Who sent you?" She shouted angrily, "If you don't talk, I'll take you to the authorities." Hearing this, the customer was put in a difficult position. Just then, a group of soldiers rushed in. Chow Yi and Trin stood up and pointed. "There are villains over there. Arrest them all for me and take them back for interrogation." The customer was obediently arrested. He thought to himself, "Thankfully, Miss Chow had a backup plan. Otherwise, I'd be dead or injured." At this point, the troublemakers were led away one by one. Seeing this, Tao Ni spoke up. "Thank you, Miss Chow. I was just about to take them to the authorities, but your people already arrived." Chow Yi and Trin felt guilty and broke into a sweat, and my husband was worried about me being out, so he arranged a few men for me. "It seems we can't have our meal today. I'll be heading back first." With that, she turned and left. Tao Ni's face darkened as she watched her go to Oh, the troublemaker was indeed her man. It seems in this life, we must sever our ties. The next day, the restaurant was bustling again. "Proprietress, a jug of wine." "Proprietress, where's my food?" Tao Ni smiled brightly as she ran from one side to the other. "Please wait a moment. Coming." She sighed. "Lin Tan, It's a good thing you came to help today. Otherwise, I really couldn't have handled the account books. Lin Tan smiled gently. Miss Ha, you're being too polite. Just then, fourth Mistress Tan walked in. Your shop is so busy. Lin Bai was also there. Brother, Sister Tao Ni. Seeing them, Tao Ni ran over joyfully to, I asked that Master Tan. Little Vi is here too. And these two are. Fourth Mistress Tan gestured to introduce them. This is my husband, Third Master Wang, and our eldest son, Wang Dan Nin. Tao Ni's eyes crinkled into a smile. It's Third Master Wang and the young master. Welcome to our shop. At this, Wang Dan Nin said, I'm going to the backyard to play for a bit. Lin Bai added, I'll go too. Fourth Mistress Tan nodded, go play for a while, then come back for dinner. Seeing this, Tao Ni happily pointed, there's still an empty table over there. Once the food is ready, I'll go find them. Sorry to trouble you. Suddenly, Tao Ni noticed Chao Yi and Trin and young master, he walking in. Where's the owner? Hurry up and arrange a table. Tao Ni thought in annoyance. Why is she here again so soon? She forced a smile. It's young master, he and Miss Chao. I'm so sorry, but we're full right now. Please wait a moment. Hearing this, Chao Yi and Trin flared up. What? Are you mistaken? Young master, he put a hand in front of her. I heard from my subordinates that a group of troublemakers was caught yesterday. I came today specifically to check on the situation at the shop. Hearing this, Tao Ni quickly stepped in front of him. Thank you for your concern, young master, he. Yesterday, it was thanks to Miss Chao who specially brought her people here. Chao Yi and Trin was annoyed for something to happen, and you have to let a customer resolve it. I suppose the shop doesn't have the money to hire guards. Tao Ni chuckled softly. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Chao. The shop will strengthen its security to prevent petty people with ill intentions from pulling shady tricks again. With that, she turned to leave. Then please wait a moment. I'll arrange a table for you right away. Tao Ni thought to herself, sooner or later, I will deal with you. A while later, in the backyard, Chao Yi and Trin couldn't believe what she had just heard. Why husband insists on waiting? The maidservant smiled and replied, eldest young mistress, don't be angry. Let's take a walk around first. Just then, Chao Yi and Trin suddenly noticed something. Isn't that Third Master Wang's son? And he's playing with a commoner's child. As she said this, her expression suddenly turned to shock. Chao Yi and Trin stared at Lin Bai without blinking. She frowned and pointed at the little girl. Who are you? Lin Bai stammered. Seeing this, Chao Yi and Trin impatiently walked over and grabbed her shoulders. Answer me quickly. Who are you? Lin Bai screamed in fear. Brother, Sister Tao Ni. At her cry, Tao Ni walked over angrily. What are you doing? A worried Lin Tan immediately pulled Lin Vi into his arms. Little Vi. Chao Yi and Trin was instantly stunned. Tao Ni frowned. Miss Chao, what's going on? Chao Yi and Trin hesitated. It's nothing. I was just asking who this little girl is. Tao Ni replied seriously. She is Lin Vi, the granddaughter of Master Tan Ha. Why does Miss Chao ask this? Chao Yi and Trin broke into a sweat. Lin Vi, who is her birth mother? What's her name? Lin Tan added, my birth mother's surname was Chun. She passed away while giving birth to my sister. Does young mistress he know my birth mother? At this time, Lin Vi couldn't help but tremble and hide behind Lin Tan. Brother. At this moment, Chao Yi and Trin's expression turned vicious. I don't. She thought to herself, Chun. Her surname was Chun. Just then, young master he walked over. What's the matter? Chao Yi and Trin quickly replied, it's nothing. I just thought this little girl looked a bit like someone I met before. Husband, I'm not feeling well. Let's go home first. Young master, he gently supported her. All right then. Watching their retreating figures, Tao Ni became suspicious. Chao Yi and Trin's reaction was a bit strange. Could it be related to Little Vi and Lin Tan's background? On the other side, Lin Tan comforted Little Vi, it's okay now. Big brother is here. Yes. After leaving, Chao Yi and Trin was extremely tense. She called out for her wet nurse. The maidservant replied, eldest young mistress. Chao Yi and Trin continued. Do you remember that bitch, concubine Chun? Chao Yi and Trin was sweating. That brat named Lin Vi looks so much like concubine Chun. The maidservant's eyes widened in surprise. But wasn't concubine Chun? Chao Yi and Trin frowned. Yes, she should be dead. But what if her lingering spirit refuses to leave? Besides, father still hasn't forgotten her. Even if this Lin Vi has nothing to do with concubine Chun, she's bound to be a disaster. Go and investigate that brat's background immediately. She worried silently. That Lin Vi is already showing such looks at a young age. What if father sees her one day? The next day, Tao Ni approached with a serious expression. Lin Tan. Lin Tan was a little curious. Miss Ha, what's wrong? Townie knitted her brows, that I'm still worried about what happened with little Vi yesterday. Chow Yi and Trin's reaction is definitely related to your mother. Lin Tan was confused, but my mother was just an ordinary woman. Why would young mistress he be so concerned? Tao Ni then asked, have you ever suspected that your mother had another identity? Did she leave anything behind, like a will? Lin Tan shook his head and, oh, my mother didn't leave anything. Her last words before she passed were little Vi's name. Hearing this, Tao Ni felt confused and put a hand to her forehead. That can't be considered a clue either. That's right. Your mother's and Master Tan's embroidery skills have the same origin, and Master Tan insists on keeping little Vi by her side, not letting her wander around. Have you ever wondered why? At this, Lin Tan's eyes widened in realization. He eagerly started to run off. I'm going to find Master Tan. Seeing this, Tao Ni immediately grabbed his sleeve. She said gently, I'll go with you. Hearing that, Lin Tan suddenly took her hand. Miss Ha, thank you. You are the great benefactor of my sister and me. Tao Ni chuckled softly. Lin Tan, if you say such formal words to me, I'll get angry. She thought to herself, you're the one who's my benefactor. Lin Tan was completely embarrassed. Miss Ha, Tao Ni interrupted, don't let it happen again. Let's go to the Cam 2 pavilion. At that moment, Lin Tan still hadn't let go of Tao Ni's hand. A while later, at the Cam 2 pavilion, Fourth Mistress Tan was asking, have you found out the reason why young mistress he gave little Vi a hard time yesterday? Just then, someone from outside called in. Fourth Mistress, Tao Ni, and Lin Tan are here. Fourth Mistress Tan looked towards the door. Let them in. Lin Tan asked bluntly. Master Tan, Lin Tan has come presumptuously to ask if you know anything about my mother. Fourth Mistress Tan lowered her eyes. It seems you've realized it too. It's time to tell you. As she spoke, her expression became heavy. Your mother's real name is Song Lin Wei, the eldest young lady of the Prime Minister's residence. Hearing this, Lin Jin's face suddenly turned pale. What? So the two words Lin Wei that his mother said before she died weren't a name for his younger sister, but her own real name. Fourth Mistress Tan nodded. From Xiao Wei's embroidery skills and the rose she embroidered that day, I can confirm it came from her. Third Master Wang continued. Years ago, when Song Lin Wei went up the mountain to pay respects to her mother, her carriage went out of control and fell off a cliff. Her body was never found. It has always been a mystery. She must have fallen, injured her head, and lost her memory. She was rescued by Old Man Shun and taken back to be raised as his own daughter. Hearing this, Lin Jin's eyes filled with sorrow. Why mother actually encountered such a terrible disaster. Tao Ni held onto his arm. Lin Jin. She thought to herself, I never expected that Lin Jin and Xiao Wei's birth mother would be a royal relative. Just then, Third Master Wang added, there's definitely something suspicious about your mother falling off the cliff. If you want to investigate, I can lend you a hand. Lin Jin clasped his hands and bowed. Thank you, Third Master and Master Tan. In the future, Lin Jin will surely repay this kindness. Third Master Wang chuckled lightly. My boy, that's too formal. Fourth Mistress Tan added, this is also for Xiao Wei's sake. At this, Lin Jin suddenly felt hesitant. It's just that this is about my mother. I want to wait until after I take the Imperial exam in the capital to investigate thoroughly. I'm afraid I won't be able to find anything out while I'm here. Tao Ni placed a hand on her chin, pondering. Besides, first young mistress he has her eyes on Xiao Wei. It's best that we act with caution. At that moment, Fourth Mistress Tan couldn't help but worry that's true. But first young mistress, he is investigating the matter of the favored concubine surnamed Chun. What's that all about? Third Master Wang immediately said, I had someone investigate and found out that Marquis Kaiyong once had a favored concubine surnamed Chun. She fought with the main wife for favor, had her face slashed by the then unmarried first young mistress he, and suffered a miscarriage. Fourth Mistress Tan was surprised. A favored concubine. Is first young mistress he that vicious? Is that so? Third Master Wang frowned. Yes. Later, during winter while on a lake outing, the favored concubine pushed first young mistress he into the lake. Marchioness Kaiyong flew into a rage and had her executed. Fourth Mistress Tan broke into a cold sweat. That's what happened. But Xiao Wei's birth mother's surname isn't Chun, and she has no connection to that favored concubine. Why did first young mistress he react that way? At this, Tao Ni speculated, her expression extremely tense. Perhaps that favored concubine surnamed Chun was old man Chen's long-lost daughter, and coincidentally, she looked very much like Lin Jin's mother. Third Master Wang put a hand to his chin. That's a possibility. It's rumored that Marquis Kaiyong was devoted to Song Lin Wei and had a marriage agreement with her. Perhaps that's why he took Miss Chun as a concubine. Fourth Mistress Tan's jaw dropped in surprise. Could there be such a coincidence in the world? Tao Ni frowned. Perhaps this matter was also manipulated by someone behind the scenes. In any case, for now, it's still best to be wary of First Young Mistress He. Lin Jin continued, by that logic, First Young Mistress He's birth mother must be my mother's younger sister, right? Fourth Mistress Tan nodded. Yes. Marchioness Kaiyong is the daughter of a concubine, while your mother is the eldest daughter of the main wife. We don't know if there was any grudge between them. At this, Third Master Wang reminded them, this matter involves the Marquis Kaiyong's residence and the Prime Minister's residence. You must be careful with everything. Just then, Lin Wei walked in carrying tea. Brother, Sister Tao Ni, why are you two here? Seeing everyone fall silent at the same time, Lin Wei was very puzzled. What's wrong? Tao Ni spoke up. I think Xiao Wei has the right to know. That way, she can also guard against danger in the future. Hearing this, Lin Jin walked up to Lin Wei. Xiao Wei, listen to your brother. A moment later, Lin Wei's eyes welled up with tears. Mother is so pitiful. Tao Ni looked at the siblings and thought to herself, that's right. She was born of noble birth, yet she met with disaster in Jing County, was disfigured, and married to a heartless man like old Master Lin. On the other side, Lin Jin hugged Lin Wei tightly. After I go to the capital, I will definitely find out the truth behind Mother's accident and clear her name. Fourth Mistress Tan added, Lin Jin, you just focus on your studies. I will take good care of Xiao Wei. Lin Jin nodded. Then I'll have to trouble Master Tan with Xiao Wei. A while later, on the way back, Tao Ni started a conversation that I never expected the truth to be like this. Lin Jin, you and Xiao Wei must be more careful from now on. Lin Jin grunted in agreement. Miss Xia, rest assured. Tao Ni asked curiously, for now, are you still planning to take the exam first? Lin Jin looked at her with a determined expression. Yes, there are many suspicious points about my mother's matter, and the capital is a place of intrigue. I must become capable to do anything. Tao Ni frowned worriedly. That's true. If someone really harmed your mother, then acting rashly could very well lead to a fatal disaster. And there's also the threat of Gao Wanjin. Saying this, she held on to his shoulders. Lin Jin, as long as you become strong, you can protect the people who are important to you. I'm sure you can do it. Lin Jin blushed. Yes, important people. Just then, Annie Kong walked over. Is that you, Tao Ni? Tao Ni happily ran over. Annie Kong, long time no see. Hasn't Centurion Kong returned yet? Auntie Kong said softly. He returned, but he immediately rushed to the northern battlefield with Yen Mai. He couldn't stay. Hearing this, Tao Ni's expression changed instantly. In my past life, Yen Mai died on the northern battlefield. In this life, will Yen Mai return safely? Seeing Tao Ni's unhappy expression, Lin Jin asked, Miss Xia. Tao Ni called out softly, Yen Mai. Hearing this, Lin Jin was extremely surprised. He lowered his head. Yen Mai, you called his name. Are you worried about him? Tao Ni's eyes widened guiltily. Seeing this, Lin Jin suddenly felt uneasy. Oh, you like him? Tao Ni remained silent. Her face looked as if she was about to cry. Even though I've desperately tried to stay away from him in this life, I still can't help but care. Do I still like him? Thinking of this, Tao Ni uncomfortably asked back, why would you ask that? Lin Jin was stunned. He shyly walked away. First, it's nothing. I'm going back to check on Xiao Wei. At this moment, Tao Ni looked up at the sky thoughtfully. Yen Mai, are you really my fated calamity? Although I don't want to get involved with Yen Mai anymore in this life, I still hope he can return safely and live a good life. Elsewhere, Lin Jin sat under a tree, feeling sorrowful. Miss Xia likes Yen Mai. Why did I hope she would deny it? Why do I feel so upset? Thinking of this, his face suddenly flushed red. Could it be that I've fallen for her? A while later, Tao Ni had returned home. As soon as she saw her, Madame Lu happily ran over. Tao Ni, you're finally back. A matchmaker came to our house earlier. It was for someone from another village. Your father and I already refused. Xiaogue continued with a smile. Our Tao Ni is so pretty and capable. There will surely be many more young men coming to ask for her hand. Tao Ni sighed. Father, mother. Madame Lu gently stroked her hair. Tao Ni, you'll be of marriageable age next year. Perhaps it's time to find a good match. Tao Ni waved her hands. What marriage? Let's talk about it later. Xia Gui then said, Tao Ni, if you already have someone in your heart, you can let your parents know first. Hearing this, Tao Ni was immediately stunned. Someone in my heart? I don't. Madame Liu was incredulous. Tao Ni, aren't there many outstanding young men around you? Xia Gui added, I think Lin Jin is a good choice. Tao Ni has always been very concerned about his affairs. Tao Ni turned her face away to avoid the topic. Lin Jin, we don't have that kind of relationship. She thought to herself, I'm just repaying a debt. It's not like I have my eyes on him. She frowned. Come to think of it, Lin Jin seemed quite unhappy just now. I wonder what's wrong with him. Madame Liu continued, this is Tao Ni's lifelong matter. Let's let her decide for herself. Xia Gui replied with a smile. That's right. Tao Ni, you must choose a good match for yourself. Hearing this, Tao Ni felt flustered. She blushed shyly. Father, mother, rest assured I definitely will. In this life, I must have a good ending. Elsewhere, Lin Jin was staring intently at a tree branch. Seeing this, Grandpa Lin walked over and teased, You've reached the age of looking at things and thinking of someone. Lin Jin hurriedly put it away. Grandpa, I wasn't. Grandpa Lin looked at him seriously. Miss Xia will be of marriageable age next year. If you pass the scholar exam, I can use my old face to go propose a match. Lin Jin was astonished. Grandpa, you agree too? Grandpa Lin crossed his arms. Miss Xia is pretty and capable. What family wouldn't want to marry such a wife? He added, I heard a matchmaker was turned away today. As for you, what do you have to compete with others right now? Lin Jin's eyes widened in surprise. A matchmaker. He thought to himself, although they refused, what if she agrees to someone else one day? What if she really likes Yanmai? No, I absolutely cannot let that happen. Thinking of this, Lin Jin's face filled with determination. Grandpa, I will definitely become outstanding, and then I will marry her. The next day, as soon as he saw Tao Ni, Lin Jin called out, Miss Xia. He lowered his voice. I heard someone came to your house to propose a match yesterday. Tao Ni sighed. Yes, but my parents told me to decide for myself. Hearing this, Lin Jin grew tense and broke into a sweat. That you'll be of marriageable age next year. What are your thoughts on it? Tao Ni smiled and asked back, let's wait until I'm of age to talk about it. On the other hand, if you pass the scholar exam next year, I'm sure Grandpa Lin will arrange a match for you, right? Hearing this, Lin Jin avoided her gaze. Yes. What kind of wife does Miss Xia think I should marry? Tao Ni was taken aback. Your wife? You're asking me? That's for you to decide. After all, it's the person you'll spend the rest of your life with. Lin Jin stammered. It's just that I'm really looking forward to it. And besides, I think whoever marries Miss Xia will be blessed. Tao Ni cheerfully held the brush in her hand. That I'm not that great. I'm so fierce. It's a question of who would even dare to marry me. Just then, Lin Jin boldly took her hand. I dare to marry you. Tao Ni exclaimed in surprise. Lin Jin. Looking at Tao Ni's fair hand, Lin Jin awkwardly let go. I just hope Miss Xia doesn't look down on herself. You really are a very good young lady. Tao Ni smiled in response. Yes, that's so? Thank you for acknowledging that. She thought to herself, Lin Jin, he doesn't have his eyes on me, does he? Hearing this, Lin Jin immediately ran off. Well, I'll get back to work first. Call me if you need anything. Tao Ni blushed. I thought I only felt gratitude towards Lin Jin. But why is my heart beating so fast? Elsewhere at the He residence, a maid reported, first young mistress. This is all we could find out about Lin Wei. Gao Wanjin's face darkened with anger. I just feel that this girl's background is very strange. And that face, I must destroy it. After speaking, she turned and left, thinking of a way to bribe the bandits outside the county town to capture her. Remember, do not reveal your identity. Yes, Gao Wanjin added with a frown. Anyone who is an eyesore to me must be eliminated. At the same time, a man with a serious expression ran over. Brother, I want to ask you something. Lin Data was puzzled. Go ahead. The man then pointed at Yuyao bookstore. A family in my village has taken an interest in the young lady of this bookstore. Has she been at the bookstore recently? Lin Datu rested his chin on his hand, recalling that I think so, though I haven't seen her for a few days. Hearing this, the man immediately left. Thanks, brother. Just then, Tao Ni came out. What did that man come for? Lin Data replied. He came to ask about Lin Wei, saying someone from his village has taken an interest in her. Tao Ni became suspicious. I'm afraid there's something wrong with that person. Follow him and see. All right. Elsewhere on a deserted street corner, the man from before ran to report. Second in command, the girl we're looking for has been hiding in the bookstore lately. The second in command frowned, continuing to think of ways to gather more information. Understood. Just then, a woman walked over. Gathering information on who? We haven't seen each other for years. Has your heart already been given to someone else? The second-in-command happily took her hand. Hong Tao, I've always been thinking of you. That was just business. Someone wants that young lady from the bookstore, so I told my subordinate to handle it. The two of us can slowly catch up. Hearing this, Hong Tao immediately realized. Lin Wei. The second-in-command nodded. That's right. She's from your Lin family. If you don't allow it, I'll stop. Hong Tao's eyes crinkled into a smile. No, I wish she would disappear. Her brother too. Those two brats are such an eyesore. She thought to herself, after Lin Ziliang dies, they'll still want to split the inheritance with me. At this, the second-in-command asked, why are they an eyesore to you? Hong Tao put on a pitiful look that they've always despised me, and now Lin Ziliang is doting on another woman. My life in the Lin family is very hard. Hearing this, the second-in-command became angry. Hong Tao, it's been hard on you. I'll help you punish them. Hong Tao smiled inwardly. His return this time might be my chance to turn things around. Elsewhere, Lin Datu, hiding behind a wall, had heard everything. He broke out in a worried sweat, feeling that something was about to happen. He had to inform Tao Ni. At the same time, Tao Ni was alarmed that I heard Xiao Wei is sick. Lin Jin frowned. The doctor said it's an illness of the heart, probably because of mother's matter. It's all my fault for not taking good care of her. Tao Ni took his hand and reassured him. Lin Jin, don't blame yourself too much. Xiao Wei will get better. Lin Jin blushed and hummed in agreement. Tao Ni thought to herself, the divine water can't cure an illness of the heart. I'll have to wait for Xiao Wei to recover on her own. Just then, Lin Datu ran back breathlessly. Tao Ni, something's happened. Tao Ni turned her head to look. What is it? Lin Datu panted. I followed him and found out that man and Chen Ergu are in the same gang. He's his cousin. He was Wang Shi of the Lin family's former man and later became a bandit. Wang Shi also came just now. The two were very intimate, but as for what they said, I couldn't hear clearly. Hearing this, Tao Ni's expression darkened. Bandits. Lin Jin's jaw dropped. Concubine mother and bandits. Tao Ni raised an eyebrow. Lin Jin, Wang Shi colluding with bandits is very dangerous for you too. You must be extremely careful. She looked tensely at Lin Datu. That bandit will probably come to probe for information again. Wang Hu, you go approach him as I'm about to tell you. Yes, she thought to herself. Is the bandit's only target Xiao Wei? I wonder if Wang Shi and Chen Ergu were involved in Lin Jin being beaten in my past life. No matter what, I must protect Lin Jin and Xiao Wei well. At this, Lin Jin just remained silent. He guessed. It seemed she has something on her mind. A while later, the two of them were walking together. Lin Jin spoke up. I must discuss this matter with grandfather first. Just then, Lu Yijie ran over happily. The results are posted. Young Master Xia passed. He's the top scholar, the GUN. Lin Jin's jaw dropped. Is that so? Finally, some good news. Lu Yijie scratched his head, confused. Finally? Oh, Tao Ni is here too? Xiao Yang from your village also passed, second to last. He glanced sideways. This Xiao Yang fellow is quite lucky. Indeed, Tao Ni frowned angrily. Second to last is still a Jiren. Enough for the main household to be smug about. She thought to herself, the provincial exam is exactly the same as in my past life. So what about the metropolitan exam next year? Tao Ni looked at Lin Jin in silence. What happened after I died? What will be the fate of the Xia family's next generation? Did Lin Jin take the exam smoothly and achieve official rank? Or not? Just then, Lin Jin suddenly turned his head back. What's wrong? Tao Ni was startled. She hurried away. It's nothing. I'm heading back first. Lu Yijie watched her, puzzled. Why did she leave so suddenly? Lin Jin added, she probably wants to go home and inform her parents. At the same time, at the Xia family home, Xia Yang was overjoyed. Next year at the metropolitan exam, I will definitely be on the list too. Grandfather's eyes crinkled into a smile. Good, you are worthy of being my son. Lu Shi added, husband, I knew you could bring honor to our family. Seeing this, Yi Shi felt jealous. Big brother has passed. If you don't try harder, you'll end up degenerate like Xia Gui. Lu Shi teased that I heard Xia Gui is also taking the provincial exam next year. If he's lucky enough to get on the list, then our family will only have little uncle left. Yi Shi shouted angrily. Him wanting to take the scholar exam? My husband is the one with victory in his grasp. At this, grandmother frowned and interrupted that on this joyous day, why mention that unlucky third brother's family? Grandfather waved his hand. Xia Gui has absolutely no talent for studying. Taking the exam would just make him a laughingstock. He sneered. Besides, I don't believe for a second that Xia Gui dares to take the provincial exam. Elsewhere, Lu Shi spoke up. Her father, Xia Liang, has passed. You need to be a bit more enthusiastic too. Xia Gui nodded. Don't you worry. I will prove to my parents that I am not inferior to my brothers. Tao Ni also encouraged him. Father, you have ambition. You can definitely do it. She thought to herself, I hope Father and Lin Jin both pass the exam. Suddenly, the expression on Tao Ni's face froze. Lin Jin, why am I thinking of him again? She turned away in embarrassment. It's just a well-wish between friends. At the same time at Yu Yao bookstore, a mysterious person was sneaking around. Just then, Lin Data stepped out. Brother, are you still asking about Lin Wei? The other person broke into a sweat. That's right. Lin Data smiled warmly. I just heard she's recuperating in the bookstore. Come back in a few days. The person nodded. Oh, that's how it is. All right, thank you. A while later, elsewhere, that wench is sick. The maid replied, yes, young mistress. Gao Wanjin frowned. That's perfect. Tomorrow, my husband will host a banquet at Nongwei Xian restaurant to invite guests and the people from the bookstore. You go inform the bandits to take this opportunity to strike. Yes. The next day, a grand banquet was held, a great celebration for the Xia Manor. Young Master Xia had passed as the topping the osmanthus list, and everyone gathered in a lively atmosphere. Young Master Xia passed, how wonderful. At this time, Grandfather Lin, sitting at the banquet table, advised, this time you top the osmanthus list, but you must be humble and not arrogant. Prepare with all your might for next year's spring examination and get on the golden list. Young Master Xia cupped his hands. This student will take teachers' words to heart and will certainly not disappoint teachers' expectations. Gao Wanjin added happily, my husband can definitely do it. She thought to herself, except for Lin Wei, everyone from the bookstore has come. The bandits must be close to succeeding by now. Tao Ni is still not wary of Gao Wanjin. Just then Lin Data walked over. Yesterday, I ran into that bandit again. As you instructed, I told him Lin Wei was sick. Tao Ni smiled inwardly. Good, the bait is set. Now we just see if the fish will bite. In the bookstore's backyard, a man had been beaten until he was trembling. Just as Tao Ni said, a bad guy snuck in here. Lu Yijie and his master gave a sinister smile. That you've got some nerve. Today, we'll make sure you come, but don't leave. The man unconsciously backed away in fear. Help! His face turned pale. Help me. At the same time, Lin Jin was uneasy. The bandits will probably make their move today. Tao Ni nodded. The bookstore is empty now, which is a very good opportunity. That's why I told you to take Xiao Wei to Jinxiu Pavilion first. Lin Jin frowned. Miss Xia makes sense. Just then, Lin Datu ran over. Miss Xia, Lu Yijie, and the others succeeded. Already, Tao Ni's eyes widened. Did you interrogate him to find out who sent him? Lin Data replied. He said he only knows it was a matron from a wealthy family who was very generous with her money. Hearing this, Tao Ni immediately figured it out. A wealthy family. One look, and you know it was Gao Wan. Zhen's doing. Thinking of this, she said, tell Lu Yijie and the others to bring the man over to identify the servants of the Xiam Manor. Understood. A while later, the party had ended. Young Master Xia saw Grandfather Lin off. Teacher, let me escort you back to the bookstore. Gao Wanjin lightly touched his shoulder, but I'm a little tired. I'll head back to the manor first. She thought to herself, when they get back, they'll find Lin Wei has been kidnapped. I must quickly ruin that brat's face. At this, Grandfather Lin was polite. There's no need, Junxian. You should go back to the manor with your wife first. After speaking, he left. Seeing this, young Master Xia scolded her. Why are you being so rude? Gao Wanjin frowned. I said I'm not going, so I'm not going. You. Tao Ni interrupted. Please wait, you too. Young Master Xia was puzzled. Manager Xia, is there something else? Tao Ni waved her hand, signaling. There is someone who wants to meet you and the eldest young mistress. Immediately, the bandit was brought in. Tao Ni continued. This bandit tried to sneak into the bookstore when no one was around. We happened to catch him. At this, the bandit said harshly, it was her. She was the one who wanted us to kidnap that young lady from the bookstore. Hearing this, the maid broke out in a fearful sweat. How did this bandit get caught? Tao Ni smiled. I didn't expect eldest young mistress Xia to be colluding with bandits. Gao Wanjin, feeling guilty, shouted, You shut up. This is no place for you to speak. Young Master Xia looked at her in surprise. You did this. Are you insane? Gao Wanjin immediately denied it. Of course not. That thief is talking nonsense. He's framing me. The bandit cried. What I said is true. That matron paid us over 100 taels of silver. Hearing this, young Master Xia's expression turned cold. Will you admit yourself now, or do you want me to go back to the manor to verify it? Gao Wanjin frowned. I already said I didn't. You don't believe me. Young master, he looked disgusted. Don't think I didn't notice how hatefully you looked at Lin Wei that day. I just didn't expect you would dare to resort to such a despicable trick. Chao Wanqing's face darkened with anger. You call me despicable? He Jun Xian, do you really think passing the provincial exam is such a big deal? Does it give you the right to help an outsider scold me like this? Young master, he shouted, shut your mouth. Wait until we get back to the residence. I'll deal with you then. At this, Chao Wanqing gritted her teeth and subconsciously stepped back. You. Young master, he paid her no mind and walked up to Tao Ni. I'm truly sorry. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. However, it involves the reputation of the He residence. Lin Jin looked at him seriously. Fortunately, we took precautions and Little Wei wasn't harmed. This matter doesn't have to be blown out of proportion, but I hope young master he will give the Lin family a satisfactory explanation. Young master, he bowed his head. I will. After speaking, he immediately gave an order. Men, seize this bandit and the wet nurse and take them back for strict interrogation. Hearing this, the female servant was terrified. Young miss, save me. Chao Wanqing froze. You can't take my people. Young master, he angrily grabbed her wrist. Behave yourself, or I'll have the servants tie you up and take you back. Chao Wanqing struggled with all her might. Let me go. How dare you threaten me? Watching them leave, Tao Ni thought. Chao Wanqing, you brought all of this upon yourself. At this moment, Lin Jin said politely, we have you to thank for this, Miss Ha. Tao Ni waved her hand. Don't be so formal. We're good friends. Lin Jin looked at her gently. We, he said as he took Tao Ni's hand. Lin Jin pulled her closer. Just good friends? Tao Ni asked shyly. Lin Jin, what do you mean? At that moment, Lin Jin's cheeks flushed. Besides being good friends, do you not have any other feelings for me? Tao Ni stammered. Just then, a voice called out, Miss, the shop is almost cleaned up. Seeing this, Lin Jin immediately pulled away. I was just saying, well, I'll go do the accounts first. Tao Ni also turned in another direction. Okay, then I'll go check on the situation in the shop. At this, Lin Dada stared at Tao Ni. Your face is so red, are you sick? Tao Ni, startled, shook her head repeatedly. No, it just suddenly got a little hot. She thought to herself, what did he really want to say? Why am I so nervous? Elsewhere, Lin Jin was secretly watching Tao Ni. He smiled. I'll tell her slowly after the exam. Meanwhile, at the He residence, young master, he pointed angrily. You've made the He residence lose all face. In the end, why did you want to harm Lin Wei? Chao Wanqing remained stubborn. I didn't. I was framed. That manager deliberately tried to drive a wedge between us. Young master, he frowned. The evidence is conclusive, and you still want to argue? Truly unsightly. I don't have time to waste on you. Until I finish my exam, you are not to take a single step out of the He residence, lest you go out and harm others again. Chao Wanqing was shocked. What? He Jun Xian, you dare to put me under house arrest. Young master, he gave a stern order. Make sure to watch her closely for me. Yes. At this, Chao Wanqing angrily threw the cup on the table. Even my own husband doesn't believe me. It's all because of those two damn brats. She gritted her teeth. I will definitely not let them off. At the same time, Hong Tao was surprised. What? It failed. The second in command replied, the employer was exposed, but it's fine. That brother of mine won't implicate our mountain fortress. Hong Tao frowned. So you're just going to let Lin Jin and Lin Wei off like that? The second in command kissed her neck lightly. Why would I let them off? They bullied you, so I will definitely punish them. After the storm passes, I'll find a chance to capture them. Then I'll rob the Lin family of all their money and take you back to the mountain fortress. All right. Hong Tao giggled. All right. She thought to herself, even if he gets caught, as long as I can get rid of Lin Jin and Lin Wei, the Lin family's fortune will still be mine. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for next year's exam. Lin Jin said goodbye to everyone to set off. I will definitely pass the exam. I'm leaving now. Everyone watched his departing figure happily. Travel safely. You can definitely do it. At this, Lin Jin suddenly felt a sense of loss. It's a pity she had an urgent matter and couldn't come to see me off. However, behind a nearby tree, a disguised Tao Ni was hiding. Lin Jin might run into bandits on his way to the exam. I have to protect him secretly. At night, in a temple, looking at the surroundings, Tao Ni recalled, this is where Lin Jin and I met in our past life. She looked affectionately at the exhausted Lin Jin. Lin Jin, it's a shame that I'm the only one who knows about about our fate from our past life. At this moment, Lin Jin looked up at the sky. Miss Ha, I wonder what she's doing right now. Tao Ni was surprised. I thought he was already asleep, but it turns out he's thinking of me. Suddenly, she realized, the space has changed. Isn't this the jade hairpin that stabbed me to death that year? Could it be related to the space somehow? On the other side, Lin Jin walked over curiously. Why is there a light? Is someone over there? Seeing this, Tao Ni was extremely alarmed. Lin Jin is about to discover me. I'll just hide in the space. Just then, a voice spoke up. Finally found you. The second in command approached with a group of men. Seeing this, Tao Ni was very surprised. The second in command sneered. Lin Jin, is it? You dare to anger my woman. Consider yourself dead at my hands today. Lin Jin broke out in a cold sweat. What? Could it be that you're the bandit who had an affair with concubine Wang? Hearing this, the second in command angrily pointed his staff at him. How dare you accuse us of having an affair? Get him, beat him half to death, and then drag him back to be dealt with. Yes. At this moment, Tao Ni waited silently for an opportunity. As expected, they still ran into the bandits. On the other side, Lin Jin tried his best to dodge the attacks. He quickly kicked one man down. Seeing this, the second in command roared angrily. A bunch of useless fools. Tao Ni thought to herself, the space has finally recovered. I have to go help him. Just then, the torch in one of the men's hands fell. The flames quickly spread. Lin Jin watched with worry. Oh no, my luggage. Taking this opportunity, the second in command launched a sneak attack. Seeing this, Tao Ni shouted angrily. How dare you touch him? She flew forward and immediately kicked him in the face. Lin Jin was surprised. Miss Ha, why are you here? Tao Ni cracked her knuckles. I'll explain to you later. Lin Jin hugged his luggage tightly and replied, all right. Meanwhile, Tao Ni quickly dealt with them one by one, playing the sneak attack game. Are we? Who is it you said you wanted to beat half to death? None of you will escape today. At this, the bandits cried and begged help. When it was over, she stood seriously in front of Lin Jin. I'll notify the local authorities to come arrest them later. You can go take your exam with peace of mind. Lin Jin looked at her curiously. Yes. Miss Ha, did you know beforehand that they would come to attack me? Tao Ni frowned. Yes. Concubine Wang holds a grudge against you, so I guess she would contact the bandits and take action while you were traveling alone for the exam. At this, Lin Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. So, you didn't come to see me off earlier because you were worried something would happen to me and decided to follow me? Tao Ni scratched her head shyly. Accompanying you. This is what you call accompanying you. Lin Jin leaned in. Then why didn't you tell me? Tao Ni blushed and replied, because I originally wanted to deal with the bandits without you knowing, so you wouldn't be distracted from your exam. She mused, actually, I didn't dare to say I wanted to go with him. Lin Jin smiled, and then hugged her tightly. Thank you. I'm so happy to see you. Lin Jin leaned close to Tao Ni's ear and whispered, wait for me to come back. I have something very important to tell you. Wait for me. Tao Ni pursed her lips. Okay. She wondered, what could this important thing be? On the other side, Lin Jin was tense. If I stay with her any longer, I definitely won't be able to stop myself from confessing. The next day, the story had spread to everyone. Have you heard? The bandits from Langia Fortress were arrested yesterday. They say they conspired with the Lin family's concubine Wang to harm the Lin family. Now that wretched pair has been arrested. The other person continued. Concubine Wang would rather die than admit it, but in the end, Lin Datu from the Nong Jia restaurant confirmed she was seeing the second in command. Rumor has it she's even pregnant with an illegitimate child. The Lin family has really lost a lot of face this time. Just then, Tao Ni walked by. She thought to herself, they only have themselves to blame. Shopkeeper, I want to have a jade hairpin made like this. The shopkeeper quickly took the drawing. All right, let me see. Can we use emerald for the material? Tao Ni handed over the silver. That's fine. When it's done, deliver it to the Nong Jiao Wei Xian restaurant. All right. A few days later, Lin Datu announced, Miss Kong Baihu is back. He said we won the battle in the north. Tao Ni was surprised. Is that so? Is there any news of Yin Meng? Lin Data replied. I asked. He said Yin Meng is also back, but he's severely injured. Tao Ni breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he's alive, she thought to herself. At least in this life, he didn't die on the battlefield. Suddenly, Lin Datu's jaw dropped in astonishment. You want to go visit him? It seems he's recovering at the Kong residence. Tao Ni was surprised. What? She thought to herself. He's at the Kong residence and not the Yin residence? What's going on? At the same time, at the Kong residence, Kong Lan was pleading, I only want to marry brother Yin Mao. Madame Kong shook her head. No. It's one thing for you to insist on keeping him in our house to recover, but now you want to marry him. She frowned. We don't even know if Yin Mao will survive. The physician said we can only leave it to fate. In heaven, Kong Lan cried and begged. Brother Yin Mao is blessed with great fortune. He'll be fine. Mother, if I can't be with him, I'll die for you to see. Town E, on the roof, frowned slightly. It seems Kong Baihu brought the heavily injured Yin Mao back, and Kong Lan kept him at the Kong residence. At this moment, Madame Kong said seriously, wait until tomorrow. I'll go inform Yin Mao's mother and discuss it with her. If she agrees, Kong Lan happily interrupted. Annie will agree. She has always loved me the most. She will definitely choose me as her daughter-in-law. Hearing this, Tao Ni froze. She subconsciously remembered her past life. There's news of Yin Mao. Madame Kong was consoling Yin Mao's mother. I know this bad news is very hard for you to accept, but Yin Mao's mother wiped her tears sorrowfully. How come my son? At that time, Tao Ni was stunned, and she felt her knees. Yin Mao is dead. Yin Mao's mother repeated, yes, Mao is gone. Madame Kong continued, suppressing her grief. Yin Mao's mother, from now on, my Lanner will take his place to care for her. Back in the present, Tao Ni stood up. Could it be that in my past life, when Annie Kang came to deliver the bad news about Nia Mao, it was actually news that he was about to die? So in my past life, Nia Mao probably wasn't dead yet. Kang Lan wanted to marry Nia Mao, and his mother liked Kang Lan, so they hid Nia Mao and sold me off. My mother-in-law and the Niam family colluded to deceive me, to ruin me. At this thought, Tao Ni's heart ached and she shed tears. Just then, she secretly jumped inside. Seeing Nia Mao lying motionless, Tao Ni frowned. So that was the truth of my past life. If you weren't dead, you didn't come looking for me either. You even married Kang Lan. In the end, you still failed me. Tao Ni thought of their memories with tears welling in her eyes. Tao Ni, she then took out the divine water and sorrowfully fed it to Nia Mao. Thank you for treating me well in our past life. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Once done, she quickly turned to leave. From now on, I won't worry about you anymore, won't get involved with you anymore, and certainly won't have feelings for you anymore. Our fate ends here. Just then, Nia Mao called out Tao Ni, but Tao Ni didn't hear his words at all. She silently shed tears. Why did my sincerity trade for such an outcome? Just then, a familiar voice called out, Miss Ha. Lambton was puzzled. Why are you here? Isn't this the home of Centurion Kang? Tao Ni was surprised. Lam Tan, you're back? Lam Tan reached his hand toward her. Why are you crying? Tao Ni quickly wiped away her tears. Oh, I was just... At that moment, Lam Tan immediately guessed that on my way here, I heard the battle in the north is over. Did you come to the Kang residence to ask for news about Nia Mao? He fell silent. He's dead. Tao Ni replied, no, just seriously injured. Hearing this, Lam Tan suddenly became agitated as, oh, you were asking about him and crying for him. Do you really like him? Tao Ni's mouth fell open and oh, I was just... Lam Tan sadly lowered his head. Why him? Why can't it be me? Tao Ni was stunned for a moment. Lam Tan then placed her hand on his heart. That I like you. Can you like me? Tao Ni's eyes widened in shock. Lam Tan, stop joking. Lam Tan frowned slightly. I'm serious. I want to know what you think. Seeing this, Tao Ni quickly pulled her hand back. That I'm sorry, Lam Tan. I can't answer you right now. Give me some time to calm down. Lam Tan thought with determination. No matter how long it takes, I will wait. Elsewhere, Tao Ni was sad. Lam Tan, he likes me. She thought, just a moment ago, I was heartbroken over Nia Mao, but Lam Tan, now my mind is full of him. Can I really fall in love again? On the day the results were posted, everyone gathered to look. Lu Ti was overjoyed. My dear, not only did you pass the licentiate exam, you also became a scholar. Hakui couldn't believe his eyes. Did I really pass? Tao Ni affirmed with certainty. Father, I knew you could do it. At this moment, Lu Ti gently placed a hand on her cheek. Tao Ni, your coming-of-age ceremony is in a few days. Our family is truly blessed with double happiness. Tao Ni was surprised. That coming-of-age ceremony. Just then, her grandmother walked over contemptuously. Just barely passing in last place is also considered a scholar. Her grandfather was also there, and you managed to become a scholar. The grandmother sneered. How could he have passed? He must have cheated. Ha Luong added, that's right. Even I couldn't pass, but he did. Let's go report him. At this, Ha Kui's face turned stern. Even if it was last place, I passed on my own merit. Tao Ni scoffed. Everyone from the main house failed, and you still have a nerve to slander my father. You yourselves are useless. Just keep taking the exam for the rest of your lives, and keep failing for the rest of your lives. Ha Luong shouted angrily. Tao Ni smiled faintly, and oh, that's not right. You've already spent more than half your family's fortune on this exam. Whether you'll have money to register in the future is another question. At the same time, the people present also spoke up indignantly. The people of the Ha family are truly vicious. They can't do it themselves, so they get jealous of Ha Kui's family. That's right, serves them right for failing. Without the third branch to support them, they won't even be able to afford the exam fee in the future. Truly, what goes around comes around. Hearing this, Tao Ni was extremely pleased. From now on, you will never be able to reach our families. Level again. The grandmother's eyes widened in anger. The Ha family is ruined. Just then, Ha Kui and Lu Ti turned to leave. Tao Ni looked back to tease them. Father, mother, let's go. Just then, an excited voice rang out. Lam Tan is the top scholar. Lam Vai looked at him happily. Brother, you passed. You finally achieved your wish. Tao Ni quietly walked away. That's great. Lam Tan, you've finally gotten your wish. At this, Lam Tan fell silent. Actually, I still have one wish that hasn't been fulfilled. Soon, it was Tao Ni's coming-of-age ceremony. She sat beautifully before her dressing table, her lips painted cherry red. Tao Ni looked at the hairpin, lost in thought. This hairpin ended my past life, but it started the fate between me and Lam Tan. She unconsciously recalled his confession that I like you. Tao Ni pursed her lips. Lam Tan, I haven't seen him since that day. I miss him so much. On the other side, everyone was gathered in front of Tao Ni's house, including Nia Mao. Just then, Tao Ni stepped out to everyone's astonishment that she's here. The main character has appeared. A fairy descended to earth. Lam Vai looked at her with admiration. Sister Tao Ni is so beautiful. As for Lam Tan, he couldn't take his eyes off her. So beautiful. Madaha spoke up. Tuan Hien, this Miss Ha is so wonderful. She's both beautiful and capable. Do you have any intention of marrying her into our residence? Young Master Ha smiled faintly. Mother, I would like to, but a girl like her wouldn't be a concubine for anyone. At this moment, Lu Ti giggled. Tao Ni is all grown up. Right then, Nia Mao walked over. Tao Ni, you look so beautiful today. Tao Ni's brow furrowed as she looked at him. Nia Mao, don't call me that. Hearing this, Nia Mao felt awkward that I had a dream before. In the dream, I married you. I hope this dream is real. Actually, for a long time, I have. Hearing this, Tao Ni was very surprised. Could the divine water have given him memories of our past life? Thinking this, she said, Nia Mao, I will not marry you. Just then, Lam Tan stepped forward to block him. Stay away from her. She is mine. Elsewhere, Chao Yi and Trin gritted her teeth in anger. What? Mother wants Tuan Hien to marry Tao Ni. The maid affirmed with certainty, yes, and the young master even agreed, but said Miss Ha wouldn't want to be a concubine. Hearing this, Chao Yi and Trin's face immediately darkened. Doesn't want to be a concubine? So she wants to be the primary wife? Why does that lowly wench Tao Ni have to compete with me? Saying this, she immediately stood up. Prepare the carriage. I want to leave the residence. Chao Yin Trin thought to herself, I must eliminate this Tao Ni threat with my own hands. On the other side, Nia Mao angrily retorted, don't be so full of yourself. She's not with you. I am the one officially pursuing Tao Ni. Lam Tan grabbed him by the collar. You are not to call her that. Nia Mao didn't back down either. Becoming the top scholar has made you so arrogant. You want to fight me for Tao Ni? Defeat me first, then we'll talk. Seeing this, Tao Ni was extremely panicked. You two, stop it. At this moment, Lam Tan was distracted. Miss Ha. He was then knocked to the ground by Nia Mao. Seeing this, a worried Tao Ni immediately ran over. Lam Tan. She gently placed her hand on his cheek. Are you all right? Why didn't you dodge? Lam Tan replied with a serious face. Because you told me to stop. Tao Ni stammered. You. Seeing this, Nia Mao looked at her seriously. Tao Ni, do you like Lam Tan? Tao Ni was stunned, while Lam Tan's face suddenly turned red. Lam Tan jumped up. You like me? Really? Tao Ni stammered. She then turned to leave. I don't know. At this moment, Nia Mao added, I will not give up on Tao Ni. Hearing this, Lam Tan came to his senses. The one she likes is me. Elsewhere, Tao Ni blushed as she thought, it seems I really do. Just then, Chao Yi and Trin strode over imposingly. That I've finally found you, you damn wench. You despicable hussy. And you even schemed to marry into the Ha residence. Tao Ni frowned. Miss Chao, You came uninvited just to spout nonsense? Please leave my house immediately. At this moment, Chow Yun-trin's attention was caught. This is the jade hairpin I stole from father's place before. Thinking this, she loudly questioned, "Where did you get that jade hairpin on your head?" Chow Yun-trin thought to herself, "I clearly hid it in my room. How did it end up in her hands?" Tao Ni said sternly, "I commissioned it from a shop." Seeing this, Chow Yun-trin snatched the hairpin, lying, "This is mine. How dare you steal my things?" She crazily raised the hairpin. "Die." Tao Ni quickly grabbed Chow Yun-trin's arm. "You're finally making your move?" Tao Ni immediately broke the hairpin. "It's time to end the grudge between us." Just then, young Master Ha rushed over. "Miss Ha, are you all right? I heard from a servant that she ran over here, so I searched everywhere. Luckily, I caught up." Tao Ni frowned. "I'm fine." At this, Chow Yun-trin screamed, "Husband, help me. This damn wench dared to hit me." Young Master Ha looked at her coldly. "Will you shut up? You snatched Miss Ha's jade hairpin and tried to kill her. I saw everything." Tao Ni added, "Young Master Ha, as you can see, Miss Chow maliciously injured me and intended to assault me. I ask that you must bring me justice." Seeing this, Chow Yun-trin tried her best to defend herself. "Husband, it was she who schemed to latch onto the Ha residence, seduced you, and stole my jade hairpin. I was just angry for a moment and—" Young Master Ha cut her off angrily. "Nonsense. Miss Ha and I are innocent, and there's no way she would steal your jade hairpin." Tao Ni spoke up, annoyed. "If you still insist on slandering me, then let's prove it with facts." Young Master Ha continued, "Since Miss Ha said so, then I'll allow you to send someone back. When the jade hairpin is found, we'll see what else you have to say." A while later, a servant arrived with the jade hairpin. This was found in the madam's room. Seeing this, Chow Yun-trin was utterly stunned. "What? Husband, how can these two hairpins be so identical? This despicable hussy must have framed me." Young Master Ha frowned. "No matter how you try to argue, you can say the rest in prison. Men, take her away from me." Chow Yun-trin shouted resentfully, "You can't treat me like this. Let me go." "Tao Ni, you bitch." At this moment, young Master He's face was emotionless. "I will definitely punish her severely. Consider this jade hairpin as an apology gift. I am truly sorry." Tao Ni said softly, "Young Master He, this is not your fault." A moment later, Tao Ni silently looked at the jade hairpin. In her past life, this jade hairpin had killed her. She never expected that in this life, it would fall into her hands in this way. Just then, specks of light suddenly appeared around the jade hairpin, and Tao Ni was instantly transported into a space. She was surprised. "What is happening?" Suddenly, a woman appeared. "My descendant, I am the first owner of the jade hairpin." Chow Ha-ti. Tao Ni looked up in astonishment. Chow Ha-ti continued, "I married the patriarch of the Chow clan, and because of the ancestral ancient jade, I obtained the space with the divine lake. But because of possessing the jade, I was accused of a crime and met with disaster. Thus, I was sealed within the space, and I crafted the ancient jade into a hairpin. It became a token of love, kept by the eldest daughter-in-law of the clan, passed down through generations." Tao Ni was stunned, her mouth agape. "The space is related to the jade hairpin? The Chow clan. Isn't that the Marquis of Kaiyang's residence?" She thought to herself, "The jade hairpin is a token of love. The Marquis of Kaiyang and Lin Jin's mother had a marriage contract since childhood. Could this belong to Lin Jin's mother?" At this moment, Chow Ha-ti handed the hairpin to Tao Ni. "I am ashamed before the Chow clan. I used my blood and my soul to place a curse on the ancient jade. If someone without the bloodline of the Chow and Ha clans obtains this ancient jade, they will surely suffer a backlash. Only a descendant of the Ha clan's bloodline can open the space once more." Tao Ni immediately raised her hand to receive it. Chow Ha-ti added a warning. "I advise my descendants that possessing the jade is a crime. Use the items in the space with caution, lest you bring disaster upon yourself." Tao Ni now understood. It turned out that this jade hairpin was what allowed her to be reborn into the space. She thought to herself, "I never expected the first owner to be my ancestor, and that she married into the Chow clan. Perhaps fate has destined me and this jade hairpin to be connected." The next day, at the He residence, Chow Yun-trin struggled. "Let me go." Madam Chow ran over worriedly. "Yun-trin, release my daughter." Chow Yun-trin shed tears. "Mother, you're here." Madam Chow supported her. "I heard you were locked up in the residence, so I came to see what happened. Chow Yun Trin gritted her teeth. It's all because of that bitch Tao Ni. She slandered me, seduced my husband, and now she's even stolen my jade hairpin. Hearing this, Madame Chow was stunned, her mouth agape. What? That lowly wench is truly audacious. At this, Chow Yun Trin cried even harder. Mother, kill her for me and take back that jade hairpin. I stole it from father. If he finds out, he will surely punish me. Madame Chow was surprised. Why would your father have a jade hairpin? Chow Yun Trin recounted. I don't know. The jade hairpin was placed with a painting. The woman in the painting looks a lot like Concubine Shin. I took it in a moment of anger. Hearing this, Madame Chow felt sad. Could it be that he intended to give it to my older sister back then? In the end, he still hasn't forgotten her. Thinking of this, she angrily ordered, immediately send people to kill Tao Ni and destroy that jade hairpin. Understood. That night, Tao Ni looked out the door in surprise. Lin Jin, why are you here? Lin Jin noticed immediately. I was waiting for you. Are you injured? Tao Ni quickly pulled her hand back. It's just a small wound. No need to worry. Lin Jin grew more worried. How can I not worry? You're the girl I like. He immediately pulled her hand. You're injured. Do you know how much it hurts me? Seeing this, Tao Ni was a little moved. Lin Jin looked at her affectionately. I would rather be the one who is injured. Tao Ni happily took out the hairpin. I'm really fine. That's right. This jade hairpin most likely belongs to your mother. Lin Jin was surprised. Huh? Tao Ni replied, this is the token of love from the Marquis of Kaiyong to the eldest daughter-in-law of the clan. It was hidden by Chow Yun Trin at the He residence. The eldest young master, he didn't know the story, so he gave it to me as an apology gift. It should belong to you. Lin Jin took the hairpin and gently placed it in her hair. If that's really the case, then I'll give it to you as our token of love. Tao Ni was stunned, her mouth agape. What? Lin Jin pulled her into his arms. You care so much about me and my mother. Is it because you like me too? Tao Ni replied shyly. I already said I don't know. Lin Jin frowned. What must I do to hear you admit it yourself? Just then, the sound of footsteps appeared. Tao Ni turned around in surprise. Who's there? Seeing the group of people rushing forward without a word, Tao Ni immediately guessed they were here to kill her. But Chow Yun Trin was just captured. She shouldn't have the capacity to send assassins. At this moment, a blade slashed down. Lin Jin's loud shout echoed. Tao Ni. He instantly appeared to block it. Seeing this, Tao Ni was utterly stunned. Lin Jin. Why did you block that for me? Lin Jin replied weakly. You should run. Don't worry about me. At this moment, the two of them were transported into the space. Tao Ni sobbed. What foolish words. How could I possibly leave you behind? Outside, the assassins were completely bewildered. Where did they go? Find them quickly. After them, Tao Ni laid Lin Jin down. She called softly, Lin Jin. Heartbroken, Tao Ni drank the divine water. Why are you so foolish? Then she placed a kiss on Lin Jin's lips. I won't allow you to die. Tao Ni closed her eyes. Lin Jin, wake up. Lin Jin, nothing can happen to you. At this moment, her tear fell onto his face. Lin Jin's eyes shot open. He gently raised his hand to her cheek. Tao Ni, why are you crying? Tao Ni looked at him joyfully. Lin Jin. Lin Jin held his head. I just had a very strange dream. I dreamt that you died in the temple. I pulled out the jade hairpin, and thankfully, you were all right. At that moment, Lin Jin was extremely surprised. I remember being struck by a blade. Why is there no wound? Tao Ni wiped away her tears. That's because I fed you the divine water. Lin Jin was astonished. Divine water? You fed me? Tao Ni pointed towards the lake. Yes, behind me is the divine lake. And this place is a special space that only I can open. Saying this, she took out the hairpin. Lin Jin, actually, your dream was our past life. And everything is because of this jade hairpin. Hearing this, Lin Jin's mouth fell open. Past life? Tao Ni, what on earth are you talking about? Now I will tell you everything. Lin Jin was shocked. Tao Ni, you were reborn? Tao Ni's eyes filled with tears. Yes. In this life, I originally swore to escape the misfortune of my past life and repay you for giving me a proper burial. But in the end, I ran into assassins and even got you injured. Seeing this, Lin Jin felt a pang of pain and pulled her into a tight embrace. No, I was willing to protect you. In your past life, you suffered so much, and I knew nothing about it. It's a good thing you were reborn. He gently wiped away her tears. Luckily, in this life, I met you early, protected you, and then fell for you. Lin Jin said with a serious face. Tao Ni, in this life, I came for you. Hearing this, Tao Ni was deeply moved. Lin Jin, I finally understand. For me, in both my past life and this one, the luckiest thing has always been meeting you. At this moment, Lin Jin suddenly kissed Tao Ni. I like you. Tao Ni blushed. Me too. A moment later, the two of them left the space and saw the assassins. Lin Jin advised worriedly, they can't find us. They're about to retreat. Tao Ni frowned. They dare to hurt my person. No one is getting away. With that, she boldly stepped out. Since you've come, don't bother leaving. Seeing her, the assassins immediately turn around. It's the target. Kill her quickly. At this moment, Tao Ni leaped up, but unexpectedly, a blade also appeared. From behind her, the assassin was terrified. NAMA-MANGAI suddenly appeared. One man, subdued by Lin Jin, shouted, "It's reinforcements. There really are assassins." NAMA-MANGAI gave a serious order. Quick, capture them. Soon, the assassins were all captured. Tao Ni frowned and interrogated them. Name the mastermind behind this, and I'll spare you from death. Elsewhere, Madame Chow was smug. The assassins must have succeeded by now. A voice rang out. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Tao Ni beamed. I've already dealt with all the assassins you sent. I was kind enough to bring them back for you. Seeing this, Chow Yun Trin was completely shocked. Tao Ni, you're still alive? Madame Chow frowned angrily. A group of assassins couldn't even kill a mere brat. How useless. Tao Ni said cheerfully, Marquis, you heard everything. As she finished speaking, the Marquis stepped out. You dare to do something that damages the family's reputation like this. Seeing him, Madame Chow's eyes widened in shock. Husband, Chow Yun Trin quickly said, Father, it's not like that. Tao Ni framed me. The Marquis ordered furiously, silence. Men, take them back to the Marquis's residence. They are not allowed any contact with the outside world. Wait for my return to deal with them. Understood. At this, Madame Chow hurriedly pleaded, Husband, you can't do this. Chow Yun Trin looked remorseful. Father, after Madame Chow and Chow Yun Trin were forcibly taken away, the Marquis walked up to Tao Ni. Fortunately, you are all right, and you came to inform me of the real situation. Rest assured, I will definitely punish them severely. Tao Ni replied, We've troubled you, Marquis. At this point, the Marquis looked seriously at Lin Jin. Regarding your and your sister's identities, I will quickly report to the Duke of Xianghua's residence. You must prepare to go to the capital. Lin Jin bowed his head. Yes, thank you, Marquis. On the other side, Tao Ni suddenly felt sad. Lin Jin has to go to the capital. Doesn't that mean she and he will be separated? That evening on the way back, Tao Ni couldn't help but be lost in thought. She tugged on Lin Jin's sleeve. Lin Jin looked back, puzzled Tao Ni. Tao Ni stammered, Are you ready to leave this place? Lin Jin replied seriously, yes. After passing the imperial examination, I naturally have to go to the capital. Besides, there's the matter of my mother. Tao Ni frowned. That's true. Seeing this, Lin Jin realized immediately. Tao Ni, you can't bear to be apart from me, can you? Tao Ni turned away in embarrassment. That's not it. Lin Jin pretended to be sad. So you can bear to be apart from me. At that moment, Tao Ni didn't dare to look him in the eye. Lin Jin, your way of speaking is too cunning. She gripped his shirt tightly. Actually, it's neither. It's because I want to go with you. Tao Ni lowered her head. Lin Jin, before, it was because I wanted to repay your kindness. But now it's different. She continued boldly. I want to always be by your side because I like you, right? Hearing this, Lam Tan joyfully took her hand. I've finally heard you say this. Tao Ni stammered. Earlier, in that space, I suddenly realized that I must have been reborn in this life for you. Lam Tan smiled. Tao Ni, I'm truly so happy to be able to live again. Tao Ni replied cheerfully. Me too. She thought to herself. So it turns out I wasn't reborn for revenge, but to be with the one I love. At this moment, Lam Tan looked at her shyly. Actually, I was planning to go to the capital a bit later because I wanted to formally propose to your family. Then I'd bring you along. I'm just like you. I don't want to go to a place where we're not together. Hearing this, Tao Ni was a little moved. Lam Tan and she happily said in unison, Let's get married. They joyfully embraced each other. All right, before long, the day arrived. Lu Deep Kiet said in disbelief, I can't believe Lam Tan is marrying that violent kid, Tao Ni. True 2's eyes crinkled into a smile. He's marrying the prettiest girl in the whole village. Lam Dai Dao and Lam Ni Dao said in unison. That's right. At this time, Dam Tu Nuong and her husband were also present. This is wonderful. Lam Vi happily clasped her hands. Brother is finally marrying Sister Tao Ni. Sister Tao Ni will definitely look beautiful in a wedding dress. Vong Dan Nien, who was beside her, added, "You'll also look beautiful in a wedding dress someday." Just then, a wave of applause erupted. The bride and groom have arrived. A perfect match of talent and beauty. Congratulations. The two of them walked before the ancestral altar. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the parents. The couple bows to each other. Seeing this, everyone happily congratulated them. Let us all congratulate this beautiful new couple on becoming husband and wife. Escort them to the bridal chamber. On another side, a heartbroken Nia man was drinking wine. "Townie, I wish you happiness." A while later, back in a room, Lam Tan bolted the door. He gently walked over to Townie. "Townie, you've finally become my wife." Townie smiled. "Yes, after 2 lifetimes. This is the ending I wanted most. This life of mine belongs entirely to you." A few days later, young Master had abandoned Chao Yuan Trin. Chao Yuan Trin and her mother were put under house arrest by Marquis Kaiju. Their assets were seized, and their status plummeted uncontrollably. In the case of Tong Lam, Vi was reopened. The residents of Duke Tuong Quoc learned of the Lam Tan siblings' identity and wanted them to return to the capital. Inside the horse-drawn carriage, Tao Ni was extremely excited. "I'm so looking forward to our new life in the capital." Lam Tan looked at her with a doting gaze. "My dear wife, just try not to turn the capital upside down." Lam Vi happily added, "I'm really looking forward to it too." At this, Tao Ni smugly raised her hand. "Don't worry, my husband. I will definitely show off my skills." Lam Tan smiled. "It seems I'll always have to protect my wife." The two of them happily held each other's hands. "As long as I can be with you, no matter if it's to the ends of the earth or across 1,000 rivers and mountains, I would choose a life by your side." The story ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like and a share so I can have more motivation to make more videos. Remember to follow to see the next episodes. Wishing you all a day full of energy.